A massive explosion rocks the top of a cliff against a blood-red sky. Clouds of dust and debris billow outwards, obscuring the aftermath of the blast. A swordsman in red robes parries a devastating downward slash from a shadowy, monstrous figure. A warrior with long brown hair strains against a glowing blade, smirking that he's impressed. An older man with a mustache pushes his sword down, praising his opponent's fortitude and calling him the Phantom Swordsman. He admits the Phantom Swordsman's self-created sword technique is also impressive, as their blades remain locked. With a sudden burst of strength, the older man shouts and overpowers the Phantom Swordsman, sending him staggering back with a grunt. The older man reveals a glowing dagger, declaring that the Phantom Swordsman cannot use his internal energy, and that his ability to move is a miracle. Surrounded by a swirling purple aura, he announces that he will end the fight and put the Phantom Swordsman to sleep. With a powerful heave, the older man prepares to unleash a decisive attack. He swings his weapon, sending a massive, crescent-shaped wave of purple energy across the battlefield. The Phantom Swordsman is struck head-on by the destructive energy wave. Before he can recover, the older man lands a brutal kick to his chest. The Phantom Swordsman tumbles violently across the desolate ground. The older man looms over his fallen foe, his sword crackling with purple energy for the final blow. His face is set with grim determination as he prepares to execute the Phantom Swordsman. He suddenly discards his sword and delivers a powerful punch, knocking the Phantom Swordsman's head back. With a furious grunt, the Phantom Swordsman glares, readying a counterattack. He lunges forward, slashing his own sword in a desperate assault. The older man is caught by surprise, his eyes wide as the blade swings towards him. The Phantom Swordsman lands a staggering punch directly to his opponent's face. The force of the blow sends the older man crashing to the ground. Lying on the ground, the older man summons dark energy, refusing to give up. He unleashes a final blast of energy, which shoots past the Phantom Swordsman as he collapses. The older man looks up, confused by his opponent's sudden fall. He realizes the Phantom Swordsman has appeared behind him, sword poised to strike. The older man looks back, his face filled with shock and horror at his impending defeat. In the distance, a colossal beam of light splits a mountain in two. A man with long dark hair exhales in relief, the battle finally over. Now sitting beside the injured Phantom Swordsman, he asks if the old demon head has been killed. The Phantom Swordsman, weary and battered, confirms with a quiet yes. The other man explains that a group called the Black Knight Palace appeared and has been slaughtering smaller sects for days. He notes that this threat forced a rare alliance between the rival Orthodox and unorthodox factions. Mortally wounded, he laments that he won't be able to fulfill his promise to duel the Phantom Swordsman. The Phantom Swordsman soberly asks if that's what he's truly thinking about as he dies. The dying man explains that since they both dedicated their lives to the sword, their duel held great meaning. The Phantom Swordsman acknowledges that his friend's devotion to the sword surpassed all others. Surprised, the dying man begins to ask a final favor of the Phantom Swordsman. The Phantom Swordsman stares at him, his expression hardening in disbelief. He reacts with a stunned, "What?" The Phantom Swordsman erupts in anger, questioning the insanity of asking him, the best swordsman of the unorthodox faction, to look after the Mount Hua Sect. His friend places a red and black beaded bracelet into his hand. He explains it is the Plum Blossom Spirit Beads, a relic of Mount Hua, and asks that it be returned to the sect leader. The Phantom Swordsman glares, conflicted and angered by the impossible request. The dying man gasps, his breathing shallow and labored. The Phantom Swordsman protests that he is also near death, but his friend calls him his only sword friend and thanks him. The dying man says that thanks to the Phantom Swordsman, he will spend the rest of his life in Mount Hua, as his energy finally fades. Blood spatters across the scene, signifying the end. His hand falls lifelessly to the blood-soaked ground as the Phantom Swordsman sits alone in the distance. The Phantom Swordsman looks back over his shoulder, the weight of a new promise settling upon him. As he faces his new foe, the Plum Blossom Spirit Beads on the Phantom Swordsman's chest glow intensely. Suddenly, a massive blast of purple energy erupts from an unseen source. The overwhelming force of the attack engulfs the desolate battlefield. Elsewhere, a red-haired warrior wearing prayer beads is startled by the explosion, angrily demanding who did it. The Phantom Swordsman charges forward, evading a cross-shaped energy slash. The brilliant attack carves through the ground where he just stood. A mysterious masked figure appears, channeling dark, chaotic energy into his hand. He unleashes his power, bathing the landscape in a malevolent purple glow. Stunned by this new level of power, the Phantom Swordsman can only say, "What?" The masked figure effortlessly gathers a swirling orb of destructive energy. With a sinister smile, he forms two energy blades, ready to strike. A towering pillar of demonic energy surges into the sky, dwarfing the landscape. The resulting blast shatters the edge of the cliff, sending debris flying. The Phantom Swordsman staggers through the hazy aftermath, utterly defeated. Bleeding and in shock, he struggles to comprehend the attack, thinking, "No way. How?" Quote dot. He questions how anyone could possibly possess such overwhelming strength. He wonders if this new opponent is the Black Knight Palace Master he came to fight. He dismisses the thought, certain he killed the master whose corpse remains nearby. He speculates that this must be a hidden disciple or the true master of the Black Knight Palace. He concludes that this masked foe is incomparably stronger than the leader he just defeated. He recalls that, even weakened, his entire arm was destroyed by a simple blast of demonic energy. Looking at his friend's fallen hand, he apologizes for not even getting a chance to fight back. He laments being unable to fulfill his promise to return his friend's body home, but with renewed determination he clenches his fist, the beads glowing on his wrist. The masked figure watches impassively from a distance. Vowing to keep his promise, the Phantom Swordsman makes a desperate run for the cliff's edge. He leaps, believing in the faint hope that he might survive the fall. He throws his severed arm back at his foe, a final act of defiance. As he flees, he glares back, promising his enemy that he won't be forgotten. The masked figure declares this will be his last moment as a blast of energy strikes the Phantom Swordsman mid-air. His eyes widen in shock as the attack connects. Thrown back violently, his last thought is a confused, "Huh?" as his body is left behind. The masked figure stands triumphantly, energy swirling in his hand. He lets out a single, mocking laugh as his victim falls. Plummeting into the abyss, the Phantom Swordsman curses him for laughing. His body becomes a tiny speck, falling down the side of the immense, fiery chasm. In his final moments, the plum blossom spirit beads erupt in a blinding crimson light. A brilliant pulse of energy engulfs him, consuming the darkness. In a blur of consciousness, he wonders if he's alive as voices urgently call for the senior disciple to wake up. A junior disciple excitedly informs an elder that the senior disciple has opened his eyes, revealing the Phantom Swordsman, now in a younger, uninjured body. A senior holds his face, praising him as Mu Hui and telling him to stay with them, leaving him completely bewildered. An older man whom Mu Hui recognizes as Mount Hua's elder Baek Jin thanks the heavens for his recovery. Baek Jin tells him to stay still, but Mu Hui silently questions why he is being called Mu Hui. He recalls a memory of the real Mu Hui, identified as Hyunjo's disciple, training in a courtyard. Wondering if the elder has lost his mind, he is stunned to see the glowing red beads on his own hand. His eyes fly open as the impossible truth begins to dawn on him. He recalls the light from his fall and mumbles an apology, confusing the junior disciple beside him. The junior disciple urges him not to speak, reminding him his wounds are still open. Looking out at the serene Mount Hua Sect, surrounded by plum blossoms, he curses his bizarre fate. He politely agrees to rest, internally scolding himself for nearly reacting with his old rude demeanor. Baek Jin agrees to the request, saying it isn't a bad idea for him to move around. Mu Hui understands and walks alone through the sect's vast courtyard. The grand and imposing architecture of the Mount Hua Sect stands against the sky. The scene shifts to a tranquil, glowing pond nestled within a garden. Mu Hui splashes cool water onto his face, trying to clear his head. Sitting bandaged by the water, he thinks in disbelief that it has only been 7 days submerged. He reflects on how the short time has felt like an entire year. A brief memory flashes of the original Mu Hui as a swaddled baby, a life just beginning. Plum blossom petals drift through the air, symbolizing the sect's spirit. He recalls the original Mu Hui's life, from a child training to being reprimanded by Hyunjo. A new memory surfaces of a pagoda exploding, as the sect is engulfed in flames and battle. In the chaos of the inferno, warriors clash in a desperate struggle. A swordsman fights valiantly amidst the destruction, defending his home. Hyunjo watches solemnly as the sect he loves burns around him. He turns and rallies the disciples, urging them to fight and protect their home. Leaping across burning rooftops, sect members engage their enemies in a fierce battle. A young swordsman grits his teeth, swinging his blade with desperate determination. He fiercely cuts down an opponent in the fiery mayhem. The flashback reveals the original Mount Hua being fatally wounded by an enemy who calls him a fool. Mount Hua reflects that with such a weak body, the boy was foolish to not prioritize himself. Clutching his bandaged chest, he realizes that very injury is what killed the body's original owner. He looks at the glowing beads, certain the light came from them, and wonders why he was chosen. He questions why he was reborn as Mount Hua, and not his sword friend Hyunjo. Sitting alone in the forest, he quietly contemplates whether this is his inescapable fate. Clenching his fist with resolve, he decides he cannot simply throw this second chance away. With a hardened glare, he vows to find the masked man and cut him to pieces. He admits the masked foe was far stronger than the Black Knight Palace Master, and would have killed him regardless. Walking up a long stairway, he resolves to grow stronger than he ever was before. The doors slide open with a creak as he enters a large, sunlit study. Remembering Hyunjo's final plea, he recalls the man rallying disciples to protect Mount Hua. He reaches into a bookshelf and pulls out an old martial arts manual. Placing the book down, he silently promises Hyunjo that he will handle things. Seated before a desk of scrolls, he vows to fulfill the promise and avenge his friend's death. In another part of the sect, a leader asks if they need to rebuild 8 pavilions. At a meeting, an elder confirms the damages grew, while the sect leader asks Baek-san about their funds. Baek-san regretfully confirms their financial situation is dire and that profits will be drastically cut. The elders sit in a tense silence, contemplating the sect's difficult future. An elder named Baek-yu advises they avoid large expenditures and rebuild the most important pavilion first. The sect leader turns to Baek-jin, who reports that the injured disciples are recovering smoothly. Relieved, the sect leader asks about Mount Hua, concerned about the shock of Hyunjo's death. Baek-jin explains that Mount Hua is recovering well, which surprises Baek-san. The sect leader cautions them to keep an eye on Mount Hua, knowing his past temperament. His face etched with concern, the sect leader worries Mount Hua is only pretending to be alright. A large stack of books sits piled in a quiet room. Mount Hua sits surrounded by texts, diligently studying martial arts techniques. He silently pores over a book, detailing stances and movements. With a focused gaze, he continues his intense study, absorbing all he can. In a past memory, 2 men discuss the quality of the Mount Hua Sect's disciples. A warrior with a scarred face scoffs, dismissing the disciples as utterly useless. His companion soberly agrees, stating that the Mount Hua Sect is in a state of regression. The scarred warrior scoffs that the Mount Hua sword technique is nothing but self-deception. He declares that any sect unable to reflect and evolve is destined for nothing but downfall. The companion agrees, asking if there is another way since forcing change is useless. A vibrant plum blossom tree stands in the courtyard, its petals gently falling. The companion explains they must show the disciples that there is a higher realm to reach. He then asks if this is why his friend promised to create new sword techniques and duel them. Back in the present, Mount Hua reflects on his initial impressions of the Mount Hua Sect. He once blamed the sect for its stagnation, noting its failure to produce another talent like Hyunjo. Looking over a martial arts manual, he now understands how foolish that thought was. He realizes martial arts evolve through generations, and Mount Hua's greatness ironically caused its decline. He picks up a manual, resolved to finish the new sword technique Hyunjo left incomplete. With a confident smile, he vows to complete it in his friend's stead to fulfill their promise. He realizes the new technique must embody not just the form, but the very intention of Mount Hua. Deciding to master the fundamentals first, he sets aside Hyunjo's unfinished technique for later. With a deep breath, Mui begins his meditation as a blue aura envelops him. He resolves to completely erase the martial arts the original Mui learned, knowing their interpretations would differ. He focuses on the basics, respecting the impressive speed and stability of the autumn flower circulation technique. He smiles, anticipating that he might learn something entirely new from Mount Hua's unique methods. He continues his deep meditation, fully immersed in his new path of cultivation. With sweat on his brow and unwavering focus, he fully accepts his new identity. I am Mount Hua. The scene shifts to the exterior of the building, where he trains in solitude. A man in sect robes purposefully walks up the stone steps towards the pavilion. He pauses for a moment, his expression serious and contemplative. His meditation is interrupted as the visitor calls out, "Senior disciple, are you inside?" Mu Hui's eyes snap open as the urgent calls for the senior disciple continue. He opens the door and is startled to see the man standing outside. Mu Hui recognizes the visitor, identifying him as Mu Cheol. Mu Cheol explains he came to check on him, as it's been 3 days without him attending morning training. Mu Hui is stunned, having completely lost track of time during his intense meditation. An awkward silence hangs between the two disciples on the pavilion steps. He recalls being unable to eat for 7 days, comparing the isolating experience to a past enemy's inescapable tactic. Mu Hui decisively states they are going to the training hall, to which Mu Cheol obediently agrees. As they walk away, he silently laments that he could really go for a drink. At the training grounds, an instructor shouts a chant as a disciple executes a swift sword form. With a powerful shout, a group of disciples practices their sword forms in unison. The instructor singles out a disciple, shouting, "Mu Ryan, raise your arm higher." Mu Ryan immediately corrects his form, responding with a sharp, "Yes, sir." Mu Hui observes the training with a critical eye, thinking it's just as he expected. His expression sours as he concludes their skills are just as terrible as ever. He internally critiques their poor footwork, noting how their unnecessary movements ruin their balance. He observes that their flawed posture prevents them from putting power into their attacks, a complete lack of basics. Sighing at the mess, he concedes the instructor at least seems competent as he tries to recall his name. He identifies the instructor, remembering his name is Mu Jin. Mu Hui is relieved to see at least one competent person, noting Mu Jin acts more like a senior disciple. He questions why Mu Jin is doing the senior disciple's job, recalling that the body's former owner was too shy. He muses on his predecessor's lack of leadership and skill, contrasting it with Mu Jin. He acknowledges Mu Jin's natural leadership, calm demeanor, and immense potential shown since youth. It's no wonder, he thinks, that more of the disciples follow Mu Jin's lead. He admits that with his skills and personality, he has no objection to Mu Jin filling the senior disciple role. But with a newfound resolve, he glares, thinking that the status quo is about to change. With a sharp clang, Mu Jin sheathes his sword and declares that training is over for the day. As the exhausted disciples disperse, one comments that Mu Jin has been much stricter lately. Mu Cheol spots Mu Hui and asks if he's feeling all right, to which he receives a simple confirmation. A female disciple observes Mu Hui from afar, sensing that something about him feels different. Mu Jin walks partway down the stairs, formally addressing Mu Hui as senior disciple. He stops on the steps, standing above Mu Hui with a calm but imposing presence. Mu Hui turns his head slightly, acknowledging him by name. Annoyed that Mu Jin is making him look up, he thinks it must be hard doing a job that isn't his. With a determined look, Mu Hui announces that he will be taking over his duties from now on. The nearby disciples are stunned into silence, questioning if they heard him correctly. Mu Cheol realizes his gut feeling was right, and that Mu Hui has definitely changed. Mu Jin reminds Mu Hui that he was the one who had previously asked him to take over leadership. Mu Jin asks why he is taking responsibility again, but Mu Hui retorts it was only because he lacked confidence before. Mu Hui's true motivation is revealed. He wants to become the head disciple. The role of head disciple is explained as a potential successor to the sect leader. With the elders preoccupied by the sect's reconstruction, a power vacuum has emerged. Mu Hui decides it is time to prove himself and gain access to the purple aura circulation technique. He resolves to master this exclusive and powerful technique to surpass his abilities from his previous life. His path is clear. He must become the head disciple, no matter how shocking it is to others. Mu Hui directly confronts Mu Jin, demanding to know what he did during the Black Knight Palace's invasion. He calls him out for disobeying the elders' orders to stay put and questions the consequences of his actions. With a smirk, Mu Hui scathingly points out that Mu Jin failed to save anyone and only burdened the elders. He adds that his recklessness inspired other disciples to follow suit, leading them into danger. He concludes that without the intervention of the first-generation disciples, many would have died. Mu Hui looks down on him, demanding to know how anyone could be expected to trust his leadership. As a confused Mu Jin stands silently, Mu Hui begins walking up the stairs toward him, He closes the distance, getting right in Mu Jin's face and asking what he's misunderstanding. With an intimidating glare, Mu Hui asks, since when did he have to look up to him? His eyes burn with intensity as he asks if he needs Mu Jin's permission to make his own choices. Mu Hui stares him down, clarifying that this is a notification, not a negotiation. Mu Jin is utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend Mu Hui's sudden and aggressive transformation. He inwardly questions if the imposing man before him is truly the same timid senior disciple he once knew. Mu Hui announces he's taking over morning training tomorrow and tells Mu Jin to bring any complaints then. Walking past him, Mu Hui calmly tells him not to be too upset as Mu Jin watches in silence. He continues up the stairs alone, remarking that a near-death experience can change a person. The onlooking disciples are left completely baffled by the dramatic turn of events. They murmur amongst themselves, wondering if the senior disciple is truly taking over training. One of the disciples calls out to Mu Ryan to get his thoughts on the situation. Mu Ryan explains that Mu Jin backed down out of kindness but admits he's worried, knowing Mu Hui's poor skill level. Another disciple proposes they take matters into their own hands, leaving Mu Ryan puzzled. Later that night, the same disciple purposefully walks through the sect grounds toward Mu Hui's quarters. In his room, surrounded by books, a bandaged Mu Hui is interrupted as his door slides open. Mu Ryan stands in the doorway, stating he has come to talk with him. Grabbing a wooden sword, Mu Hui says he's curious to hear what they have to say. Mu Ryan waits outside in the courtyard, his expression serious and resolved. Mu Hui steps outside under the moonlight, where another disciple joins Mu Ryan. They note he's using a wooden sword. The second disciple speaks up, asking Mu Hui to retract his earlier statement and claiming Mu Jin only conceded to save face. Mu Hui listens patiently, his hand resting on his neck. He asks if Mu Jin sent them, but the disciple insists they came of their own free will. They implore him to consider their perspective, bluntly stating they want a skilled martial artist as their teacher. The disciple declares they won't accept a leader with subpar skills who is beneath them. Mu Hui reflects that Mount Hua's hierarchy seems to have degraded. He agrees to prove his skills and challenges them to draw their swords, shocking them with his seriousness. Confirming he's serious, Mu Hui turns and walks into the courtyard to create distance for the duel. With a grim look, Mu Ryan reluctantly draws his wooden sword, stating Mu Hui asked for this. Mu Ryan lunges forward with a shout, warning Mu Hui not to regret his decision. With a swift crack, Mu Hui strikes Mu Ryan's arm, making him scream in pain. In an instant, Mu Ryan collapses to the ground, defeated. The other disciple stares in disbelief at the swift, one-sided outcome. Mu Hui turns his sharp gaze to the second disciple and strikes him down just as quickly. Both challengers lie defeated on the ground, groaning in pain as Mu Hui stands over them. Mu Hui grabs the fallen Mu Ryan by his hair, bluntly asking if his defeat wasn't obvious. He announces that now it is time for the two of them to be taught a proper lesson. Mu Ryan looks up in utter terror and confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. Mu Hui asks if he has satisfied their requirements, and the two trembling disciples quickly agree. He delivers his lesson. If other disciples try to gang up on him, the two of them will be beaten alongside them. He interrogates Mu Ryan, who admits through bruised lips that Mu Hui is much stronger than Mu Jin. He then asks the other disciple if he's weaker than his peers, and he bows, vehemently denying it. Mu Hui dismisses their challenge, saying he'll forget what happened because everyone makes mistakes. He orders them to rest for morning training, and they bow, thanking the senior disciple for his mercy. After they leave, Mu Hui stands alone, silently sensing he's not alone. He calls out to the shadows, telling the hidden person to come out. Mu Cheol appears, surprised he was discovered. Mu Hui asks him what he wants. He explains he saw two other disciples, Mu San and Mu Ho, heading this way, and got worried. He admits he followed them to help, but was shocked to see Mu Hui win the fight. Mu Cheol asks if Mu Hui has been concealing his true strength this entire time. A thought explains that a group of disciples always kept a respectful distance from Mu Hui. Mu Hui realizes the original him never understood the simple reason they kept their distance. He understands now. Mu Cheol helps him because he perceives him as weak and genuinely needing protection from others. Realizing Mu Cheol followed them out of concern for his safety, He sees that he has always been protected. Mu Hui quickly formulates an excuse, claiming he reached a new realm of understanding instead of hiding his skills. Mu Chiol is stunned by his explanation, repeating the phrase in disbelief. Mu Hui promises to elaborate during morning training and sends him away, and he respectfully departs. Mu Chiol watches him go, contemplating the evening's strange events. He recalls the fight, marveling at the beautiful swordsmanship and wondering what Mu Hu truly learned. Walking alone, Mu Hui curses his own excuse, now worried about how he'll explain this new realm. Elsewhere, Mu Ryun explains to a long-haired disciple that Mu Hui is a completely different person now. The beaten disciples warn that they almost died, but the long-haired disciple dismisses their story as nonsense. As they are helped away, the disciples lament that he won't believe them, hoping he gets beaten too. Mu Jin appears in the hallway, watching the injured disciples leave with a puzzled expression. He asks the long-haired disciple what happened, noting how terrible Mu San and Mu Ho look. He explains that they were upset about Mu Hui taking over morning training. After the story is finished, Mu Jin quietly says he understands what happened. He states that he will have to scold them, which confuses the disciple, who asks why. Mu Jin admonishes him for going behind his back, arguing that Mu Hui would have backed down if unfit. He declares himself ashamed, cutting off the disciples' attempt to justify their actions as worry. Mu Jin asserts that he knows what they're worried about and will handle the matter himself. At the training grounds, Mu Hui arrives to see all the disciples gathered and ready. As he prepares to speak, a disciple wonders how someone could transform so much overnight. Mu Jin watches from the side, questioning if Mu Hui was hiding skills powerful enough to defeat Mu San and Mu Ho. Mu Jin watches the other disciples, thinking he'll soon learn whether Mu Hui's confidence is a bluff. As Mu Jin listens intently, Mu Hui addresses the disciples with a blunt declaration, "You are all weak." Mu Hui explains that while there are many reasons for strength, weakness has only one cause: neglecting the basics. Standing before the group, he shocks them by announcing they will only train the six-fold combo sword technique. Mu Hui acknowledges their eagerness for advanced techniques, but a disciple immediately questions what's wrong with that. The surrounding disciples murmur, confused by his new training philosophy. Mu Ryan speaks up, asking what's wrong with wanting to learn things more quickly. With a defiant glare, he declares that if no one else can, then he will prove his own methods are superior. The other disciples are stunned into silence by Mu Ryun's bold challenge. Mu Hui lets out a small scoff, lamenting the state of the renowned sect before steeling himself. He directly calls out Mu Ryun, telling him to come forward if he has complaints. A female disciple with a long ponytail watches with intrigue as the tension builds. Mu Ryun accepts the challenge, walking up the steps to confront Mu Hui directly. He smugly questions leaving the training to Mu Hui, openly doubting his leadership and referencing his infamous lack of skill. Mu Hui calmly finishes his sentence, acknowledging that Mu Ryun wants to prove his skills are terrible and that he expected such resistance. He then addresses the entire group, capturing everyone's full attention for his demonstration. He makes a shocking declaration. He will not take a single step and will only use the basic technique to block Mu Ryun. Mu Hui sets the terms. If Mu Ryun's sword touches him or he moves, Mu Ryun wins and the training plan will be abandoned. Mu Jin watches from the crowd, his expression unreadable as the duel is about to begin. Mu Ryun mocks his confidence, but Mu Hui feigns ignorance about the injuries sustained by Mu San and Mu Ho. With a swift motion, Mu Ryun lunges at Mu Hui to begin the attack. A sharp smack echoes as Mu Hui effortlessly blocks the first strike with his wooden sword. Without moving his feet, Mu Hui calmly parries another powerful overhead swing from Mu Ryun. He continues to defend flawlessly, deflecting a blow aimed directly at his face. A flurry of strikes rains down, but Mu Hui remains stationary, blocking every single one. Mu Ryan unleashes a rapid series of attacks, his blade a blur of motion. The female disciple recognizes the attack as the concentrated wind sword technique. Another disciple remarks on the technique's incredible speed, while Mu Jin observes that Mu Hui is even faster than before. Mu Ryun is stunned, realizing Mu Hui is blocking his best moves with absolute ease. Mu Hui condescendingly remarks that he has to use more shoulder strength against him, calling him less terrible than the others. He calmly holds his position, taunting Mu Ryun by asking if he has anything better to offer. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Murim cries out as he realizes he has no stronger techniques. He stands defeated, wondering what he can possibly do now. The onlooking disciples are in disbelief, questioning if this is the same person, and marveling at his unshakable balance. Mujin stares in utter shock, unable to comprehend how this is happening. As an exhausted Mu Rian leans on his sword, Mu Huai remains perfectly poised and still. Mu Rian accepts his defeat, realizing he only proved Mu Hui's strength and wondering when he became so powerful. Mu Hui begins his lesson, explaining that a sword is swung with the entire body, not just the arms, and footwork is paramount. He declares that his ability to block every move while injured proves how useless their techniques are, and that it applies to everyone. Looking down at his opponent, Mu Hui asks if he now understands the importance of the basics. Mu Ryan's eyes widen with a dawning, horrified comprehension. Deciding his opponent still doesn't get it, Mu Hui prepares to deliver a final, decisive demonstration. He tells a confused Mu Rian he will now show him what it means to swing a sword with one's entire body. Mu Rian starts to speak, but is interrupted by Mu Hui's sudden movement. With a powerful thwack, Mu Hui's strike lands, sending a shockwave through the air. Mu Rian is sent flying backward into the crowd of disciples, who scatter in panic as he crashes to the ground. Mu Hui turns to the stunned crowd and sternly orders them all to raise their swords. He issues an ultimatum: either raise their swords for training or come up and challenge him with their complaints. The intimidated disciples quickly and nervously raise their wooden swords in unison. With a fresh scratch on his face, Mu Hui announces that morning training will now officially begin. Mu Hui corrects a disciple named Mu Hua, telling him to watch his step as his sword is shaking. In a flashback, a man with a goatee asks a long-haired senior why he chose such a terrible disciple. The senior admits the disciple is very normal, while the young, original Mu Hui sits dejectedly nearby. He explains, however, that he has never seen Mu Hui give up on anything. The goateed man asks if determination was the only reason, as a scene shows the original Mu Hui collapsed from training. The senior explains that unlike talented disciples, Mu Hui doesn't reach enlightenment on his own. In the present, Mu Hui gazes out at the sect grounds, shouldering his wooden sword. He reflects internally that he is no longer the phantom swordsman, but the senior disciple. He accepts his new duty to lead the disciples and ensure no one is left behind, a fitting path for the Mount Hua Sect. Despite never having taught in his past life, he now faces the annoying task of training disciples from scratch. He recalls his past life, vowing that his friend Hyunjo will owe him a drink if they meet again after his death. Shifting to a memory of a lush forest, he wonders how Hyunjo is doing. Remembering how he only focused on himself, he sees an image of a beaten Hyunjo and worries if he's even eating. A man in a wide-brimmed hat is certain his friend won't lose fights and is doing well. The hatted figure walks away from a trail of bodies, hoping to see his friend again someday. Huff! Back in the present, a disciple pants heavily under a wooden training apparatus. Huff! The proper, grueling training of the second-generation disciples has officially begun as they carry massive logs. A bandaged disciple strains, his face a mask of determination, as he accepts the rough path ahead. Through hardship, the disciples will blossom like plum flowers with an inimitable strength. Walking through the Crimson Forest, Mu Hui acknowledges that he too has a long way to go. He resolves that his first step in changing the sect will be to elevate his own martial realm. A narrator explains that sharper senses aid martial arts training by helping one notice small changes. Mu Hui walks, thinking that when he first woke up in this body, he didn't feel anything unusual. But now his sharpened senses alert him to an unseen presence. Someone is watching him. He determines the observer isn't threatening, merely curious, but his skills are not yet enough to pinpoint them. He confidently vows that it's only a matter of time before he can identify his observer. A sound echoes from a nearby rooftop as something moves quickly. Mu Hui continues on his path, walking towards one of the main sect buildings. Inside, the long-haired man with the goatee is identified as Hyun-gak as he looks up from his work. Mu Hui arrives and formally greets Senior Hyun-gak. Hyun-gak asks what he needs, and Mu Hui requests permission to study the secret techniques. Visibly surprised that Mu Hui would make such a request, Hyun-gak thinks for a moment before agreeing. As Mu Hui departs, Hyun-gak warns him not to overdo it, as his injuries haven't fully healed. Just before he leaves, Hyun-gak stops him, mentioning that he heard his disciple was rude to him. Mu Hui turns back, genuinely confused and asking who he is referring to. He mentally recalls the 3 disciples he recently beat up, but decides it doesn't matter which one it was. Believing Hyun-gak is angry, Mu-hui is caught off guard when Hyun-gak instead offers an apology. Hyun-gak apologizes for Musan's behavior, saying he deserved the beating and that he failed to teach him better. Mu-hui silently realizes it was Musan, concluding that there won't be a problem after all. He tells Hyun-gak not to worry, stating he merely fulfilled his duty as senior disciple, which leaves Hyun-gak stunned. Hyun-gak reels in shock, unable to believe Mu-hui just spoke about his duty as the senior disciple. His expression shifts from shock to intense focus as he reevaluates the young man before him. Mu-hui maintains a calm, unreadable expression as he is scrutinized. While Hyun-gak notes his eyes are full of determination, Mu-hui internally wonders if he's just being petty. Hyun-gak's expression softens into a smile as he praises Mu-hui's actions and dismisses him. Watching Mu-hui leave, Hyun-gak feels proud, thinking he has righted himself and is now full of determination. Later, Mu-hui sits in a library, poring over ancient texts and scrolls. A martial realm isn't simply the strength of one's techniques. It is a subtle and profound field that is created when a true master achieves oneness with heaven and earth. It allows a master to manipulate all the energies of the known universe, giving him the ability to accomplish the impossible. The book explains that survival in the Jianghu isn't decided by strength alone, as no one fights foolishly when their life is at stake. It concludes that survival requires the ability to utilize martial arts, quick judgment, and the physical power to execute them. He reflects on his past, believing enlightenment is achieved only through endless contemplation and reflection. In a memory, his former self, Doko-hyeon the Phantom Swordsman, recalls this truth being forged through countless battles and secret techniques. The text confirms that the first step to a higher martial realm is a true understanding of the art. Back in the library, Mu-hui poses a critical question to himself. What are the Mount Hua Sect's martial arts? He honestly admits that he doesn't know the answer yet, but his expression shows his determination to find it. He continues his search, realizing that some techniques are kept secret to prevent disciples from misusing them and ruining their chi paths. While all sects restrict their techniques, he remembers Hyun-jo remarking that Mount Hua is comparatively lenient. Mu-hui finds the sect's martial arts to be surprisingly systematic and easy to understand so far. He identifies the most fundamental skill of the sect, the 6-fold combo sword technique. After the basics, a disciple must master the 3 core principles: the concentrated wind, falling plum blossom, and thousand-cent swords. Only by mastering those principles can one finally access the legendary plum blossom sword secrets. His research reveals the names of the 3 ultimate techniques: the 7 deadly, 3-edged, and lucid plum blossom swords. Mu-hui realizes these very sword secrets were the power that elevated the Mount Hua Sect to its renowned status. He learns that the sect's greatest swordsmen were those who managed to master more than one of the ultimate forms. A metaphor illustrates the sect's entire martial system as a plum blossom tree, from the roots of basic techniques to the flowers of its ultimate swords. He summarizes his understanding, acknowledging he has only grasped the trunk and now yearns to reach the branches and beyond. To proceed, however, he needs the plum blossom sword, the official symbol of mastery within the Mount Hua Sect. Mu-hui steels his resolve, knowing he must obtain that symbolic sword as soon as possible. Suddenly, a senior appears behind him, startling him by asking if he wishes to learn the plum blossom sword secrets. Mu-hui formally greets the leader, who explains he was simply curious who was studying in the library so late. Realizing the late hour, Mu-hui remarks that he was so absorbed he didn't notice, guessing Hyun-gak lit the candles. The leader asks about the morning training he's leading, and Mu-hui confirms that he is indeed in charge now. The leader's pointed question about why he chose the basic technique leaves Mu-hui wondering about his intentions. The leader internally notes this is a change, as the old Mu-hui would always hesitate to answer even simple questions. He continues to observe Mu-hui's uncharacteristic behavior, realizing the young man is undertaking tasks he never has before. Mu-hui correctly guesses the leader is worried about him and is checking to see if he has truly recovered from his master's death. He understands the leader is trying to determine if his recent actions are a sign of genuine recovery or reckless overcompensation. Mu-hui begins to explain his reasoning, stating that the technique is the foundation of their sect, which the leader affirms. He then declares that the second-generation disciples have started their training on the wrong foot, leaving the leader confused. With shocking confidence, Mu Hui claims their training has been so useless they might as well have never started, stunning the leader. Mu Hui believes the leader must already know how unskilled the disciples are, intending to find common ground. He assumes that by voicing the leader's own concerns, he will earn his trust and reassure him of his competence. However, the leader is horrified, realizing the disciple's state is far worse than he had ever imagined. In the quiet of the moonlit night, the leader silently processes the grim revelation. The silence stretches on, as the weight of Mu Hui's assessment hangs in the air. The scene transitions with the series title card appearing briefly. The leader studies Mu Hui's profile, struggling to comprehend the person before him. He reminisces about the innocent child Mu Hui used to be, wondering what could have forged such a harsh new personality. He speculates that survivors' guilt from the Black Knight Palace's invasion is the cause of this self-punishing behavior. Mu Hui interrupts his thoughts, stating that the disciples already know the technique. Completely lost, the leader asks for clarification on his confusing statement. Mu Hui explains that because the six-fold combo is the first technique everyone learns, all the disciples are intimately familiar with it. He then delivers a shocking analysis. Their skill with that foundational technique has actually gotten worse over time. The leader listens intently, asking for the reason behind this impossible-sounding regression. Mu Hui begins his lecture, explaining that a sect's martial arts are the physical embodiment of its unique ideology. He uses the signature techniques of the Wudang, Diankang, and Qingcheng sects as prime examples of this principle. He concludes that learning martial arts is not just about training the body, but about understanding the philosophy of the clan. The leader is inwardly stunned by Mu Hui's calm and precise explanation of such a deep concept. Finding his eloquence reminiscent of Hyunjo, the leader listens as Mu Hui criticizes the disciples for being unwisely focused on the flashy end result. Mu Hui declares his ultimate goal, to make the disciples realize that the true point of their training is not simply learning a signature move. Mu Hui finishes his point, declaring that the plum flower itself is not the ultimate goal of their training. The leader is struck by this wisdom, thinking of his predecessor, Hyunjo. He internally wonders if he sees the echo of Hyunjo in Mu Hui, because he shines with the same past brilliance. Closing a book, the leader questions if he is the only one who can see the boy's immense talent. Mu Hui explains that the blossoming should be a natural result of training, not the goal, earning the leader's praise for his wisdom. When the leader asks what he'll do now, Mu Hui begins to suggest the six-fold combo sword technique, but is cut off with a firm no. The leader clarifies he isn't asking about the disciples, but about the path Mu Hui himself will walk. In a flashback to his studies, Mu Hui reflects that while the Mount Hua Sect's arts are great, he has found some flaws. As a pragmatist, he questions why the techniques aren't adapted for heavier swords or even unarmed combat. On a balcony, Mu Hui wonders about using different tactics and what will happen if he chooses to stray from the sect's established path. Back in the present, he declares his intent to fulfill the duties his late master was unable to complete. Mu Hui claims this is a disciple's duty, though he privately resolves to do as he pleases. The leader's expression softens in a moment of understanding. He realizes Mu Hui's strength comes not from talent, but from his determination to continue Hyunjo's will. The leader acknowledges the difficulty of Mu Hui's implied goal, creating a new martial technique. Overcome with emotion, the leader bursts into a proud, hearty laugh. He smiles warmly at Mu Hui, thanking him and saying Hyunjo would surely be happy. The leader's worries transform into hope as he recognizes the unyielding determination in Mu Hui's eyes. With a gentle and assured smile, the leader seems to fully accept Mu Hui's new path. A narrator poetically describes how the scent of plum blossoms is most intense after enduring the harsh winter snow. In a painful memory of a past battle, the leader laments that he couldn't protect his sect's disciples and should have fallen instead. He looks out at the night sky, resolving that his new duty is to nurture the small flower bud that remains. The leader poses a question to Mu Hui. Does he know why their sect chose the plum flower as its symbol? Mu Hui admits he doesn't know, and the leader advises him to think on it, for there's much to learn. Concluding their conversation, the leader stands to leave, feeling he has taken enough of Mu Hui's time. The leader walks away alone beneath the moonlit sky, and blossoming trees. Mu Hui bows respectfully, acknowledging that while he has also lost a master, everyone experiences grief differently. Offering words of comfort, he encourages the leader to view Hyunjo's death as a new beginning and a life to be celebrated. The leader turns back with an appreciative smile, thanking Mu Hui for his wisdom before departing. A scarred man with wild hair appears, loudly greeting his junior and mocking Mu Hui's fragile appearance. He menacingly grabs Mu Hui but quickly shifts tone, praising his arrogance and rashness as perfect for building muscle. Leaning in with a wicked grin, he offers to let Mu Hui try a new training method he's developed. Later, Mu Hui grunts with exertion as he hangs from a tree, heavy logs tied to his legs. He strains, thinking this brutal training method from the Iron Mountain Fist King is surprisingly effective on his body. As he continues his workout, a disciple arrives and calls out to the senior disciple. A female disciple urgently tells him to stop training because it's time, leaving Mu Hua confused. She excitedly repeats herself, and Mu Hui, still hanging from the branch, asks what it's time for. The female disciple beams with an enthusiastic, wide-eyed expression. She joyfully announces that the sect leader has ordered Mu Hui to make a trip down the mountain. The scene shifts to a meeting of sect elders, where the topic turns to the third-generation disciples. The elders discuss how the Shanxi massacre delayed their recruitment of new disciples, and that they must now prepare. One elder proposes recruiting from outer sects to project an image of recovery, an idea the others agree with. The conversation turns to their current vassal sects, with an elder suggesting they send someone to check on the Shanxi outer sect. The leader listens as an elder warns of other powers trying to fill the vacuum in Shanxi, agreeing they can't delay any longer. As disciples rush from a building, a narrator explains that outer sects rely on the main sect's strength, and Shanxi is the most anxious. An elder suggests sending a disciple to reassure their allies, but they are unsure of who to send. Another elder laments their lack of time, but concedes that the matter can no longer be ignored. One of the men suggests sending a second-generation disciple to give them some real-world experience in the Jianghu. An older elder expresses his concern, worrying that the outside world is still too chaotic and dangerous for them. In response, another elder suggests they send only their most talented, prompting the question of whether he means the three flowers. The elder confidently proposes sending Mu Hui, certain that he would have no problem handling the mission. His suggestion is met with stunned silence from the other elders in the room. An older elder voices his concern over sending Mu Hui, noting how much he has changed in the past month. The leader listens to the concerns with a calm and knowing expression. The scene transitions to the bustling streets of Posung City. Mu Hui arrives in the city with 3 other disciples, observing the scene with a simple, "How nice." As Mu Hui internally notes the town's potential for good drinks, a female disciple excitedly calls for his attention. She gasps in awe at a delicious-looking roasted chicken, amazed by its appearance. The female disciple, named Mu Hua, exclaims how different the food is and smells other delicacies, but a male disciple reminds her to be mindful of their sex uniform. Mu Hua dismisses the warning, her attention immediately captured by the smell of lamb meat as he scolds her again. Pointing towards the food stalls, she is abruptly stopped by a hand grabbing her shoulder. Mu Hua stares ahead, her eyes wide with shock and confusion. She turns to question who stopped her, seeing her fellow disciple looking stern. Their group stands opposite another group of men, a silent tension filling the street. The male disciple quietly urges Mu Hua to apologize for the confrontation. A man from the other group condescendingly identifies them as Mount Hua disciples, mocking them for being new to the Jianghu. Mu Hua furiously retorts, questioning why she should apologize when he bumped into her first. The man shouts back, but Mu Hui calmly intervenes, stating the man wasn't watching his path and suspects they are criminals. The man internally scoffs, believing the Mount Hua Sect is weak enough for his group to challenge after the Shanxi massacre. Mu Hui coolly assesses the situation, deducing that the men must be backed by a more powerful organization. The man's companion smirks, thinking this confrontation will be a good lesson for the inexperienced disciples. His thoughts are cut short as the gleaming tip of a sword suddenly appears millimeters from his eye. Mu Hui stands with his sword drawn, his expression cold and unyielding. His disciples watch in shock as he reveals he knew the man intentionally bumped into Mu Hua. He declares that they've crossed a line and asks if they understand they've just picked a fight with the Mount Hua Sect. The man panics, stunned that Mu Hui identified them as part of the underworld and scrambles to think of a response. He begins to stammer an apology, but Mu Hui flatly refuses it, calling them scum. With a chilling glare, Mu Hui threatens to take the man's eye unless they leave immediately. The man's companion stares in terror, convinced Mu Hui is about to follow through on his threat. The thugs hastily retreat, fleeing down the crowded street. A male disciple apologizes to Mu Hui, who dismisses it, stating the thugs were in the wrong and noting the underworld is worse than he imagined. Trying to ease the tension, Mu Hui suggests they find an inn and get something to eat. Mu Hua excitedly agrees and asks if she can choose the food. The male disciple internally regrets telling Mu Hua to apologize without first assessing who was at fault. Mu Hua also reflects, realizing her focus on propriety made her fail to properly stand up to those who disrespected their sect. The disciples realized Mu Hui was aware of everything and handled the situation with an unexpected level of experience. They believe he was pretending to be experienced to give them confidence, while Mu Hui privately wonders if he should have just stabbed the man. The long-haired disciple resolves to become stronger, so that such an incident will never happen again. With a look of fierce determination, he vows that no one will ever look down on them again. Later at an inn, Mu Hui calmly places a large order for the group, which the waiter acknowledges. After a massive meal, evidenced by stacks of bowls, Mu Hua lets out a satisfied burp. Mu Hua teases Mu Hui for eating less than usual, but he retorts that she simply ate more. She then asks what their sect leader's orders too vague, but Mu Hui reminds her of the day's confrontation. Still confused, Mu Hua recounts their day, getting into a fight, booking rooms, and eating. Mu Hui corrects himself after a Freudian slip, saying he wants to teach the underworld thugs a lesson and asks for his disciples' input. The scene shifts to a quiet, moonlit night. Mu Hua agrees to investigate the matter, and Mu Hui turns to another disciple, asking for Mu Jin's opinion. Mu Jin cautiously suggests they gather information before taking action, which Mu Hui confirms before asking for Mu Chao's thoughts. Mu Chao also agrees with gathering information first, and Mu Hui accepts their unanimous decision. Standing cloaked on a rooftop, Mu Hui orders his disciples to gather all information on the underworld by the next evening. A ruffian with his arm around a terrified woman boasts that they are only taking a little, as the narrator defines underworlders as those with immoral beliefs. As the narrator distinguishes underworlders from demonic forces, the captured woman nervously thinks, wait, realizing the interest rate went up, the woman questions the thugs, who seem confused. A bald thug smirks, offering an alternative payment method, while the narrator explains underworlders seek only cheap thrills like money, pleasure, or domination. The narration concludes by stating that some who operate in the shadows for a fee are more commonly known as assassins. The bald thug asks Mu Hui for his opinion, as the narration defines underworlders as ruffians who enjoy dirty lives and will never amount to more. Mu Hui finds it incomprehensible that they would pick a fight with Mount Hua, wondering if they are arrogant or simply ignorant. Approaching the group, he demands to know who they are and asks where the guard he posted, Zhengbong, has gone. As Mu Hui assumes Zhengbong wandered off like a bum, the panel reveals the guard lying beaten on the ground nearby. With a piercing gaze, Mu Hui asks the thugs who they believe they are acting for, and if they have someone backing them. The thugs are baffled by his questions, and one defensively asks if he is trying to start a fight. The ruffian aggressively tells Mu Hui to leave if he doesn't want to get beaten, but Mu Hui remains silent and composed. Mu Hui dismisses their threats, deciding to investigate himself since he came for a different reason entirely. The long-haired thug scoffs at Mu Hui's mumbling and tells his group to continue what they started, ignoring the warning. In a flash, Mu Hui lunges forward, repeating the thug's earlier vulgar command to leave. With a swift kick, Mu Hui sends one of the ruffians flying with a pained yelp. The remaining thugs stare in shock, demanding to know what he's doing. The long-haired thug groans in pain on the ground, defeated. Mu Hui continues his assault, landing a powerful strike on another thug with blinding speed. The bald thug shrieks in terror, finally releasing his grip on the woman. Mu Hui coldly addresses the terrified bald thug as Pig, who stammers in fearful compliance. Standing over a fallen opponent, Mu Hui challenges the last thug to attack with killing intent, offering to spare his life if he does. Lifting his hood to reveal a chilling glare, Mu Hui adds one final condition: hand over the wallet. In the quiet woods, a stream of liquid splashes against the ground. An annoyed man with a topknot complains to a companion, asking if he does nothing but urinate all day. The companion calls back that he's coming, worried he'll sober up while waiting. The annoyed man walks toward a figure tied to a tree. His bruised companion arrives and explains he saw something fun he wanted to show him. He points out that someone ordered an incredible amount of food but seems to have vanished. A mysterious faceless figure appears under the full moon. Two men gaze at a table loaded with large jugs of what appears to be wine. One of the men notices a delicious smell in the air, identifying pork belly and spring rolls. A group of beggars agrees, thinking whoever brought so much food must be insane, admitting they can't hold back their hunger. Multiple hands reach out, eager to inspect the bundles Mu Hui has brought with him. A brilliant flash of sword energy slices through the air. Mu Hui stands with his sword drawn, having severed the hands of the beggars who reach for his food. He coldly warns the stunned crowd that he isn't there to share and will kill anyone who touches the food. A man with a long beard and hair steps forward from a crowd of beggars, remarking that the young master is impressive. He bows respectfully, introducing himself as Jingyi of the Beggar Sect and apologizing for his men's actions. Mu Hui sheathes his sword and introduces himself as being from the Mount Hua Sect. Jingyi expresses the Beggar Sect's shame over the Shamshi massacre, but Mu Hui understands their inaction was due to the extreme Heavenly Sect, surprising him. Jingyi then asks Mu Hui his purpose for visiting, and Mu Hui states he wants information on the underworlders controlling the city of Posong. Mu Hui invites him to talk over the food he brought before it gets cold. Jingyi laughs, calling Mu Hui an interesting master as the scene settles on their meeting place. While sharing a meal, Jingyi reveals the underworlders are the brutal blood faction, who filled the void left by a decimated Hua Sect branch, confirming they are unusually strong. Jingyi explains that all members of the brutal blood faction are knowledgeable in martial arts, which Mu Hui confirms, having already deduced they learned a third-rate style. Pausing his meal, Jingyi suggests they haven't discussed the most important detail, prompting Mu Hui to ask what he means. Mu Hui clarifies that he is referring to the mastermind behind the brutal blood faction. Jingyi looks startled, asking Mu Hui why he suspects a mastermind is involved. Mu Hui explains that Posong is too large and the previous sect too significant for a simple underworld group to have monopolized it alone. Mu Hui continues his analysis, stating that Posong is too large for a single underworld group to control completely. Jingyi compliments Mu Hui's sharp discernment, agreeing that dozens of organizations should be competing for control. He expresses his surprise, finding it hard to believe Mu Hui is a mere prospect new to the Jianghu. Jingyi hesitates to reveal more, but Mu Hui calmly encourages him to speak freely. After clearing his throat, Jingyi cautiously reveals that a martial artist is in contact with the brutal blood faction. He names the backer as someone from the Gyu Sword Sect, shocking Mu Hui. A map highlights the Gyu Sword Sect as one of Shanshi's 3 most powerful sects. The narrator explains the Gyu Sword Sect is even larger than Mount Hua and has a strong, nonchalant disposition. Mu Hui internally questions this information, doubting the Gyu Sword Sect has the time or ability to focus on Posong. Shaking, Jingyi agrees it's unlikely the Gyu Sword Sect is the mastermind, as they would have caused a much larger, more blatant disturbance. Convinced they wouldn't have intervened, Jingyi admits there is no hard evidence, and Mu Hui compliments his thorough knowledge. Mu Hui asks about the specific martial artist, and Jingyi realizes he forgot to mention that crucial detail. Jingyi reveals the person's name, causing Mu Hui to ask in shock, "Red Wolf Sword?" Mu Hui repeats the name in disbelief, and Jingyi confirms it, noting from his reaction that he has heard the name. Jingyi warns Mu Hui to be careful, as he touches his chin and contemplates the name Red Wolf Sword. The meeting concludes as Mu Hui and the Beggar Sect members sit together in the quiet night. Chirp, chirp. The scene transitions to a grand building at sunrise. Back in his room, Mu Hui crosses his arms, frustrated that he ultimately failed to get intel on the Red Wolf Sword. As Mu Hui decides to share his findings, one of his disciples asks if he's sure about his plan. Mu Hui slyly dismisses their concern, claiming the cup only holds tea and joking they might mistake it for alcohol. In a flashback, Jingyi laughs and refills Mu Hui's cup, thinking he can loosen his tongue with alcohol to learn about the Red Wolf Sword. Mu Hui recalls his simple plan to drink a little for information, but he hadn't considered one critical factor. He remembers being overwhelmed by the incredible flavor of the wine, realizing it was far too good. Jingge had smiled, pleased Mu Hui enjoyed the drink, which Mu Hui readily confirmed. Jingge then remarked that it had been a long time since he'd had it, finding it strange given it was Mu Hui's first outing. Returning to the present, Mu Hui recalls he just kept drinking, complaining that the beggars passed out too quickly for him to enjoy the unexpectedly good wine. He admits he didn't get the information he wanted, but reassures himself that it's fine, as he has his own assumptions. Thump! Mu Hui opens his door, wondering how his opponents will act, confident in his own plan. With time to spare, he decides to enjoy the leftover wine, surrounded by several large jugs. His disciples enter the room, with the long-haired one immediately noticing the distinct smell of alcohol. Mai, sitting casually on his bed, orders them to report what they've learned, surprising them. Mu Hua steps forward, accusingly asking if he was just drinking while they were out gathering information. Mahin Ai denies it, and when pressed, he sternly cuts them off and demands they begin their report. The long-haired disciple reports that underworlders have taken over Posung, filling the power vacuum left by Mount Hua's outer sect. Mu Hua adds that they are vicious criminals who steal from and kill civilians without hesitation. The group looks grim as the long-haired disciple confirms the thugs know martial arts, making them a serious threat. Mu Hui praises their good work and tells them he will now share what he learned. He confirms their intel is accurate, but warns them there's a detail they should be skeptical about. Mu Hui poses the central question that has been bothering him. How did the thugs learn martial arts? He scoffs at the idea they learn from books, suggesting such degenerates would just use them as fuel for a fire. He concludes that it's unlikely they learned alone, and that someone must have been helping them. The disciples gasp as Mu Hui reveals he discovered who the backer is, though he couldn't uncover their motive. The long-haired disciple nervously asks for the backer's identity. Mu Hui reveals the backer is from the Nine Hells Sword Sect, leaving his disciples utterly shocked. The long-haired disciple panics, realizing they are not just facing lowly criminals anymore. Mu Hui calmly suggests they ambush and wipe out the entire group, asking what his disciples think of the plan. Stunned, the long-haired disciple asks if he is serious, given their enemy's ties to the Nine Hells Sword Sect. Mu Chiel cautiously advises against it, suggesting they report to the elders first, which the long-haired disciple supports. However, Mu Hua steps forward and states that she agrees with their senior disciple, Mu He. With fierce determination, Mu Hua declares that what is happening is an injustice, and they need to stand up to them. Mu Chiel insists they consider their situation, as Mount Hua is still recovering, and a clash with the Nine Hells Sword Sect would be disastrous. While Mu Hui listens silently, Mu Chiel declares that the plan is too dangerous. He clarifies that if the Nine Hells Sword Sect is truly backing the Underworlders, they might be starting a war. Mu Hui reassures them that won't happen, which confuses the long-haired disciple. When asked how he can be so certain, Mu Hui explains that this isn't how the Nine Hells Sword Sect operates. He elaborates that the tyrannical sect would simply start a direct fight rather than scheming behind the scenes. Furthermore, given Mount Hua's weakened state, their enemies could have invaded and wiped them out anytime they wished. Mu Hui concludes that the thugs are likely not connected to the Nine Hells Sword Sect, and even if they were, a war wouldn't start. As Mu Hui tells them to go, Mu Chiel frantically stops him. Mu Chiel demands to know if his information is trustworthy, and Mu Hui confidently confirms it is. Mu Hui reveals he got the information from the beggar sect, shocking his disciple. Mu Chiel stares in utter confusion, questioning the validity of the beggar sect. The beggar sect uses its vast numbers to gather and trade intelligence for survival. It continues, stating they are also martial artists who follow their own code of ethics. Mu Hui takes a confident step forward. As they walk away, he asserts that any information from that organization is definitely trustworthy. Looking back, Mu Hui clarifies that while he wants to kill them, he'll attempt a peaceful approach first. Mu Chiel tries to calm himself as Mu Hui announces their arrival and tells everyone to get ready. Determined not to be a burden, Mu Chiel follows as they approach a ruined compound. The disciples suddenly stop, staring in shock at what they see. Confused, they hear shouts from within the compound that someone is breaking down the gates. Emerging from a cloud of dust, Mu Hui calmly issues a demand for the Red Wolf sword and their leader. Gripping his sword, he tells the thugs their leaders must come and kneel in apology. Mu Hui draws his sword and offers a grim promise. If they comply, he will at least spare their lives. The 4 disciples stand before the shattered remnants of the compound's gate. Inside the courtyard, a group of armed thugs turns to face the intruders. One of the thugs points in alarm, having noticed a symbol on their clothing. Manhwa sarcastically remarks that this isn't peaceful, but Manhwa lectures them that breaking down the gate is the proper way to ambush a sect. A voice from deeper within the compound demands to know what the ruckus is about. The intruders appear to be from the Mount Hua Sect. From the Mount Hua Sect, you say. The disciples stand stoically as the enemy leader approaches them. The leader scoffs at the bunch of kids, questioning if they came to die. He tells them to get lost, but Manhwa flatly refuses, stating they are the ones who are going to die. Pointing at the leader, Manhwa warns him to watch his mouth, saying he doesn't like his tone. The leader asks if they're out of their minds, concluding that they must not value their lives. He rallies his men, ordering them to teach the newbies a lesson but not to kill them. 2 of his men draw their swords and advance on the disciples. The 4 from Mount Hua stand their ground, ready for the confrontation. In a shocking reveal, the thugs are seen brutally beating a man who is protecting someone on the ground. A closer look shows the man shielding another person, both covered in blood and bruises. The long-haired disciple cries out in horror, recognizing one of the victims. Manhwa rushes toward the 2 beaten individuals lying on the ground. The 2 victims are shown in a bloodied heap, one having shielded the other from the brutal assault. The man on top looks up in agony, his face swollen and bleeding. The person beneath him lies still, their face bruised and bloodied. The disciples shout Manhwa's name as she runs toward the attackers. 2 thugs move to intercept her, raising their blades to strike. Manhwa unleashes a powerful technique, the bamboo leaf hand, blasting her opponents away. Choke! One of the thugs chokes in pain as the force of her attack hits him squarely. The 2 assailants are sent tumbling through the air by Manhwa's powerful strike. As Manhwa kneels to help the victims, the long-haired disciple scolds her for running off on her own. Manhwa urgently states the victims are in bad shape and need a physician immediately. A thug Manhwa knocked down struggles to his feet, defiantly asking who gave them permission to take anyone. The enemy leader watches from afar, thinking Manhwa held back her power and scoffing at her softness. The leader grows frustrated, berating his men and Manhwa for hesitating to kill. He calls Manhwa a bastard for just standing there looking tired, finding the whole situation more annoying than he imagined. A masked thug charges the disciples, declaring he's coming, as his leader gives the order to kill them all. Manhwa watches, seemingly puzzled. Manhwa internally clarifies he's not confused at all. This chaotic situation is exactly what he wanted. As a masked thug attacks the long-haired disciple, Manhwa narrates that this is his disciple's first real experience in the Jianghu, and they know nothing. The long-haired disciple is caught off guard by the unorthodox attack. The thug throws dirt in his opponent's face, a tactic Manhwa notes his disciples aren't prepared for after only facing honorable training partners. As the disciple stumbles, Manhwa reflects that this isn't like the Black Knight Palace incident. There's no one here to protect them. Another masked assailant moves in for the kill. As Manhwa concludes, they must learn that survival isn't determined by martial skill alone. Manhwa calmly watches the life-or-death struggle, confident his disciples will learn a valuable lesson that training could never teach. The thug grabs the fallen disciple by the hair, preparing to deliver a final blow, while Manhwa continues to observe from a distance. Suddenly, a large hand grabs the thug's head from behind, and Manhwa notes that Mucheol is handling the situation differently. Mucheol, the bald disciple, screams as he charges recklessly toward an enemy. His charge is cut short as a thug swiftly kicks him to the ground. The long-haired disciple draws his blade with lightning speed to intervene. He incapacitates Mucheol's attacker with a precise strike from his sword hilt. Looking down at the unconscious thug, the long-haired disciple lets out a confused, Mucheol stares up from the ground, his expression one of pure shock. The enemy leader turns around, stunned to find Manhwa suddenly standing right in front of him. Mistaking speed for weakness, the leader laughs and declares Manhwa the easiest target, ordering his men to help him take him down. Bam! Before he can finish, the leader is slammed face first into the ground, defeated in a single blow by Manhwa. The surrounding thugs cry out in disbelief, announcing that their leader has been taken down. The remaining men panic, wondering what they can possibly do against such a powerful opponent. A calm voice from a nearby balcony offers the leader's position to anyone who can kill the Mount Hua disciples, revealing himself as the Red Wolf Sword. The disciples look up in unison, realizing the true mastermind of the operation has finally appeared. Mu Hui looks toward the balcony, thinking to himself that he was wondering when the real boss would finally crawl out. The Red Wolf Sword, an older man with graying hair, smirks from the railing and asks if Mu Hui knows who he is. He smiles condescendingly, only for Mu Hui to flatly reply, no. Mu Hui elaborates that he only learned of him yesterday and adds with a sharp look, sorry, but he finishes with a smug grin, I don't care to learn the names of weaklings. The Red Wolf Sword's expression sours as he rebukes Mu Hui for speaking like a demonic martial artist, instead of following the orthodox ways of Mount Hua. Crack! Deciding he's heard enough, he crushes his ceramic cup and agrees to fight. Leaping from the balcony, he warns Mu Hui that he'll have to give it his all. He repeats the warning as he descends, ready for a serious battle. Mu Hui stands unimpressed, questioning if his opponent is worthy of his all. In a blur of motion, Mu Hui appears behind the Red Wolf Sword, tauntingly asking if he's strong enough to handle it. Tak! The Red Wolf Sword reels in shock, unable to comprehend how Mu Hui moved so fast. Mu Hui strikes him with an open palm, sending him flying across the courtyard. A young subordinate watches in disbelief as his master is tossed through the air. The Red Wolf Sword lands on his feet, utterly stunned by Mu Hui's incomprehensible speed. He realizes with horror that he couldn't even perceive Mu Hui's feet moving. As he readies his stance, he wonders why his opponent, despite his overwhelming speed, hasn't drawn his sword. He refuses to accept that such a young man could be stronger, convincing himself there must be a trick. Mu Hui's internal monologue reveals his true intention. There's no special reason he's sparing the old man. Gripping his sword, he thinks to himself that this is simply a chance to test his own swordsmanship. He recalls the months since he woke up in this body, a time spent in constant training and research, combining Mount Hua's arts with his own. He concludes that this is the perfect opportunity to prove his progress, as the thugs were too weak and the elders too busy to be proper test subjects. Mu Hui internally remarks that his opponent's potential is what makes him a precious test subject. He concludes that while the Red Wolf Sword won't meet his high expectations, he will suffice. With a powerful leap, the Red Wolf Sword launches himself into the air toward Mu Hui. He swings his blades down in a ferocious overhead strike. The attack closes in on a seemingly unfazed Mu Hui. Mu Hui prepares to counter the descending swords with nothing but his bare hand. He unleashes the bamboo leaf hand, striking the Red Wolf Sword squarely in the chest. The sheer force of the palm strike sends the Red Wolf Sword flying backward. Mid-air, the Red Wolf Sword looks up in utter shock at the unexpected counter. Landing hard, he wonders aloud if Mu Hui read his steps. Baffled by the speed of the attack, he realizes with horror that he couldn't follow Mu Hui's movements simply because of the vast difference in their skill levels. Gripping his sword, he struggles to accept the unbelievable gap in their power. Taking a new stance, he formally acknowledges Mu Hui's strength and apologizes for underestimating him. He bites down on his scabbard, announcing his intention to finally go all out. With a determined grunt, he channels his energy for a final, powerful technique. A massive, roaring wolf formed from golden energy erupts from his stance and charges toward Mu Hui. Watching the terrifying attack, the disciples cry out a warning to their senior disciple. Mu Hui calmly draws his sword and unleashes the Falling Plum Blossom sword technique to meet the assault. A shower of blade strikes resembling delicate petals easily cuts through and dissipates the golden wolf. Mu Hui internally critiques the Red Bud sword technique, noting it's fierce but riddled with openings. The Red Wolf Sword is stunned, questioning how Mu Hui could possibly know the name of his technique. As he stammers in disbelief, Mu Hui dashes past him in an imperceptible blur. The Red Wolf Sword spins around, desperately trying to parry the phantom strikes. He whirls around in confusion, questioning where his opponent has vanished. Believing he blocked the attack, he's shocked to see blood suddenly spray from his shoulder. He struggles to comprehend what happened, wondering if he was struck by an illusionary or a rapid sword. A fine, clean cut appears across his shoulder and cheekbone. Blood streams down his face as the reality of his severe injury sets in. He questions why Mu Hui is holding back, realizing he never used his sword until this moment. Shaking off his confusion, he focuses on the one question that truly matters. He finds it impossible to understand how someone so young could be so overwhelmingly powerful. Clenching his jaw in frustration, he curses the existence of such a talented prodigy. Enraged by a lifetime of effort being overshadowed, he screams at Mu Hui not to look down on him. Announcing he is a martial artist of the Nine Hells Sword Sect, he summons an even greater spiritual beast. Monstrous three-headed golden wolf aura materializes, radiating immense power. The spectral beasts lunge forward as Mu Hui stands his ground, unimpressed. Mu Hui calmly prepares his sword to meet the final, desperate assault. In a flash, Mu Hui's blade cuts through both the aura and the Red Wolf sword himself. Kyuk, the Red Wolf sword, cries out as deep wounds instantly appear all over his body. He grimaces in agony, his body torn apart by the impossibly fast counterattack. Staggering backward, he is utterly defeated by Mu Hui's superior skill. In a final act of defiance, he screams in anguish, asking why his lifelong efforts are never enough. Mu Hui moves past his opponent as blood splatters through the air. Pwah! A brief flashback shows the Red Wolf sword's younger self being brutally defeated in the past. Back in the present, the old warrior gasps for breath, his life fading fast. Blurg! He collapses onto the courtyard floor, coughing up a pool of black blood. In another memory, his dazed younger self questions what just happened after a similar defeat. The memory echoes his present despair, screaming why his efforts are never acknowledged. As Mu Hui walks away without a backward glance, the Red Wolf sword's head is severed in a clean strike. Mu Hui looks over his shoulder, his face splattered in blood, his eyes cold and empty after the kill. The Red Wolf sword's hand falls limp beside his dropped blade, signaling his final moments. In his dying thoughts, he reflects on his opponent's youth, noting he's only trained for a few years. As Mu Hui stands over him, the Red Wolf sword mistakenly identifies him as a young prospect from the Nine Hells Sword Sect. The dying warrior laughs that it must be nice, leaving Mu Hui visibly confused by his final words. The Red Wolf sword continues his last monologue, assuming Mu Hui is a lauded prodigy who must feel honorable for defeating him. With a final bitter laugh, he warns Mu Hui that he'll end up dying just like him. He threatens that the Nine Hells Sword Sect will avenge him, but Mu Hui coldly dismisses his words as the ramblings of a dying man. Kook! Mu Hui kicks the corpse with disdain, silencing the warrior for good. Mu Hui reflects on his opponent's talk of effort and prospects, recognizing it stemmed from a deep-seated inferiority complex. Noticing a brand on his chest, Mu Hui realizes the man was a member of the Otherworld unit. He internally recalls the structure of the Nine Hells Sword Sect, comprised of the Otherworld, Hell, and Despair units. Mu Hui analyzes that the Otherworld unit is a powerless faction, while the real strength lies with the Hell and Despair units. He explains that he found it strange for the Sects to be in this region, but has figured out the reason. Their true mission was merely to provide rear support for the main forces in the war. However, the Otherworld unit, desperate for recognition, began taking on unsanctioned missions. The dying warrior gasps, asking how he knew, as Mu Hui taunts that his unit will not come for him. Mu Hui explains that their rogue actions make them a perfect target for the other, more powerful units to eliminate. As the Red Wolf sword chokes on his own blood, Mu Hui's internal monologue continues. Mu Hui scoffs at the very idea, questioning why he would ever be scared of the Otherworld unit. He stands over the fallen warrior, the battle and interrogation now concluded. A subordinate watches from afar, left speechless by the overwhelming outcome. The subordinate's hand trembles as he processes the scene before him. Tak! He immediately prostrates himself, slamming his head to the ground in a desperate show of submission. Mu Hui wastes no time, grabbing the subordinate by the hair and lifting him from the ground. He coldly orders the man to clean up the mess immediately. Terrified, the subordinate stammers his immediate compliance. Inside an office, Mu Hui begins examining stacks of ledgers left behind by the thugs. Flanked by two disciples, he comments that at least the Red Wolf sword kept good records of his illicit income. After a subordinate confirms the records are complete, Mu Hui addresses the assembled thugs. He declares that, from now on, all the money they extorted will be returned to its rightful owners. When he asks for complaints, One of the men timidly suggests that doing it all today will be difficult. Mui's cold, silent glare is all the answer he needs. The man quickly retracts his statement, as Muhai tells the group they are mistaken about his intentions. He explains he isn't sparing them out of mercy, but so their victims have someone to blame. Mu Hui declares that their sins are heavier than death and cannot be so easily atoned for. Demanding they understand, he sentences them to a life of atonement, to which they all meekly agree. Mu Hui orders the faction leader to stay, while his 2 disciples supervise the others returning the money. The female disciple asks what he plans to do, and he replies that he has other business. She worries he might be going drinking again, but he dismisses her concern. Trusting him, she tells her fellow disciple they're leaving now to carry out their orders. Mu Hui thinks to himself that Mu Hua is sharper than he expected, as the faction leader nervously waits. The faction leader asks why he was kept behind, while Mu Hui internally confirms his true motive isn't alcohol. Mu Hui tells the man he can't hide the scent and orders him to lead the way. He reveals his true goal, licking his lips as he demands to be taken to the tuber fleece flower. Mu Hui recalls his past life, when he had to hunt for rare elixirs himself because he lacked money or support. Without funds, he had no choice but to search for the precious ingredients on his own. He remembers discovering the tuber fleece flower by chance after 7 long years of searching. Recalling its unforgettable, earthy scent, Mu Hui follows the faction leader into a cellar. As the scent grows stronger, the leader confirms it is a 200-year-old fleece flower they had been storing. The man explains it was meant for his former master, but now belongs to Mu Hui, who dismisses him at the vault door. Mu Hui finds himself in a secure cellar, noting that its thick walls are perfect for energy circulation. He opens a wooden box, recalling he ate a 300-year-old fleece flower in his last life, expecting less from this one. With a confident smirk, he reminds himself that even a lesser one is still incredibly precious. He resolves to enjoy the 200-year-old elixir, his expression firm with anticipation. Opening the box reveals a massive, glowing root, and he wonders why a 200-year-old fleece flower is so enormous. Stunned, he realizes it's far larger than the one from his past, and must be at least 400 years old. He marvels at how easily he obtained this treasure compared to the difficult search in his previous life. After a brief moment of guilt, he decides to share the next item he finds and consumes the fleece flower. Elsewhere, a faction leader is startled by a sudden powerful boom. Sitting in his office, he looks around in confusion, wondering about the source of the noise. He walks over to a window, looking out into the courtyard as he tries to identify the disturbance. Standing amidst a cloud of blue energy, Mu Hui exhales, feeling refreshed and invigorated. The faction leader, now masked, runs up to Mu Hui, asking about the loud noise he heard. Mu Hui casually dismisses the commotion as nothing important, leaving the man bewildered. The faction leader questions if Mu Hui has time to be walking around, confirming he was just checking the ledgers. Ordering him to do his job properly, Mu Hui walks away as the faction leader bows respectfully. Tisk, the faction leader, mutters under his breath about the young bastard's rude manner of speaking. He turns his attention back to the scene, his expression thoughtful and suspicious. He observes the building Mu Hui exited. Thinking it looks strange for something not important, he discovers the entire structure has been reduced to rubble, and wonders what the fleece flower did to cause such destruction. Huff, huff. The faction leader now toils with the other thugs, breaking up old roof tiles with a massive hammer. He flinches, startled as someone's shadow falls over him. Mu Hui looks down at him, remarking that the sun is rising and questioning if he has time to rest. Mu Hua yells at the workers to hurry and finish before sunrise as they frantically continue their labor. In a different scene, an informant stares at a box of silver, asking if it's really all for him. Mu Hua explains the money was unfairly extorted from him and apologizes for their past actions. From a doorway, the informant silently watches Mu Hua with a complex expression. He reflects in shock that Mu Hui dealt with the Red Wolf sword just 2 days after he provided the information. Mu Hua acknowledges that she knew Mu Hui was extraordinary, but his true power is beyond anything she imagined. The informant concludes with awe that Mount Hua was secretly hiding a dragon. Mu Hui suddenly appears behind him, startling the informant as he says, "Here you are." Sitting at a table, Mu Hui explains he felt like a drink but didn't want to be alone. The informant is puzzled, questioning why Mu Hui would be drinking so early in the morning. With a platter of roasted chicken between them, Mu Hui asks what the informant is curious about. As the informant eats, Mu Hui explains the Red Wolf sword is dead, and now he must deal with the faction's underworlders. He proposes a plan to rehabilitate the underworlders by finding them legitimate work to help rebuild Posung. Mu Hui adds that he will sever their dantians to ensure they pose no threat with their martial arts knowledge. The informant is amazed by Mu Hui's confidence, noting that breaking a dantian is no easy task. He agrees to help, saying he knows merchants who can provide work and that he'll personally supervise the men. The informant dismisses Mu Hui's thanks, insisting that he should be the one grateful for the chance to help. Mu Hui pours a drink, stating he'll be in Posung for about 3 days to visit 2 other sect divisions. The informant mentions other nearby strongholds, asking if Mu Hui intends to handle them as well. The scene transitions to a quiet night with a full moon hanging in the sky. The camera pans over a bustling town street, its lanterns illuminating the night. Mu Hui places a large bottle of liquor on the table, congratulating his disciples on a job well done. Mu Hua and the others look on, confused as he explains the liquor is to celebrate their first successful mission. The disciples politely decline, explaining their sect only drinks on specific occasions, not randomly. Mu Hui silences them with a sobering fact. New prospects in the Jianghu are most likely to die on their first assignment. He explains that, while the underworlders were weak, they had a clear intent to kill, which the disciples lacked. He delivers a final, chilling lesson. In the real world, the gap in martial arts skill doesn't solely determine life and death. Mu Hui notes that newcomers to the Jianghu often meet a terrible end, but his disciples came out unscathed. With a slight smile, he declares that their survival is a cause for celebration that obviously requires drinking. A disciple points out that it was also Mu Hui's first incident, to which he sheepishly agrees. With renewed purpose, they all raise their cups, cheering to the successful completion of their first mission. Mu Hua is surprised by the deliciousness of the bamboo leaf liquor, and her fellow disciple agrees it isn't bitter. As Mu Hua gushes over the alcohol, the male disciple, Mu Chiol, sternly tells her to stop. A flashback shows Mu Hui's powerful sword technique during the earlier battle. Mu Chiol reflects internally, certain that the sword technique was not the Mount Hua swordsmanship he knows. He remains fixated on the memory, consumed by the need to understand what he witnessed. Mu Chiol formally addresses Mu Hui, stating he has a question about his battle with the Red Wolf sword. He explains that, while the initial moves were Mount Hua's, the deflecting strike was an unfamiliar and powerful form. Describing the technique as concentrated and lacking smooth curves, he asks to learn more about that specific swordsmanship. Oh ho! Mu Hui is inwardly surprised, realizing Mu Chiol must have been observing him very closely during the fight. He recalls the technique, which incorporated the principle of weight and how he used it against his opponent. Mu Hui is impressed that Mu Chiol noticed the subtle addition of weight to a basic technique, even misidentifying it as a different style. He tells Mu Chiol he will teach him, but not now, as they have something else to do first. The disciples look on in confusion as Mu Hui asks if they have finished their drinks yet. A cryptic smile crosses his face, signaling the beginning of a new lesson. Later that night, a lone traveler sits pensively on a cart in a dark, wooded area. A voice from the darkness orders him to stop, leaving the traveler startled and confused. A bandit emerges from the trees, feigning innocence before getting to the point. The bandit's friendly facade drops as he menacingly demands all the traveler's possessions under threat of death. Hidden in the bushes, Mu Hui and his disciples silently watch the robbery unfold as the traveler pleads for his life. Mu Hui identifies the men as common bandits, explaining their tactic of ambushing travelers from the woods. TCH. He clarifies that bandits are more systematic than underworlders, as they often have martial arts training. He contrasts them with the Red Wolf Sword's men, who were purposefully trained and not typical thugs. Mu Hui concludes that these structured bandits signify a nearby stronghold, adding that there are about 5 around Posung. A worried Mu Hua asks why he is telling them all this. He reveals their next mission. Over the next 3 days, they are going to eradicate all of the strongholds. Mu Hui lays out the harsh terms of their training. One disciple will attack a stronghold alone while the others watch. His 3 disciples are completely shocked by the sudden, dangerous assignment. Mu Hua anxiously questions his decision, asking if they did something wrong to deserve this. He bluntly asks why she's questioning him, reminding her they almost died fighting the much weaker underworlders. The disciples are left speechless, struck by the hard truth of his words. Mu Cheo concedes that Mu Hui is right, agreeing it's a good idea, since they would have died without him. He then asks Mu Hui a more personal question. How did he mentally prepare himself to harm others? Internally, Mu Hui admits he can't reveal this isn't his first fight, so he just quietly agrees. He explains simply that he slays his enemies to prevent his own fears from becoming a reality. Turning away, he tells them that's just his method, and each of them must find their own way to fight. Mu Fu then offers Mu Cheo a deal. He will teach him the sword technique if he handles the stronghold well. He declares that for the first night, he will provide a demonstration. Mu Hui confronts the bandits, who have already subdued the traveler. He grabs the bandit leader by the hair, lifting him effortlessly as the man groans. The dazed and beaten bandit weakly points the way to the main stronghold. Mu Hui arrives at the bandit hideout and faces the assembled group alone. The apparent leader of the stronghold looks up, his expression a mix of arrogance and surprise. Moments later, the same leader lies on the ground, knocked unconscious. The battle is already over, as Mu Hui stands calmly among the defeated bandits. The narration marks the beginning of the disciples' 3 days of special training. During the day, the disciples are tasked with keeping watch over the brutal blood faction. As night falls, the disciples take on the bandit strongholds while Mu Hui observes their progress. In the heat of battle, a disciple narrowly avoids a bandit's lethal downward slash. Mu Hui internally notes with satisfaction that his disciples learned quickly, shedding their hesitation. Surrounded by defeated foes, Mu Hui stands behind a kneeling disciple, acknowledging they all fought well. Huff. A disciple named Mu Jian pants heavily, leaning on his sword, needing more time than the others. Mu Hui analyzes Mu Jian's performance, realizing his skill is superior, but he hesitates to kill. He concludes that Mu Jian is more afraid of harming others than he is of his own death. Huff. Mu Jian remains hunched over, completely drained from the ordeal. Mu Hui reflects on their efficiency, having cleared all the strongholds in 2 days instead of 3. He praises his disciples and tells them to rest before their planned departure for Wainan tomorrow. Mu Hua asks about today's plans, and upon hearing Mu Hui will teach Mu Cheo, she asks if they'll learn too. Mu Hui confirms he will teach everyone, much to Mu Hua's dismay, as she complains about wanting to rest. With a swift motion, Mu Hui unsheathes his sword. Beginning the new lesson, he unleashes a powerful, sweeping strike that tears through the air with immense force. The aftermath of his attack is a deep, jagged fissure carved into the solid ground. His 3 disciples stare in absolute, dumbfounded shock at the display of power. Mu Hui reveals the technique was just Mount Hua's 6-fold combo, enhanced by adding weight. Mu Cheo is confused by the concept, questioning what weight means in this context. Mu Hui explains the core principle of Mount Hua's swordplay is its adaptability and seamless offense-defense blend. He then poses a question: what if one were to mix elements of illusion into the 6-fold combo? As Mu Cheo realizes the implication, Mu Hui confirms they all know of someone who did just that. An image of the legendary Mount Hua sword saint appears as Mu Hui explains Master Hyunjo wasn't the first. He states that Master Hyunjo's profound understanding of martial arts led him to a specific conclusion. Mu Hui clarifies that different applications are still the 6-fold combo, just different branches of it. He reveals Master Hyunjo was secretly developing a new technique utilizing the sword's weight. He adds that currently, Mount Hua has no formal technique that deeply studies the weight of a sword. Mu Hui warns that learning an incomplete technique when their basics are sound could be foolish. Explaining that Master Hyunjo feared the chaos of an incomplete art, he asks if they still wish to proceed. Mu Hui presents his sword to Mu Cheo, making a silent but clear offer. Mu Cheo stares with unwavering determination at the offered sword. He bows his head slightly and firmly asks Mu Hui to teach him the technique. Mu Cheo repeats his earnest plea, his resolve unshaken. The narration announces the start of Mu Cheo's training as he and Mu Hui face each other. Under the bright sun, the one-on-one training session continues. Watching from the side, a bored Mu Hua wonders how much longer they have to observe. She turns to address martial brother Mu Jin. Looking startled, Mu Jin listens as Mu Hua whispers a suggestion. "Let's run." Mu Hui cuts in with a firm no, telling Mu Chiol he's only been using the principle of illusion. He instructs Mu Chiol to forget illusion and instead grasp the principle of weight. Sweating with effort, Mu Chiol acknowledges his senior disciple's command. Mu Hua suggests they go surveil the underworlders and get some rest, an idea Mu Jin readily accepts. The scene shifts to a wide view of the bustling town, where the former thugs are now working. Mustached foreman, once a faction leader, berates a worker for his slow pace. The worker trudges on, complaining that his back and stomach have been aching since yesterday. From a distance, Mu Hua observes the scene and concludes that there are no issues. She reflects that Mu Hui was right about the underworlders, admitting she had misjudged them as trash. She muses they might be behaving because they're being watched, but dismisses the concern, since they're powerless. Mu Hua assumes Mu Jin is also keeping watch somewhere nearby. Hee. Deciding she's done her part, she smiles happily and prepares to head back and rest. Thinking she's earned it after the past few hard days, Mu Hua turns to leave. Mu Hua flinches, startled by an unexpected presence. Drawing her blades, she defensively confronts a woman and a child, demanding to know who they are. Her aggression fades into confusion as she recognizes the pair. The woman, sporting a black eye, identifies Mu Hua from the brutal blood faction incident and apologizes for startling her. A small child clings to the woman's hand, looking up with wide, tear-filled eyes. A young man appears, introducing the child as his younger sister Young Kyung, and apologizes for her being scared, explaining he's on edge from overworking. He then sincerely thanks Mu Hua for saving his sister, leaving her completely stunned. Overwhelmed with emotion, Mu Hua realizes with teary eyes that this feeling of gratitude is the purpose of being a chivalrous fighter. Sniff. The man explains that thanks to her, his sister's wound healed quickly, and they were able to conduct their father's funeral. The mention of their father catches Mu Hua off guard as she wipes away a tear. She recalls the brutal aftermath of the faction's attack, understanding the family's loss. He bows deeply, apologizing for not being more helpful and wishing his father peace. The older sister insists he not apologize, saying they are the ones who are thankful he saved Young Kyung from being left alone. A blushing Young Kyung stammers, trying to voice her own thoughts. She bravely declares that she wants to become an impressive, chivalrous fighter when she grows up. Overcome by the child's dream, Mu Hua breaks down in tears. Confused by her sudden crying, the older sister watches as Mu Hua tearfully confirms the child's name is Young Kyung. Really? Young Kyung asks with hopeful eyes, to which Mu Hua replies that she can. Mu Hua continues to sob, promising Young Kyung she'll become even greater than she is. The brother worriedly asks if she's hurt, but she denies it, still overwhelmed by the emotional exchange. The scene transitions to the bustling streets of the town. Night descends, casting a quiet calm over the village rooftops. The scene shifts to focus on Mu Hui standing near a window. Later, Mu Hui sits alone in the quiet darkness, lost in thought. His expression is somber as he reflects in the solitude of the night. A new day dawns, with the morning sun beaming through a canopy of lush green trees. Mu Hua appears utterly exhausted and bewildered by the start of their journey. Running to keep up, she complains to Mu Hui that his relentless pace will kill them before they even reach Weinin. Mu Chiol turns to the others and asks if they've grown lax after only a single day of rest. He suggests he should inspect their training, prompting Mu Hua to internally grumble about the pointless day off. Gosh, she covers her mouth in exasperation as Mu Hui walks past her. Mu Jin wonders about the underworlders' rehabilitation, but noticing Mu Hui's dark expression, decides to change the subject. Mu Hui announces their weak mentalities are the real problem and declares he'll increase their training, making Mu Jin realize his attempt to distract failed miserably. Thinking her life is over, a despondent Mu Hua says she already misses Young Kyung. Mu Hui overhears and recalls that Young Kyung is the younger sister of someone he saved during the attack. He explains that he met her while observing the underworlders, and she declared her dream to become a fighter like him. Darn. He admits to himself that it's the first time he's ever worried about a child's future. Mu Chiol curtly tells him to shut up, startling Mu Hui with his directness. He announces they have finally reached Weinin, bringing a wave of relief to Mu Hua and Mu Jin. The group stands on a hill, overlooking the vast settlement of Weinin. As Mu Hui notes, they've thankfully arrived before sunset. He informs them of a Mount Hua Outer Sect, called the Fresh Flower Sect in the city, and decides they will have dinner there. Mu Hui then pointedly asks Mu Hua if she still thinks he was going too quickly. The scene transitions to a view of the Fresh Flower Sect's main building against a sunset sky, Hyok. Elsewhere, a young boy with dark hair brutally punches a silver-haired boy in the face. Two other youths hold the victim down as the attacker orders them to keep him still. Hyok. The silver-haired boy groans in pain as he's punched squarely in the stomach. Hyok, the attacker winds up for another blow, shouting for one more. A strong hand suddenly intercepts the punch just before it lands. The young attacker looks up from the bushes, surprised by the interruption. He sees Mu Hui calmly holding his fist, having stopped the assault. The silver-haired boy looks up at Mu Hui, recognizing the clothes he's wearing. He realizes with awe that they are disciples from the original Mount Hua Sect. Mu Hui holds the attacker's fist, coldly stating that his punch is enough to kill an untrained child. His eyes glowing with intensity, Mu Hui demands to know if the boy is aware of his punch's deadly force. The young attacker remains silent and defiant, refusing to back down. Mu Hui observes the boy's arrogance. Concluding that his parents are to blame for his behavior, he internally absolves the child of fault, believing he was only influenced by his parents' poor example. Mu Hui is taken aback by the boy's continued defiance. He sternly warns the young attacker that glaring while in the wrong is a good way to get slapped. The silver-haired boy gently tugs on Mu Hui's robe, trying to get his attention. Mu Hui looks down, confused by the interruption. The silver-haired boy bows his head, silently pleading to de-escalate the tense situation. With a final warning, Mu Hui tells the bullies to leave before he kicks them out himself. The young attacker and his friends quickly flee the scene. The silver-haired boy clasps his hands in a formal salute of gratitude. He introduces himself as Lim Sanha of the Fresh Flower Sect and thanks the group for their help. Mu Hui nods and introduces himself as a second-generation disciple from the main Mount Hua Sect. Mu Hua approaches Lim Sanha with concern, asking if he's all right. He confirms that he is. When asked who the bullies were, Lim Sanha identifies the leader as Ga Sayin from the Great Truth Sect. He explains that the two sects have never been on good terms, which is why he was targeted. Lim Sanha adds that the bullying began after they learned his sect was weaker, as Mu Hui listens intently. Mu Jin asks if the sect leader is aware of the situation. Lim Sanha confirms his leader knows, admitting that he used to fight back and win against the bullies. A flashback reveals the Great Truth Sect's leader defending his son, blaming Lim Sanha for provoking the fight. To avoid a full-blown war, the Fresh Flower Sect leader was forced to back down and retreat. Lim Sanha explains his sect would face ruin in a conflict, leading Mu Hui to understand his silent plea for help. Mu Hui realizes Lim Sanha endured the bullying to protect his sect from war, a fact he sadly confirms. Mu Hua expresses her fury that an outer sect of Mount Hua is being treated so poorly. Mu Hua states this is why they were sent here, and declares they will hear the details from the sect leader. The scene shifts to the main gate of the Fresh Flower Sect. A member of the sect looks on in surprise as the group approaches. Led by Mu Hui, the Mount Hua disciples walk with Lim Sanha toward the sect entrance. Mu Hui notes that unlike the main sect's red plum blossoms, all the disciples here wear white ones. A voice welcomes them, saying they have been expected, much to the group's surprise. Mu Hui leads his disciples in a formal salute, introducing himself and offering thanks for the warm welcome. A distinguished man introduces himself as Lim Muguk, the leader of the Fresh Flower Sect. Lim Muguk mentions hearing of their feat against the brutal blood faction, but Mu Hui humbly dismisses the exaggerated rumors. Lim Muguk turns to Lim Sanha and asks if he brought them, to which his son respectfully agrees. With a proud and gentle smile, Lim Muguk praises his son for a job well done. As Mu Hui and his companions watch in silence, Lim Muguk invites them to come inside. The scene transitions to a quiet, elegant study filled with books and bathed in warm light. Mu Jin takes a thoughtful sip of tea. Seated together, Mu Jin praises the tea's deep scent, but Lim Muguk humbly insists it can't compare to Mount Hua's. Lim Muguk reminisces about the taste of Mount Hua's tea, wistfully saying he should go back sometime. He apologizes for not letting them rest, but Mu Hui insists it is their duty to tend to the outer sects. Mu Hui's expression remains serious as he listens to the sect leader. After a moment of silence, Lim Muguk sighs and admits that their sect is in a very difficult position. Mu Hui asks if the Great Truth Sect is the cause, and Lim Muguk explains their rivalry was manageable when they were equals. Mu Hui correctly intuits that the balance shifted after the Shangxi massacre, a suggestion Lim Muguk confirms. Lim Muguk explains that the Great Truth Sect has grown bolder since the massacre, actively interfering with their interests and provoking them. He reveals that the Great Truth Sect's young leader bullies Lim Sanha, who suffered again today, leading Mu Hui to realize he already knew. Lim Muguk admits he knew his son was trying to hide the bullying and laments, that confronting them is exactly what their rivals want. He concludes the Great Truth Sect is trying to take over their sect no matter what. Gripping his teacup tightly, Lim Muguk laments that by failing to protect his son, he feels he has no right to be a father or a sect leader. Mu Hua asks why he didn't seek help from the Mount Hua Sect, but he replies that he is aware of their difficult situation. Standing up, Lim Muguk declares that for now, the mere presence of the Mount Hua disciples is enough. He says he can feel their spirit, and that their visit alone should be enough to deter the Great Truth Sect. Mu Hui bluntly accuses Lim Muguk of not believing in them, catching him completely off guard with the directness of his words. Mu Hui raises a single, questioning eyebrow. He presses his point, asking why Lim Muguk gave his son a look of disappointment if he truly believed in them. A confused Mu Hua and Mu Chiol wonder what kind of face Mu Hui is referring to. Lim Muguk laughs nervously, dismissing the accusation and stating that to not trust them would be to not trust Mount Hua itself. He smiles thinly, asking how a mere outer sect leader could ever distrust them. Changing the subject, Lim Muguk suggests dinner, but Mu Hui internally fumes, frustrated that their offer of help is being turned down. Mu Hui reflects on the Fresh Flower Sect's high expectations, knowing they likely endured hardship while waiting for Mount Hua's help. He understands their disappointment at seeing only 4 young disciples arrive. Lim Muguk's inner thoughts reveal he finds them too young and plans to send them back. However, Lim Muguk also reflects on the suffering of his people and his son, who brought the disciples to him. He recalls praising his son for his efforts, but admits to himself that he feels sorry for the young disciples' predicament. Lim Muguk internally scolds himself for his childish actions, confessing he secretly hoped these young disciples could help despite his outward doubt. He marvels at Mu Hui's sharp observation, crediting it to his Mount Hua training, and appreciates their attempt to treat him. Mu Hui speaks up, politely but firmly, stating they will take care of their own dinner. A shocked Mu Hua questions his sudden rudeness. Mu Hui thinks that Lim Muguk was rude first, as the sect leader asks why he's turning down his goodwill. Mu Hui states they cannot accept anything since they haven't helped yet, and it wouldn't be right. His firm declaration leaves Lim Muguk and the other disciples speechless. Stunned, Mu Hua can only ask what he just said. Mu Hui reveals his plan. He will confront their enemies, demonstrate the proper way to wield a sword, and spare their lives. Mu Hua finds his method far from peaceful, but Mu Hui lectures that breaking down an enemy's front gates is simply the way of Jianghu. She stares in bewilderment, wondering if this aggressive strategist is the same senior disciple she's always known. The scene transitions to a peaceful grove at sunset. As they walk, Mu Hua notes Mu Hui is acting strangely, suddenly concerned with duties he once ignored, and she suspects a hidden motive. She presses him to explain himself. They arrive before the gates of a large estate, leaving Mu Hua and the others looking on in confusion. Mu Hui decides they are far enough away and agrees to finally explain his reasoning to them. His explanation begins, leaving a stunned Mu Hua to ask, "Sorry?" Mu Hui reminds them of the disrespectful attitude shown by the Great Truth Sect children earlier. He explains that a successor to a sect must be exceptionally careful with their words and actions. He concludes the child's behavior had a reason, prompting Mu Hua to scoff at the idea that their enemies would back down just because they arrived. Mu Hui lays out the grim reality. The Fresh Flower Sect knows Mount Hua is struggling and only sent 4 rookies on their first mission. He warns that if they were to fight and lose, the Fresh Flower Sect would be absorbed and Mount Hua's reputation would be ruined, a worst-case scenario. When Mu Hua asks for a solution, Mu Hui reminds her that the outcome is only bad if they fail to solve the problem. His vague answer leaves Mu Hua utterly perplexed. The scene shifts as chopsticks pick up a dumpling from a plate. In a quiet restaurant, 2 men from the Great Truth Sect eat their meal. Mu Hui observes the men, noting that they're acting as if they own the place despite being in fresh Flower Sect territory. He senses their hostile intent, seeing eyes full of complaints as they search for victims, and predicts trouble is inevitable. FWIP. One of the men at the table is startled by a sudden approach. A man in green stands over their table, interrupting their meal. He smiles provocatively at the Great Truth Sect members, a silent challenge hanging in the air. The provocateur from the Great Truth Sect smirks and offers a disingenuous apology. Another patron complains that the Great Truth Sect raised protection fees and acts menacingly towards civilians. Mu Hui questions why they're collecting fees in fresh Flower Sect territory. As Mu Hua notes, Mu Hui started the provocation. Other patrons whisper angrily, calling the sect members leeches and lamenting that the supposedly orthodox sect is worse than the unorthodox. Mu Hui realizes with dawning clarity that the Great Truth Sect has effectively taken over this area already. He deduces the increased fees have angered the locals and notes the loud complainer seems to be intentionally starting trouble. Seeing an opportunity, Mu Hui instructs his disciples to stay out of the coming conflict no matter what. Mu Hua looks at him in utter confusion, questioning his strange order. A long-haired civilian stands up from his table, declaring he can't stand their behavior any longer. He walks over and firmly places a hand on the shoulder of the smirking sect member. The sect member grins, realizing the man was deliberately speaking loudly to be overheard and provoke a reaction. As the two men face off, their companions try to de-escalate the tense situation. Angered by the sect member's attitude, the long-haired man confirms he meant every word he said. He leans in, challenging the sect member by asking if he's going to kill him for speaking his mind. His friend tries to pull him back, blaming his behavior on drinking, but he shoves him off, asking if he said anything untrue. The man launches into a furious speech, accusing the Great Truth Sect of hiding during the demonic cult's invasion, kicking out the Fresh Flower Sect who actually protected them, and then brazenly raising protection fees. He laughs mockingly, scorning their orthodox title and calling them a bunch of demonic bastards. A pale-faced Great Truth Sect member stands, his hand on his sword, as the civilian taunts that he'd be too ashamed to show his face. Ugh. The pale-faced man violently shoves the civilian back into his chair, which shatters on impact, snarling that they aren't idiots. As the civilian lies stunned, the attacker raises his sword over him, warning him to watch what happens to dissenters. Hua. Before the sword can fall, Mu Hui blocks it with a pair of chopsticks, sending a shockwave up the attacker's arm that makes him scream in agony. A second sect member watches in stunned disbelief as Mu Hui casually stands over the fallen civilian. Drawing his own blade, the second attacker lunges forward, demanding to know who Mu Hui is. Mu Hui effortlessly dodges the clumsy sword strike. He sends the second attacker flying with a powerful kick, crashing him into a nearby table. The pale-faced man is frozen in place, demanding to know what Mu Hui did to paralyze him. Mu Hui grips his own sword, calmly stating that's what he'd like to ask him. The paralyzed man lectures Mu Hui, questioning how he could draw a sword on an unarmed civilian, regardless of his words. He pontificates that he'd always seen little difference between the orthodox and unorthodox, but this action is beneath even them. Spotting the plum blossom emblem, his eyes widen in recognition as he asks, Mount Hua? Mu Hui ignores the question and sternly asks what the man intended to do with his drawn sword. The man nervously claims he only meant to scare the civilian, a response Mu Hui repeats with open disbelief. With a flick of his fingers, Mu Hui disarms the man, sending his sword flying. Mu Hui catches the sword and declares he's confiscating it, leaving the man speechless. When a woman grabs his arm, Mu Hui informs the paralyzed man he can move once the chopsticks are removed, and tells them to retrieve the sword from the Fresh Flower Sect. The woman furiously accuses him of interfering with the Great Truth Sect and trying to start a fight. Mu Hui coldly dismisses her threats, stating her sect leader wouldn't dare speak so brazenly, and asks if she's taking Mount Hua lightly, causing her to stammer. Mu Hui declares he wasn't planning to escalate the situation, but her arrogance forced his hand. He issues a command. The Great Truth Sect leader must come to the Fresh Flower Sect and beg for forgiveness. With a chilling glare, Mu Hui delivers his ultimatum. If the leader isn't there by sunrise, the Great Truth Sect will cease to exist. He demands an answer, and the terrified man can only stammer his compliance. Back at their table, Hua and the other disciples sit in stunned silence. Hua remarks that Hui grows bolder by the day, suggesting a surprise attack might have been simpler, which Jin agrees with. As night falls, a full moon hangs in the sky, carrying a sense of foreboding and uncertainty. A new day dawns, with the sun rising over a peaceful, green forest. A figure watches the sunrise, anticipating the arrival of the Great Truth Sect. The smirking leader of the Great Truth Sect leads his disciples through the forest path. Hui and his fellow disciples stand together, calmly waiting for the confrontation. The two groups walk toward each other, the Fresh Flower Sect's estate visible in the distance. The scene flashes to a symbolic clash of swords against a backdrop of fire, foreshadowing the impending battle. A somber memory surfaces, recalling the death of an oldest son. The Great Truth Sect leader and his entourage walk with purpose through the forest. Inside the estate, they come face to face with Hui and Lim Muguk. Hui calmly observes the Great Truth Sect leader, noting his unapologetic expression. The sect leader smirks, condescendingly remarking that Hui learned Mount Hua's martial arts but not their etiquette. Hui smiles faintly, acknowledging his actions must have been bothersome. He questions if his etiquette was truly worse than the Great Truth Sect's, comparing their killing intent to that of a demonic sect. Enraged, the sect leader calls him a bastard, but Hui calmly suggests they continue their discussion inside. Hui points out that the leader's hand on his sword hilt could easily be misunderstood by onlookers. Reminding them of their orthodox status, Hui gently places his hand over the leader's to prevent him from drawing his blade. The sect leader falls silent, looking down at his restrained hand. He internally scoffs, deciding to humor Hui's attempt to buy time, confident his group will be gone soon enough. Agreeing to go inside, the leader is unaware Hui was fully prepared to break his wrist to force compliance. Hui gestures for the group to enter, leading them into the Fresh Flower Sect's main building. Lim Muguk watches with a hint of relief, thinking that the situation is unfolding just as Hui predicted. Once inside, Lim Muguk confronts Hui, questioning why he would start a conflict, to which Hui simply replies that he understands. Lim Muguk presses him further, but Hui asks him to calm down so he can explain himself more frankly. Hui bluntly states that he is aware Lim Muguk doesn't trust them. He explains their mission was open-ended, as Mount Hua's sect leader trusted them to act on their own judgment. Hua details the extensive regions they were tasked with investigating, a large burden for only 4 disciples. He then reveals a crucial detail. He had an unavoidable conflict with the brutal Blood faction, who are tied to the notorious Nine Hells Sword Sect. A shocked Lim Muguk questions how 4 of them could have apprehended a martial artist from that sect without injury. Hui clarifies that it wasn't 4 of them. He dealt with the enemy himself. Lim Muguk stares in stunned disbelief, barely able to process the claim. Hui explains that he shared this story to ask for the same trust his own sect leader gave them. He offers to prove his strength in a duel if Lim Muguk needs further confirmation. Hui assures him not to worry if a real battle breaks out. With unwavering confidence, he declares that he alone is enough to handle the situation. The Great Truth Sect leader listens from his seat with a deeply skeptical expression. A tense silence fills the room as the opposing groups sit across from each other at a long table. Lim Muguk reflects on Hui's confidence but worries that human nature is fickle, especially with their enemies present. The Great Truth Sect leader addresses Hui, suggesting that as a Mount Hua disciple he should want to resolve the conflict peacefully. Hui agrees and proposes a formal duel between representatives of the 2 sects. The suggestion catches Lim Muguk completely by surprise, his eyes widening in shock. The Great Truth Sect leader erupts into boisterous laughter at the unexpected proposal. He smirks, realizing this duel was Hui's idea alone, and not a plan coordinated with the Fresh Flower Sect. The leader mocks the simple-mindedness of the plan, while Lim Muguk thinks he must be insane to suggest it. He cruelly asks Lim Muguk if he's forgotten his son's death, causing Hui to look on in confusion. The leader continues his taunts, suggesting Lim Muguk's trust in the young disciple has backfired painfully. Using sound transmission, Hui secretly asks Lim Muguk if his son died dueling someone from the Great Truth Sect, startling the older man. Hui apologizes for reopening a painful wound, and Lim Muguk absolves him of blame. Thanking him, Mu Hui acknowledges the difficult situation but maintains that their business must proceed. He lays out the terms: a 3-person duel involving each sect's leader, vice leader, and 1 strong member. Mu Hui volunteers as the strong person for the Fresh Flower Sect and suggests the duel take place in 5 days, but the leader asks for a consideration. The leader claims he worries about being unfairly labeled a murderer again, referencing a past duel where he was framed for killing an opponent. Mu Hui dismisses his concern, pointing out that the local farmers already call his sect demonic, so his reputation is already sealed. The enraged leader warns Mu Hui to watch his tongue, stating they're only holding back because of his offer. Mu Hui coolly confirms he intended to anger him, simply stating he was informing him of the public's opinion. Another member of the Great Truth Sect stands, furiously questioning if Mu Hui thinks they're weak for showing restraint. Mu Hui remains silent, his expression cold and resolute, as the tension in the room escalates. A Great Truth Sect member internally marvels at how such a young man can possess such a powerful and intimidating aura. The sect leader rises, announcing that they will return in 5 days for the agreed-upon duel. With a condescending look, the leader hopes for a fair duel where no one dies, his words laced with thinly veiled menace. After their rivals depart, Mu Hui sits across from Lim Muguk and a silver-haired disciple. Lim Muguk lets out a long, weary sigh, the weight of the situation clearly pressing down on him. He reveals that while the Great Truth Sect's young leader, Ga Se-in, was weaker than his own son, the main sect leader has likely surpassed him in strength by now. Lim Muguk warns Mu Hui that his opponent in the duel will probably be a hired assassin, disguised as a guest. Mu Hui calmly acknowledges the grave warning with a simple right. Despite putting his trust in the young man, Lim Muguk can't help but ask if this dangerous plan is truly okay. Mu Hui confidently dismisses his worries, claiming the duels will be relaxing, which finally convinces Lim Muguk to place his full faith in him. Abruptly changing the subject, Mu Hui announces they are going to the training hall, catching Lim Muguk by surprise. With a chilling expression, Mu Hui tells Lim Muguk to consider himself dead for the next 4 days, leaving him utterly baffled. Mu Hua, Mu Jin, and the other disciple watch from afar, their faces filled with pure shock and disbelief. The female disciple worriedly asks Mu Jin if this is okay, but he curtly tells her not to ask him. KGH Lim Muguk grunts, his body straining under intense physical torment. He is revealed to be hanging upside down by a rope tied to a tree branch, undergoing a grueling training regimen overseen by Mu Hui. Mu Hui coldly motivates him, telling him to imagine his sect's demise if he can't endure the pain. As the other disciples watch in horror, one warns Lim Muguk not to come down, while another mutters that calling Mu Hui demonic is an understatement. The scene shifts to a peaceful daytime view of the Fresh Flower Sect's grand estate. Time passes as the sun begins to set over the rolling green hills. The warm glow of sunset bathes the forest, highlighting the rope still hanging from the tree. Lim Muguk now hangs calmly against the sunset, a sword planted upright in the ground directly beneath his head. Mu Hui warns him that if he lowers himself any further, he will get stabbed. He announces the training is nearly over, as a nearby disciple thinks how painful it is just to watch. The sun sets behind the traditional rooftops of the sect compound. The silver-haired disciple watches the sunset, lost in thought from a stone balcony. Phew! He lets out a breath, contemplating the duel that is only 5 days away. He kicks a small rock in frustration, knowing that becoming strong in just 4 days of training is impossible. He looks up, calling out Mu Hui's name as he approaches. Mu Hui greets him with a faint, enigmatic smile and asks, "Sorry?" Picking up a pebble, Mu Hui agrees that such rapid growth is impossible without a miracle medicine or a twist of fate. He clarifies that this logic only applies to improving martial arts, not to gaining experience. Holding the pebble between his fingers, Mu Hui poses a question to the confused disciple. He asks if the disciple is using his martial arts correctly, to which he confusedly answers yes, insisting he knows his own body best. Mu Hui tells him to follow, preparing to demonstrate his point with the small stone. Tak. Just as the disciple asks what he is supposed to copy, Mu Hui flicks the stone forward. The pebble flies with astonishing power, completely shattering a large tree in the distance. The silver-haired disciple stares in utter disbelief at the incredible display of force. Mu Hui explains that he used less internal energy than a child possesses, revealing the disciple has far more energy than normal and should be able to do the same. With a challenging gaze, Muhui simply says, "Now, let's see." He gives his final instruction. If the disciple succeeds, his training ends for the day, but he can keep trying if he fails. Night falls on a forest of splintered and damaged trees, evidence of the disciple's repeated attempts. Looking at a freshly damaged tree, Muhui acknowledges that while the disciple's progress isn't satisfying, he has improved. He ends the session for the day and tells him to rest well before turning to leave. The exhausted disciple sits on the ground, watching Muhui walk away into the dark woods. His hand trembles from the exertion as a single thought forms in his mind. A demon, staring at his shaking hand with wide eyes. He repeats his thought. That man is a demon. He looks up to see the sun is already rising, realizing with dismay that he was given no time to rest at all. Muhui announces the second day of training has begun, and that they will train together due to the lack of time. He stands before Lim Muguk and the silver-haired disciple, asking if they learned how to use their bodies yesterday, and they meekly confirm. The silver-haired disciple notes Lim Muguk's impressive physique, crediting his quick recovery to diligent training. Muhui announces that yesterday's harsh regimen was merely a warm-up for today's training. He explains today's lesson is on composure, which is best learned through demonstration, and calls his assistants forward. To their shock, Manhwa, Mujin, and the third disciple take positions to fight Muhui. The silver-haired disciple stares in disbelief, asking if Muhui truly intends to fight all three of his companions at once. Manhwa declares she will attack first, and another disciple vows to follow her lead. Attack? Manhwa strikes, but Muhui casually blocks her sword with his scabbard. He swiftly twists her arm, neutralizing her attack in an instant. KGH, she grunts in pain, completely subdued by his hold. Muhui kicks another charging opponent away, without breaking his stride. He calmly deflects two simultaneous sword strikes from his companions. With a focused gaze, Muhui prepares to counter their coordinated assault. He moves like a blur, weaving between their blades and causing their attacks to miss entirely. The silver-haired disciple nervously asks his father if the demonstration is too dangerous, but Lim Muguk insists they keep watching. Lim Muguk wonders what lesson Muhui is trying to impart with this overwhelming display of skill. KK Legurk. In a flash, Muhui has another disciple defeated, with a blade held to his neck. Yelling, "Duck!" Muhui intercepts an attack by using one of his companions as a human shield. As their swords lock, Muhui notes that his opponent's blade now carries more weight than before. He pushes forward, easily overpowering the disciple's guard. With a surge of energy, his blade breaks through the other sword's defense. The disciple stares in disbelief as Muhui's blade stops inches from his throat. Defeated and sweating, he concedes his loss. Muhui critiques his team. Manhwa is too predictable, Mujin isn't bold enough, and a disciple named Muchiol is clumsy with his new sword. Their training exercise concluded, Muhui and his companions walk away. Lim Muguk, completely bewildered, asks what kind of training this is, to which Muhui replies, this is how they will prepare until the duel. Muhui asks if the fight seemed off, and Lim Muguk admits it felt far too intense to be a simple spar. A sudden, chilling realization dawns on Lim Muguk's face. Muhui explains that the only way to improve quickly is to gain experience in true life and death situations. Turning to Lim Muguk and his son, Muhui instructs them to draw their swords. He declares their new objective is to try and kill him in a real fight, but Lim Muguk protests, concerned for his son. Hap! To his father's surprise, the silver-haired disciple attacks Muhui without hesitation. With a look of pure determination, he resolves to fight with everything he has. He grips his sword, channeling all his focus into the coming attack. He swings a massive curved blade down on Muhui. With incredible force, Muhui effortlessly stops the enormous blade between two fingers. Bake! With a flick, he sends the disciple flying, who cries, Ak! As he hits the ground hard. Lim Muguk screams his son's name, Sanha, and rushes forward in a rage. The enraged father launches his own furious attack against Muhui. Muhui easily dodges Lim Muguk's strike and lands a swift kick on Sanha. Sanha cries out, Father! As Lim Muguk stumbles to his knees, asking his son if he is okay. Lim Muguk insists the pain is bearable, much to Sanha's relief. Mu Hui coldly interrupts, asking Lim Muguk if he plans to chat during a duel. As Lim Muguk charges again, Mu Hui reminds him to fight as if his life depends on it. An intense pressure radiates from Mu Hui as he raises his sword, stunning both father and son. Lim Muguk pushes onward, lunging forward with his sword. Their swords meet in a powerful clash, sending sparks flying. Mu Hui casually parries Lim Muguk's desperate flurry of attacks. KGH. A single palm strike from Mu Hui lands squarely on Lim Muguk's chest, breaking his guard. As the wounded but defiant Lim Muguk glares back, Mu Hui states a number 314 times. He clarifies to the battered sect leader that this is how many times he would have died in their short exchange. Lim Muguk realizes with a start that he can sense Mu Hui's movements with his internal energy. Mu Hui dismisses his surprise, stating that sensing opponents with internal energy is a basic skill Lim Muguk should easily possess. With a sharp gaze, Mu Hui questions why Lim Muguk still can't dodge his attacks if he can sense them. From the ground, Lim Muguk protests that Mu Hui's attacks are simply too fast, an excuse Mu Hui immediately questions. Mu Hui clarifies he didn't even use internal energy, meaning Lim Muguk should have been able to dodge the attacks regardless. Holding the blade near Lim Muguk's face, Mu Hui warns him not to shirk responsibility, as death is final. Roaring, "Again!" Lim Muguk fiercely charges back into the fray. With gritted teeth and a bead of sweat, Lim Muguk focuses his entire being on the fight. He leaps forward with a powerful strike as Mu Hui stands unflinching and Sanha lies defeated nearby. Night has fallen and Lim Muguk now lies exhausted on the ground at Mu Hui's feet. Without a moment's rest, Mu Hui looks back and commands him to go again. This time, it's Sanha who forces himself up, shouting, "Again!" as he charges his seemingly invincible master. In a blur of motion, Sanha is slammed back to the ground, defeated once more. Sanha relentlessly attacks again, his blade clashing violently against Mu Hui's. He swings his sword in a wide, desperate arc, parried effortlessly by Mu Hui. With furious eyes, Sanha screams, again, as their blades lock in a fierce struggle. The Sects' rooftops are quiet under the moonlit sky. Inside a warmly lit room, a teapot sits on a low table. A man calmly sips tea, the day's brutal training far from his mind. An older man sets down his cup, remarking that a simple rising lotus sword should have been sufficient for a Mount Hua disciple. He reveals his true intentions, stating he wants to use the Misty Tiger Blade to thoroughly humiliate them. Across the table, another man with a mole suggests it would be more effective to crush his opponent's ego by having him do it, earning a remark about his wickedness. He smirks, adding it would be a miracle if his opponent isn't crippled by the end of it. His companion expresses concern over potential rumors if someone dies, but he callously dismisses them as nothing. He scoffs, noting there are already forces in the martial world that everyone views with hostility anyway. The man with the mole confidently states he can handle any fallout on his own, prompting his companion to think him arrogant. The companion internally questions his confidence, noting that while his skills are decent, he is ultimately weaker. He continues to ponder whether the man is blinded by greed or is simply a fool. Elsewhere, a lone disciple practices his sword forms under the pale moonlight. Watching from a rooftop, Mu Hui assesses the disciple's movements, noting they're not bad. He considers that the sword's movements have weight, and thinks about switching to a heavier blade, perhaps even a great sword. Sitting alone, Mu Hui muses that he expected an assassin, but their petty and shameless enemies sent no one. He laments the missed opportunity, thinking an assassin would have been the perfect excuse to eradicate the rival sect. His thoughts are interrupted as his senses pick up the sound of approaching footsteps. A single footstep lands softly in the quiet courtyard. Mu Hui looks down from his perch, recognizing the approaching figure as the sect leader. He observes as the sect leader pauses to gaze at the moon before returning inside. Mu Hui recalls the sect leader's tragedy. His first son died in a duel against the Great Truth sect. Alone on the rooftop, he quietly wonders what it must feel like to finally get one's revenge. A new day dawns with a soft pastel-colored sky. Two onlookers from a rival sect stare in wide-eyed disbelief. Another man wonders aloud what could have happened to the fresh flower sect's disciple to make him look so battered. The observers murmur, confused to see Sanha looking so worn out before the duel has even started. Sanha stands in the dueling grounds, his eyes swollen shut, looking exhausted but determined. His opponent, a young man with long hair, taunts him, saying he looks so pathetic it almost makes him feel bad. Sanhwa looks at his wooden training sword, realizing with surprise that they aren't using real weapons. His opponent smirks, telling Sanhwa he should be grateful as he might have accidentally killed him otherwise. The opponent is visibly confused by Sanhwa's calm demeanor, noting that he used to get angry over the slightest insult. Annoyed by the lack of reaction, he grits his teeth, admitting that Sanhwa's silence is pissing him off. An official steps forward, introducing himself as Hyung Hongkwan, the judge, and announces the duel is about to begin. Young Hongkwan outlines the duel's rules, promising to intervene if the fight becomes too dangerous. He declares that all 3 rounds will be fought, regardless of the individual outcomes. Sanhwa stands ready in the dueling grounds, facing his confident, smirking opponent. From the sidelines, the man with the mole focuses his intense gaze on Sanhwa. He watches with a disdainful smirk, his expression full of confidence. Hyung Hongkwan announces the first duel will be with wooden swords, while the final 2 will be with live blades. Deciding his explanation is complete, he prepares to start the match. With a furious shout, Hyung Hongkwan officially begins the first duel. "I'll beat you to a pulp," the opponent screams, charging aggressively toward Sanhwa. Sanhwa calmly assesses the attack, internally noting his opponent's movements are large and exaggerated. A flashback to his training reveals Mu Hui, teaching him that weaker opponents often use excessive, showy movements. Mu Hui explains that such theatrics are a shallow tactic meant only to scare and intimidate an opponent. He clarifies that this kind of intimidation is only effective against beginners or those unfamiliar with martial arts. The lesson concludes with a simple truth. For a true martial artist, such posturing is completely unnecessary. Armed with this knowledge, Sanhwa calmly prepares his counter, unfazed by the aggressive display. He effortlessly sidesteps the telegraphed attack, moving with quiet confidence. Gah! The opponent spits in disbelief as his attack misses completely. In a blur, Sanhwa launches a swift and precise counterattack with his fist. The punch connects squarely, sending his opponent flying across the dueling ground. His opponent crashes to the ground, the match seemingly over in a single instant. "Oh, as expected," his companion exclaims from the stands, having anticipated the outcome. "Grrg!" The defeated opponent struggles to rise, groaning from the powerful impact. "It hurts. It hurts so bad," he cries out, clutching his bruised body in agony. He stares at his victor, realizing with a shock that this is not the weak-limbed Sanhwa he once knew. As Sanhwa stands silently, his opponent desperately wonders what could have possibly changed him so much. Sanhwa reflects on his hellish training, acknowledging that, through the pain, he has gained true understanding. He now clearly sees the weakness in his opponent, whose name is revealed as Ga Se-in. "Just what the hell did you do?" Ga Se-in demands, unable to comprehend his rapid improvement. Sanhwa cuts his question short, with a swift, brutal knee to the stomach. Ga Se-in collapses again, crying out as the blow lands hard. Sanhwa looms over him, coldly chiding him for being slow and talking too much. With a chilling intensity, Sanhwa warns him that, in a real fight, he would already be dead. "W8, Ga Se-in stammers, utterly terrified by Sanhwa's cold ruthlessness. Sanhwa slams his wooden sword into the ground just beside his head, shattering the stone. Ga Se-in lies frozen in terror, the splintered sword a stark reminder of his utter defeat. Sanhwa scoffs, mockingly repeating the title Weinen's Rising Star before dismissing it with contempt. He stands victorious over the fallen Ga Se-in, the duel decisively won. Thud. The rival sect leader slams his fist down on the armrest in fury. "That damned kid," he seethes, realizing Sanhwa was genuinely prepared and determined to win this duel. He laments that even after giving his son special medicine, he still lost, but remains confident about the next 2 duels. Hyung Hongkwan announces the start of the next match, calling for the second duel's participants. Lim Muguk and the Great Truth Sect's leader step into the dueling grounds, ready for their fight. Lim Muguk assesses his opponent, recalling rumors that the sect leader had taken a rare miracle medicine. Seeing him up close, Lim Muguk realizes the rumor was true, which only strengthens his resolve. He draws his sword with a determined gaze, knowing he also prepared himself for this moment. Vowing to fight as if facing Mu Hui, he clears his mind of all unnecessary thoughts and emotions. His opponent notes Lim Muguk's unexpected composure, even knowing about the miracle medicine. Smirking, He wonders just how long his opponent's newfound calm will last. As the second duel begins, Lim Muguk takes his fighting stance, blade at the ready. The fight begins with a flurry of blades as Lim Muguk ducks under a swift, powerful swing. Clang Lim Muguk and the great Truth Sect's leader clash blades in a furious exchange. The sect leader reels back in surprise, a fresh nick now bleeding on his nose. Ugh! He retaliates with a powerful punch, slamming it directly into Lim Muguk's chest. He taunts his opponent, stating he was holding back to avoid a repeat of their last encounter. Lim Muguk remains silent and focused, his gaze unwavering. Vowing to go all out, the sect leader lunges forward with renewed intensity. He grips his sword hilt, channeling his strength for a decisive blow. Their blades meet in a shower of sparks, locked in a fierce struggle for dominance. The two warriors trade blows in a blur of motion across the dueling grounds. From the sidelines, onlookers watch the incredibly fast-paced duel with rapt attention. Lim Muguk analyzes his opponent's movements, identifying openings in his side and thigh, just as Mu Hui taught him. He recalls how his master would have meticulously pointed out every one of these bad habits. He reflects that while he once thought a miracle was needed to win, he now understands the truth. Realizing Mu Hui gave him something far more valuable, Lim Muguk lands a devastating slash across his opponent's chest. Blood erupts as the deep cut tears through the sect leader's robes and flesh. Lim Muguk firmly stomps on his opponent's fallen sword, pinning it to the ground. The sect leader whips around, his face a mask of shock and pain. Hup! With a grunt, Lim Muguk expertly parries a wild, desperate swing. He follows up instantly, countering with a sharp punch to his opponent's side. Evading another attack, Lim Muguk looms over his fallen opponent, ready to strike. He brings the flat of his blade down hard, smashing it into the sect leader's back. The force of the blow sends the sect leader sprawling across the stone courtyard. The wounded sect leader glares up with furious eyes, a new cut marring his cheek. An internal lesson begins, explaining that people have dantians where chi flows. This chi is known as internal energy, illustrated by a glowing core within a human silhouette. By refining and condensing this energy, a martial artist can make it immensely stronger. This practice, internal arts, is described as the very foundation of all martial arts. A common mistake is highlighted, confusing the discipline of internal arts with simple internal force. The lesson questions the difference, defining internal force as merely the quantity of one's energy. Internal arts, however, is revealed to be a higher practice, involving meditation and mental training to achieve enlightenment. With this understanding, Lim Muguk's eyes gleam with fierce determination. He presses his advantage, relentlessly clashing with the sect leader. Lim Muguk deftly traps his opponent's sword arm, creating a crucial opening. He spins and delivers a vicious slash across the sect leader's back. The sect leader chokes, spitting blood as he stumbles from the grievous wound. Lim Muguk's hand is splattered with the blood of his foe. He tightens his grip on his sword, his resolve as firm as steel. Lim Muguk watches as his badly wounded opponent staggers away. Leaving a trail of blood, the defeated sect leader retreats across the courtyard. The members of the Great Truth Sect watch the brutal defeat of their leader in stunned horror. Spectators from the Fresh Flower Sect look on with wide-eyed disbelief. The Fresh Flower Sect's leader screams in absolute shock at the turn of events. His opponent stares in terror as he holds a bloodied blade to his throat. The defeated sect leader looks on, utterly petrified by the cold steel at his neck. Suddenly, Mu Hui and another man intervene, their swords stopping Lim Muguk's final blow. That's enough, the unknown man calmly tells the emotional Fresh Flower Sect leader. Lim Muguk looks up with tears in his eyes, his quest for vengeance halted. Collapsing to the ground, the defeated sect leader begs for the duel to be ended. The intervening man raises his voice, declaring the Fresh Flower Sect as the victors. Whoa! The Fresh Flower Sect erupts in cheers, celebrating their hard-won victory and their right to remain in Waynan. The defeated sect leader slumps to the ground, denying the outcome in disbelief. Staring in utter shock, he thinks that this was not how things were supposed to go. The man with the mole reflects that the sect leader's personality led to his own downfall. He contemplates the final match, wondering if he should just surrender immediately to avoid fighting Mu Hui. Hyung Hongquan declares the Fresh Flower Sect the victor, but announces the final duel will proceed as agreed. Lim Muguk turns to Mu Hui, offering a heartfelt apology for his earlier actions. He admits his emotions got the better of him, causing Mu Hui to get hurt before his own match. Concerned, Lim Moguk suggests Mu Hui should just surrender, since their victory is already secured. Mu Hui looks at his blood-stained hand, acknowledging his leader's concern. Wiping his sleeve, he clarifies that the blood isn't his, but from his opponent's sword. He assumes the blood belongs to the Great Truth Sect's leader, leaving Lim Moguk stunned that he was uninjured. Mu Hui notes the blood is difficult to clean, internally acknowledging the situation is more serious than he expected. He stops Lim Moguk with a single word, ready to address the defeated sect. The defeated sect leader admits his loss, but humbly asks for a favor. He begs for understanding and agrees to hand over all rights, while Lim Moguk scoffs at his plea. As Lim Moguk furiously berates the pathetic display, Mu Hui calmly interrupts him. Mu Hui asks to take charge of the negotiations, earning a moment of contemplation from his sect leader. Lim Moguk's eyes narrow as he silently gives his consent. Mu Hui addresses the defeated leader with sarcastic pity before making a proposal. He offers a new deal. If the Great Truth Sect wins the final duel, they can remain in Weinan. To make the duel meaningful, he adds that if the Fresh Flower Sect wins, their rivals must give up something extra. When asked what they will offer, the defeated leader weakly suggests the sect's rights. Mu Hui instantly dismisses the worthless offer, threatening to rescind the deal if they don't propose something of real value. The defeated leader curses Mu Hui under his breath, realizing he is completely trapped. In a desperate move, he shouts out an offer of 5 great merit orbs. A smug smile spreads across Mu Hui's face as he chides him for not offering that from the start. Lim Moguk formally accepts the new terms, announcing them for all to hear. Mu Hui's opponent watches the proceedings, realizing the stakes are now much higher and he cannot afford to lose. He offers a condescending warning to Mu Hua, boasting that his blade techniques are too advanced for a young fighter. Mu Hui calmly retorts, questioning if any martial art in this world is truly easy to handle. The final 2 combatants face off, the tension palpable in the dueling grounds. A vision reveals his opponent's dark, focused aura and deadly intent with his sword. Mu Hui recalls their past encounter, remembering him as a skilled swordsman from Shanxi. His internal assessment continues, noting the man had put up a surprisingly long fight. He wonders how much stronger his opponent has become, knowing he only lost last time because his sword broke. His opponent smirks, confirming both fighters are ready to begin the final match. The command to begin echoes as Mu Hui prepares himself for the fight. Lim Moguk watches in alarm, realizing this new opponent is significantly faster than the previous one. The opponent tightens his grip, channeling his energy into his sword hilt. Clang! Their blades meet in a furious, high-speed exchange of steel. The swordsman smirks, surprised that Mu Hui managed to block his initial strike. Without hesitation, he unleashes a powerful technique, the falling flower palm. Koob. The devastating palm strike lands squarely on Mu Hui's chest. Manhwa is thrown backward, skidding across the stone courtyard from the force of the blow. The opponent presses his advantage, launching into a swift and relentless sword attack. The duel unfolds in a breathtaking flurry of slashes and parries. An onlooker expresses their awe, stating the fight is so fast it looks like rays of light clashing. Lim Moguk corrects the spectator, explaining the lights are actually sparks of flame from their swords colliding. He watches with a grim expression, acknowledging that his brother's opponent is formidable. A young woman with long hair watches with a puzzled look, noting that Mu Hui seems weaker than usual. The swordsman from Shangxi grits his teeth, expertly parrying Mu Hui's relentless assault. Mu Hui calmly assesses the situation, a smear of blood on his arm. The swordsman internally acknowledges Mu Hui's surprising strength, but remains confident he cannot be defeated. His sword glowing with power, he focuses his intent and vows to crush his opponent. He unleashes a powerful technique, the fourfold deadly fangs, sending a wave of energy across the courtyard. Mu Hui charges forward, a blur of motion, rushing to meet the devastating attack head-on. Clang. He successfully blocks the strike, his own blade shimmering with immense power. Mu Hui recognizes this skill, remembering it from his encounter with this man in his past life. Recalling how he broke through it before, he decides this time will be different as his sword glows pink. Mu Hui unleashes his own technique, a swirling vortex of pink and blue energy that deflects his opponent's attack. The beautiful yet deadly vortex of energy spins wildly, dominating the dueling grounds. The young woman asks if the technique is the falling plum blossom return ring, but Lim Muguk notes it seems different. Mu Hui stands before a massive, glowing manifestation of a plum blossom, the pinnacle of his technique. Members of the Great Truth Sect watch in utter shock and disbelief at the display of power. His opponent can only stare in stunned confusion as the technique unfolds. Mu Hui is surrounded by the swirling pink energy of the plum blossom attack. Caught in a flurry of glowing petals, his opponent is overwhelmed by the technique. The swordsman looks down, his robes now tattered and stained with his own blood. He falls to his knees in defeat, as Mu Hui stands silently behind him. As his opponent collapses, a sword protruding from his back, Mu Hui reflects that he was too weak to properly test the technique on. From his seat, Hyung Hongquan ends the duel, declaring Mu Hui of the Mount Hua Sect the winner. The defeated sect leader stares in disbelief as the Fresh Flower Sect's victory is announced. Wondering what to do now, he reluctantly agrees to hand over the 5 great merit orbs as promised. As Mu Hui accepts the prize, onlookers praise the Mount Hua Sect's strength and try to recall his name. One spectator notes that even the famed Misty Tiger Blade was easily defeated by the young man. Mu Hui allows himself a confident smile. He approaches the defeated sect leader, taunting him about losing the very orbs he was sponsored with. Mu Hui needles him further, stating it's obvious. A powerful backer provided such valuable items to a small sect. Smirking, Mu Hui concludes their backers must be powerful before declaring the orbs are his now. The defeated sect leader is left utterly speechless by the humiliation. Later, the members of the Fresh Flower Sect celebrate their victory with a feast, many already drunk. Lim Muguk is passed out on the table, still clutching a flask. Groggily, Lim Muguk asks his senior disciple why he went easy on his opponent at the start of the fight. Under the moonlight, Mu Hui explains that he feigned weakness to scout his opponent's techniques. As they walk, a sect member notes that the falling plum blossom return ring he used was different from their sect's version. Another sect member asks why they are leaving at night, to which Mu Hui replies that he wants to avoid people. He explains that he's already had enough of the Fresh Flower Sect leader's drunken rambling, and wants to leave before more people try to talk to them. The group agrees with his reasoning, and confirms their next destination is Lushan. Mu Hui admits there was another reason for their hasty departure. He hoped to encounter the Great Truth Sect's mysterious backers. He looks at his bloodied hand, wondering about their goals and why they were helping such a sect. A sense of foreboding washes over him as the scene flashes to a bloody corpse on the forest floor. A powerful man with long white hair stands before the kneeling, defeated sect leader. The man addresses the defeated sect leader, his expression cold and unforgiving. The sect leader trembles as the man states they didn't interfere with his previous troublemaking. He continues, explaining that while the leader's arrogance grew, it was tolerated so long as he did his duty, but he has now crossed a line. The man berates him for taking their miracle medicines only to fail and attempt to flee, causing the sect leader to apologize desperately. Declaring there's no need for an apology, the man states his son will take responsibility before swiftly executing the horrified sect leader. A brief glimpse of a glowing blue object is seen through the dark forest foliage. The powerful man orders the Dark Flame Pavilion Master to throw the sect leader's son into the slaughter cave. When asked about the Fresh Flower and Mount Hua Sects, the man dismisses them, deciding to do nothing about their interference for now. The white-haired man explains that killing them is pointless without pawns to control Weinen. The corpse of the executed sect leader lies motionless on the forest floor. He looks at the terrified son and orders his subordinate to keep an eye on him. The Dark Flame Pavilion Master agrees, as the man speculates the young leader might be interested in a skilled swordsman from Mount Hua. Announcing he must leave to avoid a scolding, the man prepares to depart as his subordinate bids him farewell. The white-haired man vanishes into the darkened woods. The Dark Flame Pavilion Master relays new orders: throw the boy into the slaughter cave and monitor the Mount Hua Sect. From the shadows, his hooded followers acknowledge the command. The story's title, Mount Hua Sect's Genius Phantom Swordsman, appears against a cloudy sky. The scene transitions to a sprawling city, identified as Lushan. As the Mount Hua disciples walk through the city, one wonders what Lushan is known for. Learning it's famous for hot springs, a disciple expresses disappointment that their first stop is a blacksmith's instead. The young woman looks unamused at the thought of visiting the smithy. As she confirms their destination, the group arrives at the entrance to the workshop. Mu Hui leads his companions into the smithy. Inside, a disciple is shocked to see one of their own carrying an enormous greatsword over his shoulder. Mu Hui explains it's a great sword, much larger and heavier than the blades they are used to. He presents the weapon, stating he thought it would be a good fit for Mu Qiu, who looks on in surprise. Mu Hui hands the greatsword to Mu Qiu, instructing him to use it for training to increase his strength. Mu Qiu hesitantly accepts the massive blade, offering a quiet thank you. A fellow disciple expresses her concern, asking Mu Hui if their sect leader will even permit the use of a greatsword. Mu Qiu stares at his own reflection in the polished steel, contemplating the new weapon. When another disciple asks about the hot springs, Mu Hui casually replies that they can go afterward. A brief transitional shot shows the tiled roof of a traditional building against a bright sky. The group arrives at the entrance to the Shining Radiance sect, where a voice welcomes them. A scarred warrior greets them, saying he has been eagerly awaiting their arrival after hearing of their recent victories. The four disciples stand together, ready to meet their host. Mu Hui formally introduces himself as a second-generation disciple of the Mount Hua Sect. His companions follow his lead, announcing their names as Mu Jin, Mu Qiu, and Mu Hua. The scarred man stands tall in the doorway, preparing to receive them. He explains that he lost his right arm in the Shashi massacre, asking them to forgive his inability to offer a proper greeting. He invites them inside for a more comfortable discussion, which Mu Hui accepts. Seated together, the scarred man praises their amazing accomplishments, but Mu Hui humbly insists he is too kind. Mu Hua tells their host that he has already accomplished more by fighting in the massacre, explaining his actions paved the way for them. He laughs it off, saying he was more of a liability and was actually saved by the Phantom Swordsman. Mu Hui looks up in surprise, questioning if he was the one who saved him. The scarred man recounts the moment he lost his arm and was about to be killed before the swordsman appeared and slew his attacker. He continues his story as Mu Hui listens intently, dismissing the idea that it was a mere coincidence. The man insists the Phantom Swordsman wasn't fighting randomly, but was systematically targeting weak points, proving his rescue was deliberate. He theorizes the swordsman's goal was to preserve as many allies as possible, even those he didn't know personally. He admits he feels too embarrassed to be thanked when he only survived because of the Phantom Swordsman's intervention. He thanks them anyway, expressing his belief that both the Mount Hua Sword Saint and the Phantom Swordsman would be proud of them. Mu Jin offers a simple thank you, while Mu Hui internally cringes at the embarrassing praise. The scarred man changes the topic, correctly guessing that their journey through the various territories is to check on Mount Hua's outer sects. Mu Hui remains silent, taking a sip of his drink as he listens. The host apologizes for his directness, explaining that he dislikes letting problems fester. Mu Hui calmly tells him there's no need to apologize and encourages him to be honest. As Mu Hua and Mu Jin look on in shock, the scarred man explains that as a fellow warrior, he understands their true feelings. Internally, Mu Hui acknowledges that the sect leader has seen right through his facade. Mu Hua nervously tries to redirect the conversation to the hot springs, but the host cuts her off, stating that won't be possible either. The scarred man advises them to stay, warning of a murderer on the loose and his desire to keep them from unnecessary danger. He reassures them, explaining the Zhongnan sect is already handling the situation, so there's no need for them to intervene. Mu Hui listens impassively, taking a silent sip of his drink. The host dismisses them to rest, offering them the chance to demonstrate the Mount Hua sword style to his disciples, if they get bored. The Mount Hua disciples formally thank the sect leader with a respectful bow. Internally, Mu finds the host's casual attitude about a local murderer to be suspiciously nonchalant. He puzzles over the contradiction. The man claims to solve problems quickly, but is avoiding this one, making Mu Hui feel like he's being deliberately confined. As the host walks away, Mu Hui resolves to keep a close watch on him. The scene transitions, showing the ornate roof of the sect's building. Outside, Mu Hui remains pensive, confident he'll uncover the sect leader's secret in due time and feeling no need to rush. He turns his attention back to his companions, preparing to oversee their training. Mu Hua cheerfully tells Mu Hui not to feel bad about neglecting their training, insisting they've been incredibly happy. She offers him a warm, reassuring smile. The training begins as Mu Cheol lunges forward with fierce determination. A blur of motion shows the speed and power of his great sword practice. Mu Cheol unleashes a flurry of powerful strikes. He puts all his weight into a heavy swing of the greatsword. Mu Hui observes, noting the greatsword has added significant weight and strength to Mu Cheol's movements. In a flash, Mu Hui steps in to halt the training exercise. Mu Cheol freezes in shock, the tip of Mu Hui's blade suddenly resting against his throat. Mu Hui points out his flaw. While his attacks have more force, he's become slower, warning that a swift opponent would exploit such a fatal opening. With a slight smile, Mu Hui withdraws his sword. Mu Hua takes her turn, lunging at Mu Hui with her sword drawn. She attempts a feint, using her sheath as a distraction while attacking with her actual blade. Mid-feint, she pauses, reconsidering her strategy. She pivots, dropping low to strike at his leg instead. Pow! Mu Hua is stunned as her attack is effortlessly countered. Standing over her, Mu Hui calmly informs her that such a simple trick won't work on him. Mu Hui internally notes how obvious her trick was. As a demonic-looking shadow of Mu Hui parries her blade, he internally admits that fighting Mu Hua is surprisingly difficult. Terrified by his speed, Mu Hua thinks he's a demon, not a person. As Mu Hui concludes, it's because she has superior senses. He reflects that her sharp senses are a raw, inborn talent that he can help her cultivate into a formidable advantage. As Mu Hui raises his sword for another test, Mu Hua shouts for her senior disciple in alarm. She screams in terror, convinced she is about to die. Mu Hui's blade stops just inches from her neck. He chides her for being chaotic, asking how she expects to slay foes if she can't remain calm. Exhausted, Mu Hua mutters that the training is shortening her lifespan, while Mu Hui calls for the next disciple. Mu Hui calls out Mu Jin's name, who prepares to face him. Mu Hui assesses Mu Jin. His senses are good, though not like Mu Hua's, and he possesses a rare calmness for his age, similar to Mu Cheol. He concludes that, while Mu Jin is the best duelist of the three, he has one critical weakness that renders his skill pointless. Mu Jin lunges, his sword clashing against Mu Hui's in a spark of steel. He deftly dodges and weaves, preparing for his next move. Mu Jin presses the attack with a focused and powerful thrust. Mu Hui sees an opening, realizing Mu Jin isn't turning fast enough to properly defend himself. He stops his own movement, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Seeing Mu Hui pause, Mu Jin wonders why he is worrying about him mid-duel. Bam! Mu Hui strikes Mu Jin squarely in the side with the flat of his blade. The force of the blow sends Mu Jin staggering, drool flying from his mouth. Mu Hua cringes with secondhand pain, while Mu Cheol observes that Mu Hui hit him much harder than the others. As Mu Jin collapses to his knees, Mu Hui identifies his problem. He is more afraid of harming others than he is of death itself. Mu Hui thinks about Mu Jin's weakness, realizing it's a critical flaw against a powerful opponent. He understands that in a real battle, Mu Jin's hesitation would endanger not only him but his friends. Believing Mu Jin is aware of the issue, Mu Hui resolves to remove him from the group if he cannot overcome it. He ends the training for the day, confident that they all understand their own shortcomings. As Mu Jin kneels in defeat, Mu Hui advises him that consistent, proper training is the only way to improve. Mu Jin accepts his senior's command to train as if there's no tomorrow to overcome his weakness. Head bowed, Mu Jin quietly reflects on the harsh but necessary criticism. The scene transitions to night, with a single sword left standing in the empty training yard. Mu Hui is discovered training late, pushing his physical limits by doing holds on the sword's hilt. A voice questions his late-night training, causing him to look up from his exercise. The sect leader approaches, and Mu Hui quickly gets to his feet to address him. Impressed, the sect leader praises his dedication to strength training, comparing him to the Iron Mountain Fist King. He laughs off the praise, adding that this is not the only training ground the sect possesses. Confused, Mu Hui asks why the sect leader has come to this particular spot. The sect leader reveals he has come to ask Mu Hui for a favor. He then makes a startling request, for Mu Hui to kill him right now. Mu Hui immediately lunges to comply, forcing a startled sect leader to hastily call him off. Mu Hui pauses, as the sect leader explains it wasn't a literal request, surprised by his directness. His expression turning serious, the sect leader clarifies that he wishes to request a duel. Mu Hui agrees, seeing an opportunity to learn the man's secrets, but proposes a condition. He demands they fight with the genuine intent to kill one another. The sect leader draws his sword, agreeing that training must feel like a real life-or-death situation. With grim determination, he declares his intent to fight to kill as well. Dust kicks up as the two warriors charge at each other. The sect leader leaps high into the moonlit air, descending on Mount Hua with his sword. His face is a mask of fierce concentration as he begins his attack. The moonlit training ground rings with the clash of steel as their duel begins. Mount Hua grunts with effort as he blocks the powerful opening strike. He narrowly avoids a deadly slash by ducking low beneath the blade. Mount Hua prepares a counterattack, his own blade glowing with energy. The intense battle continues in a blur of rapid movement. Their swords clash repeatedly in a fierce exchange. Mount Hua raises his arm to defend against an incoming strike. The sect leader presses forward, but Mount Hua blocks his sword and lands a punch to his chest. Despite the cuts on his body, Mount Hua remains focused and poised for the next move. He dodges another sweeping blow from the sect leader. A momentary pause in the fight is filled with the sound of heavy breathing. The duel resumes as the sect leader launches another powerful, arcing attack. Their blades become a whirlwind of motion, creating sparks with every impact. Mount Hua expertly parries the sect leader's sword. In a shocking move, he closes the distance and grabs the sect leader's face, halting the fight. The sect leader appears more impressed than angered by the bold maneuver. He praises Mount Hua for not only exploiting his one-armed disadvantage, but also for seeing through his habits. Mount Hua explains that he noticed the sect leader used powerful swings, but never any stabbing techniques. He reveals he sensed the sect leader was hiding his awkwardness with his left hand, a fact he confirms is correct. The sect leader admits he is only half as skilled as before, and finds retraining his left hand to be a difficult process. Mount Hua commends his progress, stating it's amazing he's come this far when everything has to be relearned. He offers a critique, observing that his strength is unbalanced, causing him to put too much force into his blade. Mount Hua suggests he is rushing and should focus more on precision and stabbing to improve his swordsmanship. The sect leader's eyes widen, then he breaks into a broad, intrigued smile at the insightful advice. The sect leader correctly guesses that Mount Hua was holding back during their duel, leaving him momentarily speechless. Mount Hua admits he held back to avoid injuring him, but the sect leader counters that it felt like Mount Hua used less than half his power. With a knowing smile, the sect leader acknowledges the vast difference in their strength that he felt firsthand. Thanking Mount Hua for the valuable feedback, he takes his leave for the night. As he departs, Mount Hua thinks of the sect leader by his name, Kang Bo-yim. Mount Hua realizes Kang Bo-yim's request for a duel wasn't just about his left hand. There was another motive. He deduces that the entire duel was a test to assess his true strength. Mount Hua concludes that Kang Bo-yim wanted to see if he was skilled enough to help fight the murderer. He wonders why Kang Bo-yim would need his help when the Mount Sect is already handling the case. Mount Hua theorizes Kang Bo-yim knows this is no ordinary killer and might even know their identity. His thoughts turn to a legendary figure, the Old Monster of 100 Faces, also called the Killing Demon. A master of disguise, the old monster's true face was known to very few. A demonic red silhouette of the monster grins menacingly. Mount Hua recalls the monster's signature tactic, killing sect leaders and impersonating them. He also remembers how the old monster was notorious for sowing discord between rival sects. Mount Hua recalls his own past battle with the monster, where he managed to wound him badly before he escaped. After their fight, the old monster went into hiding, and subsequent rumors of his return were dismissed as lesser copycats. In the end, the old monster of 100 Faces was never seen again and was never captured. Mount Hua considers the current situation, feeling that calling the culprit a mere murderer doesn't fit, which worries him. He questions why Kang Bo-yim, who dislikes letting problems fester, would be so concerned over simple rumors. Convinced the original monster couldn't still be alive, Mount Hua speculates that the current killer might be his disciple. He focuses on the killer's potential strength, believing he can make some accurate estimations. His plan forms: find out which members of the Mount Sect are pursuing the killer. Mount Hua feels confident he can handle the new threat, so long as he doesn't have to face a Mount elder. He hopes the Mount Sect can resolve the matter without his involvement, as he begins to walk away. A voice calls out, pointing to deep sword marks left in the ground nearby. A new arrival warns his companions to stay sharp, certain the murderer is close. A trio of martial artists approaches cautiously, their leader warning that serial killers are unpredictable. The leader of the group, a woman with silver hair, confirms her suspicion. She can smell murder here. From a nearby rooftop, another person observes the trio's arrival. The observer identifies the newcomers as first-generation disciples. He ponders if the combined strength of 3 first-generation disciples is equal to that of a single elder. A narrative panel recalls that the legendary Mount Hua sword saint, Hyunjo, was a first-generation disciple. With Mount Hua's champion established, the narration questions who the equivalent renowned warrior from the Zhongnan sect is. The female disciple from the Zhongnan sect smiles, seeing it as a lucky encounter to meet another martial artist. She formally introduces herself with a confident smile as Ilmu of the Zhongnan sect. Her companions also introduce themselves. One is Il-sun, and the other is Il-hun. Responding to their introduction, Mu Hui identifies himself as a second-generation disciple from the Mount Hua Sect. He humbly greets his seniors, then questions why someone of Ilmu's stature is also on this mission. Kang Boyum arrives, apologizing for the secrecy and explaining he couldn't reveal the Zhongnan sect's involvement earlier. Kang Boyum invites Mu Hui to join their discussion about the murderer, hoping for his assistance. Ilmu reveals there were 5 murderers originally. They've killed 2, but 3 remain at large. Mu Hui explains that because the murderers are experts at disguise, they are nearly impossible to identify visually. He elaborates that their sect leader developed a miracle medicine that allows them to track the murderers by scent. Ilmu points out a flaw in their method. The medicine tracks the smell of blood, making it difficult to pinpoint an exact location. Kang Boeum listens intently, realizing the grave implications of her words. The group makes a shocking announcement. There is at least 1 murderer hiding within the Shining Radiance sect right now. Ilmu admits that while she knows a killer is present, she can't identify them, which is why she needs Mu Hui's help. Kang Boeum agrees to help despite his one-arm disadvantage and asks what his role will be. Il-hun explains that clues from the murder scenes suggest the killer is a show-off who likes to drink, as all the alcohol was always missing. Il-hun observes that the killer's arrogance is their defining trait, a fact that the group has decided to exploit. Mu Hui reveals their plan, to hold a large party with plenty of alcohol to bait the killer. Il-sun agrees, confident that such a blatant provocation will lure out their arrogant target. Acknowledging the danger of a large gathering, Ilmu reveals they have a secret weapon to control the situation. She presents a small object, explaining that when broken, it releases a potent sleeping gas. Ilmu finishes laying out the plan. Once the murderer is identified, they will incapacitate everyone else and eliminate the target. Kang Boeum approves, agreeing they must act swiftly since the killer is already among them. With grim resolve, he announces that the party will be held that very night. The scene transitions to a full moon hanging in the dark night sky. A large jug of fine alcohol is placed on a table, ready for the festivities. A perfectly roasted chicken is served, completing the lavish preparations for the party. Kang Boeum raises his cup, proposing a toast to the heroes of the Mount Hua and Zhongnan sects. With a cry of cheers, he leads the entire hall in a celebratory drink. A disciple savors the alcohol with a satisfied sigh. The party is lively, as guests call for more drinks, enjoying the feast. Mu sits quietly, surveying the elaborate spread of food before him. He muses that such a well-prepared party is an irresistible temptation for anyone. A wave of anxiety hits Mu Hui as he worries about acting suspiciously and being mistaken for the culprit. A disciple loudly praises the alcohol, grabbing a bottle as Mu Hui watches him. Mu Hui looks on with a weary, unimpressed expression as the party continues around him. He glances over his shoulder, observing the Zhongnan disciple seated at another table. Ilmu catches his eye and offers a faint, confident smile. Mu Hui notes with relief that the Zhongnan members seem to be blending in without raising suspicion. Il-sun internally scolds a fellow disciple, annoyed that he keeps touching his nose, a nervous habit he was told to stop. Kang Boeum rises from his seat, preparing to take his leave. He excuses himself to prepare for morning training, telling the others to enjoy the rest of the night. The Zhongnan disciples watch intently as the sect leader walks away from the party. With Kang Boeum gone, Ilmu states that it's now time to find the murderer. The scene follows Kang Boeum as he departs from the banquet hall. A disciple is suddenly knocked out cold from a swift blow to the neck. The entire banquet hall is now filled with unconscious disciples slumped over their tables. The three Zongnan disciples stand alone amidst the sleeping crowd. Looking over the room, Ilmu confirms that every single person has been incapacitated. Il's son uses a special technique and speculates that the killer is either absent or faking sleep. He realizes only one person is still conscious, and as he looks at Mu Hui, the two confirm their suspicion. Mu Hui states with certainty that the murderer is none other than the Shining Radiance sect leader. Ilmu decides to stay behind to be safe, ordering Mu Hui, Il's son, and Ilhun to handle the imposter. Mu Hui agrees, asking her to watch over the other disciples while she warns him not to let his guard down. As the others depart, Ilmu sits alone in the silent, sleeping hall. The sect leader pauses before a grand, golden door, sensing he has been followed. He turns with a knowing smirk, asking if they have finally figured out his identity. Mu Hui, Il Sun, and Ilhun move to surround the imposter, their swords drawn and ready. Mu Hui tells the fake sect leader his act is over, demanding that he surrender. The imposter's face contorts with anger, his disguise of a calm leader completely gone. Mu Hui presses him, questioning if he intends to continue his charade. As Il Sun prepares to make a move, Ilhun stops him, insisting they will handle the confrontation. In a flash, a sword impales Ilhun from behind, killing him instantly. Il's son stares in horror, his face splattered with his comrade's blood. The fake sect leader immediately lunges, targeting the shocked Il-sun. Crash! He lands a powerful kick, sending Il-sun flying backward through a window. As the imposter watches, Mu Hui lands a powerful kick on the accomplice who killed Ilhun. The accomplice is sent flying out of the building as Ilhun's body lies nearby. In a flashback, Mu Hui scoffs at the plan to track the killers by scent, deeming it nonsense that would never work on the old monster. The flashback shows two murderers kneeling in defeat after being captured. The two captured men share a sinister grin, acknowledging that their pursuers were quick to figure things out. Mu Hui stands over one of the defeated murderers. An overhead view shows both killers subdued on the ground. One of the men checks on his wounded comrade, who dismisses the injury as nothing. The injured man trembles, his eyes fixed with a fierce intensity. He tells Mu Hui he's glad to have finally met someone worthy of testing his skills against. The flashback concludes with Mu Hui telling the imposter they caught the culprits but that he feels one is still missing. A new flashback begins, showing Ilmu in a room of unconscious people, explaining she has alerted the team about their target. She glances toward one of the sleeping figures at a table. A sudden, violent slash cuts across the screen. A female killer with a demonic grin reveals herself, standing over the unconscious disciple. Swoosh! Il-sun's eyes snap open. He was only pretending to be asleep. Mu Hui, also feigning sleep, instantly springs up and launches an attack on the killer. He sends her flying backward through a window with a powerful kick. She crashes hard onto the stone courtyard outside. Stunned, the female killer demands to know why they weren't affected by the sleeping gas. Ilhun, Il-sun, and Mu Hui land together, revealing they were warned ahead of time and came prepared. HMPH Ilhun scoffs, calling her use of sleeping gas a cowardly and sickening tactic. The killer watches them, wondering how they managed to neutralize the gas. She smirks, admitting they were smart to feign sleep and that she completely fell for their act. Looking slightly concerned, she asks if the three of them truly intend to fight her. She dismisses them as boring and weak, then offers them a deal to avoid a pointless fight. Pointing toward Ilmu, she tells the men to leave the bitch and run away. With glowing red eyes, the killer offers to spare two of them if they comply, asking, "How's that?" In response, Ilhun charges forward to attack. He fiercely blocks the female killer's sword strike. She easily deflects his attack, mocking his obvious move. With a sharp crack, she stops his greatsword with her bare hand. Cube, she spits up blood, revealing the impact was stronger than she let on. Undeterred, Ilhun presses his assault with a powerful swing. He slides forward, using his momentum to amplify the attack. The killer dodges, but her arm is sliced open in the process. Ilhun lands a brutal slash across her chest. She clutches her bleeding wound, stunned by the force of the blow. Il-hun's eyes burn red with determination as he relentlessly attacks. He lands another heavy blow, cutting deep into her shoulder. He deflects her counterattack with his arm guard. Il-hun delivers a devastating punch to her stomach. He follows up with a powerful downward strike. Though bloodied and beaten, the female killer glares back defiantly. Mu-hui suddenly intervenes, blocking a desperate strike aimed at Il-hun. He forcefully shoves the killer backward, sending her stumbling away. Cough. The female killer collapses, coughing violently. Mu-hui looks down, disappointed by her lack of skill, and realizing she wasn't holding back at all. He deduces that because her disguise arts required direct observation, she could only impersonate the Zhongnan disciples she'd previously met. Questioning how she survived with such weak skills, he asks if she has an organization supporting her, prompting a sinister laugh from the killer. The killer admits she's somewhat right, explaining they lost 2 members fighting first-generation Zhongnan disciples. She clarifies they didn't run away. They killed the disciples, a claim Mu-hui dismisses as a ridiculous lie. Laughing menacingly, she calls Mu-hui arrogant for his disbelief. As proof of her story, she presents a captured sword. Mu-hui recognizes the craftsmanship, wondering if it truly belongs to the Zhongnan sect. He inspects the blade closely, realizing it's far too detailed to be a mere copy. The killer boasts that few smiths can forge such a weapon, and a copy would take ages to make. The truth dawns on Mushu. They genuinely managed to acquire an authentic Zhongnan sword. He stares intently, processing the grim implications of their claim. The killer taunts his disbelief, preparing to ask him a question as she walks away. Mu-hui watches her, his expression hardening as he awaits her words. She explains that just as he is stronger than his allies, her group also has varying levels of skill. A new long-haired killer with demonic red eyes appears with a sinister smile. In a flash, he decapitates the disguised killer, revealing it was he who slaughtered the Zhongnan disciples. A warrior with a mustache rushes in to block the new killer's attack, crying out in shock. The warrior stares in disbelief at the sudden, brutal execution. Before he can react, the long-haired killer is himself decapitated in a blur of motion. The warrior is stunned, unable to comprehend the technique that was too fast for even the murderer to see. Wish! He spins around, calling out Mu-hui's name in confusion. The sound of frantic footsteps echoes across the stone courtyard. Mu-hui leaps across the rooftops, regretting that he took time to test his martial arts. With a surge of urgency, he realizes the others are in grave danger, and he must hurry. The scene shifts to a blood-spattered sword left standing the ground after a battle. In a courtyard littered with bodies, Ilmu cradles a fallen comrade. The memory of the killer's taunt to abandon Ilmu echoes ominously. The 3 disciples stand ready to confront the Ilmu imposter. Il-sun steps forward to fight first, while his comrade warns him to be careful. The imposter, cloaked in a powerful aura, glares back with glowing red eyes. Her demonic eyes narrow with murderous intent. Clang. She blocks Il-sun's attack, drawing blood from his arm with her own blade. Their swords clash with explosive force. Il-sun presses his attack as she nimbly dodges his strikes. The imposter looks on, slightly surprised by his skill. Il-sun leaps into the air, preparing a powerful downward slash. Boom! He brings his glowing sword down with devastating force. The impact sends a shockwave through the courtyard. Their fierce battle continues in a chaotic blur of movement. The imposter grins confidently as she finds an opening in his defense. She lands a brutal slash across Il-sun's chest. Blood erupts from the deep wound as he recoils from the blow. The imposter deflects another attack, sending her opponent staggering backward. His ally cries out, "Mu Cheol," as the warrior is sent flying through the air. A figure dashes forward to continue the desperate fight. A flashback begins, showing 2 figures facing off in a blood-red, hostile environment. A close-up reveals a pair of determined, narrowed eyes. A hooded figure brutally stabs a person lying helpless on the ground. The victim's lifeless face is shown up close. A shadowy assassin with glowing eyes smiles sadistically. A terrified child hides, witnessing the slaughter from beneath a structure. A purple-haired warrior lands a powerful kick against the imposter's head. Crash! The imposter is sent spinning to the ground from the force of the blow. She looks up in confusion, wondering what just happened. Huff, a warrior with a ponytail, pants heavily, exhausted from the fight. A disciple with a side ponytail rushes forward, sword drawn to continue the assault. With a firm grip, he prepares to strike his enemy. Swoosh! He unleashes a swift horizontal slash. The imposter dodges backward, narrowly avoiding the blade. She coughs up a spray of blood, revealing the attack took a toll. Stumbling to his knees, the disciple is left vulnerable as she stands over him. Murim appears behind the imposter, ready to intervene. He leaps into the air, bringing his great sword down with immense force. With a determined glare, Murim channels his strength into the powerful downward strike. The imposter is struck down as blood erupts from the devastating blow. Murim stares grimly, his face splattered with his opponent's blood. The warrior with the ponytail screams, "No!" in despair, watching the brutal fight. A hand grabs his shoulder, and a voice tells him, "Don't." A senior disciple holds him back, warning he'll die if he rushes in. As a worried disciple watches, she questions how he could possibly win, reminding him the imposter defeated Manhwa and Murim without a scratch. The senior disciple compares them to ants trying to stop a human, saying they'll only be crushed. He accuses his comrade of turning a blind eye his entire life to avoid such truths. The reason for his hesitation, he explains, is because he hasn't trained enough. A flashback shows him sitting alone amidst a field of corpses, confirming this isn't his first failure. He has an epiphany, realizing his fear stems from his own lack of training and courage. Instead of fighting, he collapses and begins banging his head on the ground in self-loathing. He looks up in shock, calling out Muchiel's name in disbelief. Kneeling beside the wounded Muchiel, he offers his support. Muchiel admits he thinks their opponent is even stronger than the senior disciple. He urges his comrade to escape and report to Mount Hua, promising to stall for time. The imposter watches them, noting their stubbornness. The disciple's inner voice agrees that running is the logical thing to do. He looks at the blood-soaked ground, wondering how everyone else can continue fighting when he cannot. He sits defeated on the stained courtyard, lost in thought. He questions if the others can fight simply because they trained enough, feeling insignificant before them. The worried disciple questions why she felt relief, not rage, at Muchiel's order to run. Overwhelmed by her own cowardice, she clenches her fist, repeatedly asking herself why. In another flashback, a man tells the disciple he cannot know what the disciple has hidden from himself. He suggests the disciple is tricking himself, because acknowledging the truth is too frightening. He explains that a great fear was buried so long ago that its origin is now forgotten. The man encourages him to think, reminding him that everything has a reason. The memory returns to the massacre, showing the young disciple hiding in terror. He recalls the horrific sight of a hooded figure repeatedly stabbing a fallen victim. The flashback shows the dead victim's face and the killer's sinister, glowing red eyes. The scene is a sea of red, littered with the bodies of the fallen. The massacre continues as more bodies fall to the ground. The memory focuses on a single body lying in a widening pool of blood. A bloodied hand clinches cloth as narration explains that their pitiful resistance was pointless. As a child, he resolved to become stronger so he could one day fight back with courage. He found that as long as he held a sword, his worries and anxiety disappeared. The flashback concludes with him standing proudly in a swordsman's stance, ready to train. The disciple with the ponytail watches in horrified realization. He flashes back to his younger self, cowering in fear. The reason for his hesitation becomes clear. He never truly overcame his past trauma. The Ilmu imposter stares ahead with a sinister, confident grin. The disciple with the side ponytail kneels, wounded but determined to keep fighting. The memory of his fallen comrades surfaces as he questions their unwavering bravery. The determined face of Muchiel flashes in his mind. He remains frozen in despair, watching as Muchiel charges forward to fight in his stead. Questioning if he's truly overcome anything, he feels just as helpless as he did back then. He desperately wonders if he learned to wield a sword just to end up this pathetic. In a moment of intense self-loathing, he asks if his training was just a way to run from his cowardice. He grips his blood-stained clothes, trembling with frustration. He realizes that unlike him, his comrades stood up against injustice, despite their weakness. Inspired by their courage, he plants his sword in the ground to force himself up. With a new fire in his eyes, he shakily rises to his feet. Tears of resolve stream down his face as he finally decides to fight back. The imposter turns, sensing the sudden shift in his demeanor. Letting out a defiant scream, he leaps forward to strike, putting everything into one last attack. The imposter holds a fallen disciple by the hair, looking up at him with cold disdain. She dismisses his attack as annoying and blocks his blade with a single, contemptuous gesture. He is violently thrown backward by the force of her effortless parry. He coughs up blood, his desperate charge completely shut down. His sword clatters onto the stone courtyard floor. A close-up shows the blood spattered across his sword's ornate hilt. The imposter stands over her victims, surveying the bloody aftermath of her work. She grabs another unconscious disciple by the collar. Her glowing red eyes betray no emotion as she looks upon the carnage. She gazes back at the disciple struggling on the ground. She wonders aloud about the progress of her two allies, sent after the Shining Radiance sect leader. A cloaked figure suddenly appears, telling a fallen disciple to hold on. His eyes glow menacingly, as he vows to take care of things as quickly as possible. Ha! The imposter scoffs at the newcomer's dramatic entrance. She smirks, finding his display of camaraderie funny. Complimenting his bravery, she launches a swift attack. She knocks him back easily, admitting that while she's not into men, she doesn't mind someone as brave and bold as him. She expresses her hope that he'll be an exciting opponent rather than a disappointment. A remembered warning echoes. Don't underestimate her. The senior disciple takes a fighting stance, focusing on one single objective, a swift kill. The imposter's expression instantly shifts, startled by his sudden change in aura. He unleashes the Dako sword technique, exploding forward in a flash of light. He covers the distance between them in the blink of an eye. His blade finds its mark, and blood erupts from the imposter's chest. Stunned, she exclaims, "Sword chi?" realizing he is far more skilled than she imagined. Ugh. He presses his attack with a powerful spinning slash that breaks through her guard. The senior disciple's face is a mask of cold focus as he continues his relentless assault. Knocked to the ground and bleeding heavily, the imposter can only mutter a defeated, "Damn." He prepares to deliver the final blow, activating his falling flower palm technique. He brings his sword down for the finishing strike. His attack lands true, ending the battle with overwhelming force. His sword remains embedded in the imposter as she lies defeated on the ground. The senior disciple stands over his fallen opponent, sword still planted in her chest. With a cold, unwavering gaze, he prepares to ensure her defeat is final. Whoosh! The imposter is suddenly sent flying backward, dislodging the sword. Without hesitation, the senior disciple dashes forward to press his advantage. He closes the distance in a blur of motion. Blood trickles from his lip, but his focus remains unbroken as he readies his next move. He lands another powerful blow, sending the imposter tumbling across the courtyard. Gasping for air, she clutches her throat, stunned by the relentless assault. Propped up by her sword, she glares up defiantly from the ground. The senior disciple approaches slowly, his blood-stained blade held ready. She flashes a sinister grin while he maintains his calm, determined expression. The battle resumes with a fierce clash of wills. Their blades meet in a flash of sparks as the duel intensifies. She parries his strike, her red eyes burning with malice. With unexpected strength, she uses her bare hands to push his blade back. He struggles for a moment against her surprising power. Thwack! She slaps his sword aside, creating an opening. He quickly repositions his sword, blocking her advance with a focused glare. He swings his greatsword in a powerful upward arc. His eyes narrow as he prepares to unleash another devastating attack. He unleashes a vicious horizontal slash that tears through the air. Thwack! His attack connects squarely with the imposter's face. She is sent spinning away from the force of the brutal follow-up strike. He coughs up blood, revealing the immense toll the fight is taking on him. He launches another massive, sweeping attack, creating a whirlwind of energy. He leaps into the air, relentlessly pursuing his airborne opponent. He closes in on her, soaring across the moonlit courtyard. The scene shifts, showing the vast expanse of the sect grounds at night. A man with a ponytail watches the distant battle from a rooftop, looking thoughtful. He says, "I was wondering where Muhai was headed to in such a hurry, but I see it was to fight the murderer." He laments that he would have helped if he still had his right arm, but now he'd only get in Muhai's way. Elsewhere, the imposter unleashes her 100 Forms palm technique amidst a swirl of red energy. Lethal streams of red energy slice through the forest trees. Mu Hui navigates the deadly barrage, dodging through the woods at high speed. Surrounded by a vortex of his own energy, he prepares a counterattack. His sword technique meets her palm strikes in a furious clash. The opposing energies collide, creating a massive, chaotic explosion. The imposter is shocked, realizing her attack was nullified. She looks on with a grim expression, facing her opponent. Her glowing red eyes narrow as she assesses the situation. Suddenly, glowing red petals begin to drift through the forest air. The imposter stands alert amidst the strange, beautiful phenomenon. She watches the petals fall, sensing a new danger approaching. Murim has activated his technique, plum blossoms in full bloom. The battlefield is now obscured by a thick mist and a storm of petals. Caught off guard, the imposter is struck hard from the side by an unseen attack. Gritting her teeth through the pain, she smirks and says, "Nice?" She channels dark red energy into her hand, preparing a powerful counter. She unleashes the form-shattering whip, sending a lash of pure energy flying forward. Tap! Murim lands lightly and immediately dashes forward, cutting through the last of her energy whip. He launches himself into the air, soaring over the imposter for a devastating downward strike. The camera focuses on his feet as he hurtles through the air with incredible speed. The imposter looks up, tracking his airborne assault with a steady gaze. Swoosh! Murim brings his great sword down in a powerful, arcing slash. With a confident grin, the imposter catches the massive blade between her bare hands. Tap! Murim is momentarily stunned as she effortlessly halts his attack. She dodges his follow-up strike, weaving past the blade with a smirk. Slash! In a shocking move, her hand slices through the air, severing Murim's arm at the elbow. He retaliates instantly with a brutal kick to her chest, sending her flying backward. As she hurtles away, Murim lands, his severed arm now clearly visible. Stunned by the force of his kick, the imposter can only mutter, "Oh." Her eyes burn with rage as she snarls that she can't be nice to him after that. Undeterred by his horrific injury, Murim leaps from a high branch to press his attack. He swings his sword with his remaining arm, putting all his strength into the blow. Clang! She blocks his sword with her forearm, now glowing with red energy. Murim relentlessly pursues her, his blade held ready for another strike. Thwack! He lands a powerful blow, smashing her against a tree with incredible force. He grips his sword with both hands, his expression a mask of cold fury. The imposter glares back from the wreckage, bloodied but unbroken. Kang! Their attacks meet in a violent explosion of red and blue energy. Murim struggles to control his greatsword with his one remaining hand. She gloats that he couldn't handle her internal energy, declaring that hers has won the clash. Murim's eyes widen with fierce determination, refusing to accept defeat. He lunges forward, his blade clashing with hers in a flurry of dark energy. The imposter stares in wide-eyed shock as blood splatters across her face. His blade plunges deep into her chest, a final, decisive blow. She stumbles backward from the force of the impact, clutching at the fatal wound. She staggers away, the massive sword still protruding from her chest. Cough. She spews a mouthful of blood, the life draining from her eyes. Blood drips in pools on the forest floor beneath her. Huffing for breath, she looks down at the blade impaling her, her battle seemingly over. She gazes across the clearing at Murim, who stands watching her stoically. Murim grimaces in pain, clutching the stump where his arm used to be. Confused, the imposter looks from him to her own wound, wondering what's happening. She concedes defeat, admitting she loses, while Murim notes that staying calm to find an opening is a skill. Murim listens to her confession with a cold, unwavering gaze. The imposter reveals that her companions who came to the sect are all dead. Murim says he sees, concluding the murders will stop, which seems to confuse her. He tells her she thinks a certain man is dead, prompting her to ask if he isn't. She admits he vanished after running away, but insists that doesn't mean he's dead. She begins to reveal that he was actually training in isolation to become stronger. Before she can finish, Murim suddenly grabs the hilt of the sword still in her chest. He tightens his grip, preparing to inflict more pain. Arg! With a savage twist of the blade, he demands to know the location of the old monster of 100 faces. Trembling, he grabs her by the collar, repeating his demand as she screams in agony. She gasps that there's no point, claiming her master is in a place he can't reach. He accuses her of stalling, but she weakly denies it. Of course, her head lolls to the side as she succumbs to her wounds. Mu Hui kneels over the imposter's body, coldly remarking that he wouldn't have told her anyway. Splat. A final spray of blood marks the end of the brutal confrontation. He remains crouched over his fallen foe, the silence of the forest closing in. A close-up reveals the imposter's now lifeless expression, her fight finally over. He rises slowly from the blood-soaked ground, the grim task complete. The scene transitions to the full moon, its light filtering through blood-splattered leaves. The next morning, a long-haired disciple rests in a sunlit room. He jolts awake, suddenly sitting upright in his bed. He clutches his bandaged torso, wincing from a sharp pain. He looks up in surprise to see Mu Hui standing in his room. Stunned, he addresses him as senior disciple. He frantically asks what happened to the murderers, his last memory being the fight. Mu Hua offers him a cup of tea, explaining that he's notified the Zhongnan sect and that Mu Qiu and Mu Hua are already training. The disciple gratefully accepts the tea and takes a sip. He comments on the murderer's surprising strength, while Mu Hui simply looks out the window. Mu Hui turns back, soberly stating that he was lucky to escape with only a wound. He continues, clarifying that he never expected his juniors to sacrifice their lives for his orders. As the senior disciple, he declares that he will take full responsibility for what happened. Touched and surprised, the disciple stammers his name, as Mu Hui informs him he's told the others. The disciple relays what Mu Qiu told him, that he was the only one who actually landed a blow on the murderer. He asks in disbelief if it was really him, but Mu Hui claims ignorance since he arrived late. A flashback shows the disciple leaping into battle against the intruders. The memory continues, showing the imposter grabbing him by the hair while holding another disciple captive. Her glowing red eyes narrow as she prepares to strike him down. He recalls coughing up blood after taking a devastating hit. His sword clatters to the ground, signaling his defeat. He lies helpless on the pavement as the imposter stands over him victoriously. The flashback ends with her casually slinging his unconscious body over her shoulder. Her cold, red eyes are devoid of emotion as she looks back. Back in the present, Mu Hui dryly comments, "Well, that counts, I guess." Mu Jin feels slighted, but Mu Hui clarifies that the size of the wound doesn't matter. Mu Jin listens intently, his expression serious. Mu Hui explains that breaking through a martial artist's wall often comes from a small action, not a grand enlightenment. As he turns to leave, Mu Jin watches him go, contemplating his words. Mu Jin panics slightly, asking where he's going and hoping it isn't for more training. Mu Hui confirms it's training and tells Mu Jin to get dressed, stating his injury makes it more important to go. A bewildered Mu Jin finds himself standing in a steaming hot spring. Mu Hui explains that a good rest in a hot spring is the best kind of healing, calling this their training. He leans back and closes his eyes, peacefully enjoying the restorative waters. A female disciple with reddish-brown hair smiles contentedly, also enjoying the hot spring. As the sun sets, Mu Jin begins to ask another question. He asks his senior disciple how he actually managed to kill such a powerful murderer. Mu Hui opens his eyes, looking back at him with a simple question. How? He downplays his victory, casually claiming that he was just lucky. Another disciple adds that the imposter seemed incredibly strong, perhaps even stronger than Mu Hui. Mu Hui admits he wouldn't win a direct fight, but notes she wasn't a skilled fighter. A memory flashes of him ruthlessly dispatching another opponent with a single strike. The flashback shows his focused gaze as he held his sword, ready for a decisive blow. The memory concludes with a swift, brutal takedown in the heat of battle. Back in the hot spring, Mu Hui's expression is thoughtful. As he reflects on the fight, he reflects that the imposter's skill was more than just prowess. She possessed a natural fighter's instinct. Turning his gaze, he begins to explain the real reason he was able to kill her. Mu Hui stares thoughtfully into the distance, lost in the memory of the brutal fight. He recalls how her overwhelming internal energy twisted his arm, making her believe the fight was already over. The memory of his mangled arm resurfaces as he grips the stump beneath the water. He explains that her arrogance was his luck. If she hadn't underestimated him, he wouldn't have survived. Turning to his juniors, he advises them to reflect on their attitude, reminding them that power means nothing if you're dead. and to be humble. He somberly admits that this is a lesson he has also just learned for himself. He moves to the edge of the steaming hot spring, his reflection a solitary figure. A flashback shows his blood-stained sword, as he concludes that even with new techniques, his arrogance was a weakness. He admits he was just as arrogant as the murderer and has a long way to go, though his injury will prevent training. He leans back into the restorative waters, letting out a quiet sigh. Muscular, scarred man with white hair and his younger companion approach, asking if they mind if they join. The two imposing figures stand over the hot spring, their shadows falling across Muhui. The older man gives a confident, friendly grin, waiting for a response. Muhui calmly says he doesn't mind, but internally wonders who this strange old man is. The older man eases himself into the hot water, his powerful physique on full display. A tense quiet settles over the hot spring as the newcomers share the space with Muhui. The group soaks in silence, the steam rising around them under the warm sun. The older man breaks the silence, correctly guessing that Muhui's group are disciples from Mount Hua based on their muscles. Muhui confirms this and introduces himself, internally marveling at the man's incredible perception. The man nods, commending them for not neglecting strength training like many young martial artists. He suddenly recognizes Mu Hui's name, recalling that he is Hyunjo's disciple. He looks at Mu Hui with a curious expression, a strange thought crossing his mind. He notes that Mu Hui's eyes remind him more of the infamous Phantom Swordsman. One of the disciples is confused, wondering who this man is that he knows both masters so well. Mu Hui explains that he once received training advice from the Phantom Swordsman, which might be the reason. The older man looks completely astonished by this revelation. Pooh ha ha ha. He erupts into boisterous laughter, startling his companion. Mujin calls the Phantom Swordsman egotistical for giving advice to others while acting aloof during his own training, while another disciple remains confused. The older man apologizes for his sudden outburst, waving it off as nothing. Mujin and the other disciple exchange confused and wary glances. Mujin recalls the terrifying, shadowy image of his master, the Phantom Swordsman. As he ponders the training methods, he muses that the Phantom Swordsman must be a famous master, but the identity of the old man remains a mystery. Suddenly, Mu Hui stands up in the water, startling his juniors. Clasping his hands in a formal gesture, he apologizes for not recognizing the man sooner. He offers his greetings to the Iron Mountain Fist King, leaving his fellow disciples in shock. Mujin stares in disbelief at the legendary title he just heard. The Iron Mountain Fist King looks down at Mu Hui's respectful gesture. The scene flashes to a hand holding a massive bundle of rocks, a testament to intense training. The rope strains as the immense weight dangles from a tree branch. Following their senior's lead, another disciple quickly offers a respectful greeting. The Iron Mountain Fist King smiles, saying it's an honor to have his title recognized. He introduces himself as Ma Yeonho and tells them to relax and enjoy themselves. Ma Yeonho introduces his disciple, who greets them and states his name is Wu Taikang. Mu Hui observes Wu Taikang, surprised that the Iron Mountain Fist King had such a disciple. He mentally assesses Wu Taikang, concluding he's strong enough to defeat most martial artists. Ma Yeonho explains they're traveling for training, so Mu Hui politely asks Wu Taikang how his journey is going. Wu Taikang looks back, preparing to answer Mu Hui's question. After Wu Taikang speaks, the disciples react with awe, one noting it makes sense considering who his master is. Wu Taikang admits his recent duel was a close call, but Mu Hui counters that a sword is a reflection of its wielder. Mu Hui elaborates that a broken sword only proves the owner's lack of skill and is their own responsibility. A disciple remarks on Wu Taikang's strength, concluding his opponent must have been formidable. When asked who it was, Wu Taikang decides a description would be faster than a name. He reveals his opponent was the Phantom Swordsman's disciple, piquing Mu Hui's curiosity. Ma Yeonho strokes his chin, noting the fighting style sounded very similar to the Sword Phantoms. He tells Wu Taikang that if his opponent's sword hadn't broken, he would have surely lost. Ma Yeonho advises him not to see it as an unfair win, while Mu Jin teases Wu Taikang for wanting a perfect victory. Sure, the story flashes back to the duel between Dako Yul, the Sword Phantom's disciple, and Wu Taikang. After 100 exchanges, Dako Yul's sword shattered against Wu Taikang's powerful fist. Mu Hui smirks with satisfaction, thinking to himself that his rival simply lost. He internally scoffs at Dogo Yul for breaking his sword and admitting defeat to Ma Yonho's disciple. Mu Hui vows to work Dogo Yul relentlessly when they meet, then turns his attention back to the present. Ma Yonho recalls the Sword Phantom's boast that his disciple would defeat both of their school's disciples. He erupts in laughter, imagining the look on the Sword Phantom's face upon hearing of the defeat. Mujin listens to the exchange with a serious expression. A disciple notes the Sword Phantom's disciple was defeated, then wonders about the Sword Saint's disciple. The disciples, including Mu Hui, look on with expressions of surprise and concern. Ma Yonho's mood turns somber as he laments that he can't even mock them since they died. Citing their fateful meeting, Ma Yonho challenges Mu Hui to a fight with his disciple, and Mu Hui readily agrees. Mu Hui declares his readiness, stating he could fight immediately if necessary. Ma Yonho grins, impressed by Mu Hui's bold confidence. He asks his disciple's opinion, and Wu Taikang eagerly agrees, admitting he was itching for a fight. With both sides in agreement, Ma Yonho tells them to get ready. As the scene shifts to a clearing, a voice deems the location suitable. Ma Yonho apologizes that the spot isn't perfect for a proper fight. Now dressed, Mu Hui assures him that he thinks the location is perfect. Pleased, Ma Yonho says he has one more favor to ask. He asks to analyze Mu Hui's skills out of simple curiosity. Mu Hui agrees but warily questions what he means by analyze. Ma Yonho extends his hand, instructing Mu Hui to hit his palm as hard as he can. He calmly waits, telling Mu Hui to strike whenever he is ready. The other disciples watch with concern, one of them thinking of their senior. The disciple worries aloud in his thoughts, questioning why Mu Hui is pushing himself with an unhealed arm. Mu Hui glares, internally refusing to tolerate Ma Yonho's arrogance any longer. After a moment of consideration, Mu Hui internally agrees to the strange request. Mu Hui instantly lunges forward, his movements a blur. Boom! He delivers a powerful palm strike directly into Ma Yonho's hand. The force of the blow radiates outward in a powerful shockwave. Dust and energy continue to billow from the point of impact. The two martial artists stand firm as the dust begins to settle around them. Ma Yonho examines his hand, seemingly unfazed by the powerful strike. He praises Mu Hui's amazing skill, confirming he is indeed the Sword Saint's disciple, and says the analysis is complete. Ma Yonho declares they will proceed with the duel once Mu Hui has recovered his breath, telling Wu Taikang to prepare. Mu Hui is baffled by the anticlimactic test, thinking, that's all? He finds Ma Yonho's calm reaction disappointingly lame, and internally calls him a bastard. Ma Yonho turns, his powerful physique evident. He glances back over his shoulder, a look of utter shock on his face as he thinks, what the hell? Ma Yonho internally curses Hyunjo for hiding such a talented disciple and looks forward to the duel. Wu Taikang stands ready for the duel, his fists clenched and his expression resolved. With intense focus, Wu Taikang glares forward, his fighting spirit burning. Mu Hui observes his opponent, internally noting that he has quite the spirit and a great pair of eyes. With a sinister smile, Mu Hui grips his sword, thinking they are perfect eyes to crush. Mu Hui announces he's ready, and Wu Taikang calmly accepts the challenge. As Wu Taikang assumes a low, beast-like stance, Mu Hui finds it interesting, and his opponent declares he's starting. Wu Taikang explodes forward in a powerful blur of motion. The disciples watching from afar are startled by his sudden speed. Wu Taikang unleashes the heavenly iron fist. He closes the distance, his fist poised to strike. Mu Hui internally compares the incoming attack to a flying boulder, acknowledging him as Ma Yonho's disciple. Despite the powerful aura, Mu Hui confidently thinks to himself that Wu Taikang still has a long way to go. Mu Hui gracefully sidesteps the punch, his sword trailing a streak of pink energy. He counters with a series of blindingly fast slashes. The sword cuts through the air as Wu Taikang dodges the rapid assault. Landing in a cloud of dust, Wu Taikang wonders where Mu Hui vanished to. Mu Hui appears at his side, striking him with the flat of his blade. Surprised, Wu Taikang manages to deflect the sword with his forearm. A junior disciple watches in disbelief, shocked that Wu Taikang deflected his senior's sword. Wu Taikang immediately prepares to launch another attack. Ba Mu Hui blocks a powerful punch with his sword, sending a shockwave through the air. As Mu Hui is pushed back, a disciple remarks on the great attack, though he believes it's not enough. Mu Hui looks at his sword hand with a flicker of surprise. His hand trembles from the force of the impact. A bead of sweat runs down his face as he realizes the strain. He quickly retreats a few steps to regain his footing. Wu Taikang presses his advantage, landing a glancing blow as Mu Hui evades. Mu Hui realizes his injured left hand is worse than he thought, forcing him to abandon his plan to dominate the fight. Wu Taikang notices that Mu Hui hit his left hand during the last exchange, suspecting an injury. Deciding to exploit the weakness, Wu Taikang lunges forward, aiming for Mu Hui's left side. Mu Hui ducks low to the ground, using his sword to brace himself. Wu Taikang clasps his hands together, preparing a devastating overhead smash. He brings his powerful fists down towards the ground. Wu Taikang lets out a grunt of surprise as his attack finds nothing. His fists slam into the empty ground where Mu Hui just was. Boom! The impact shatters the earth, creating a massive crater. As the dust settles, Wu Taikang rises from the epicenter of the destruction. Mu Hui stands calmly behind him, having completely evaded the attack. In an instant, Mu Hui appears at his back with his blade poised at Wu Taikang's neck. The sharp edge of the sword stops just millimeters from Wu Taikang's skin. Mu Hui holds his opponent at bay, his sword resting on Wu Taikang's shoulder. A close-up shows Mu Hui's hand on Wu Taikang's shoulder, immobilizing him. Mu Hui realizes his opponent was deliberately aiming for his injured left arm. He's shocked that Wu Taikang discovered his weakness after only a few exchanges. Grudgingly, Mu Hui admits to himself that his opponent is skilled. Pushed back, Mu Hui concludes that with his injury, he can no longer just play around. He decides to get serious and promises to show Wu Taikang something nice. Mu Hui slides his hand down the hilt of his sword, activating a mechanism. A brilliant column of light erupts from the sword, engulfing Wu Taikang. Wu Taikang stares, stunned and blinded by the intense flash of light. Inside the blinding light, Wu Taikang realizes this is no simple attack. He feels an overwhelming pressure, like an unstoppable wall crashing down upon him. As the light fades, Mu Hui's disciples watch with shocked expressions. Kneeling on the ground in defeat, Wu Taikang admits, "I lost." Mu Hui stands over his defeated opponent, sword raised as if to deliver a final blow. Ma Yonho watches the conclusion of the duel from a distance. He observes with a serious expression, noting that Mu Hui only threatened with his sword and never actually swung. Ma Yonho deduces his disciple lost due to intimidation and a loss of morale, a testament to Mu Hui's skill. Smiling, Ma Yonho considers it a good first loss, a necessary lesson for his disciple to grow stronger. He declares to the unseen sword saint that his disciple has won a perfect victory. Wu Taikang and Mu Hui exchange respectful words, acknowledging it was a good duel and checking on each other's well-being. Ma Yonho approaches, pointing out that Mu Hui is the one who's actually injured. With a look of concern, Ma Yonho asks to see Mu Hui's injured left arm. The sun sets, casting a warm glow over the trees as the scene transitions. Elsewhere, a woman with long hair waits with arms crossed, wondering why it's been 4 hours since the others returned. She confronts Mu Hui and his junior, asking why they left her behind. Mu Hui bluntly says he forgot. The junior disciple apologizes to the woman, now identified as Mu Hua, explaining the duel was just too fierce. As Mu Hua questions how fierce it was, the disciple explains their opponent was the Iron Mountain Fist King's disciple. The scene cuts to Wu Taikang, now balancing in a one-handed handstand on a rooftop at dusk. He maintains his perfect balance high above the sect buildings as evening falls. Ma Yonho looks over the sect, thinking that the situation with Mu Hui's injury is worse than he anticipated. Later, Ma Yonho examines Mu Hui's wounded arm, shocked he could win a duel in such a state. As he treats the gruesome injury, Ma Yonho grimly notes that it must hurt a lot. He grips Mu Hui's arm, telling him to endure the pain, as it's a blessing he can feel anything at all. Ma Yonho wonders aloud who could have possibly inflicted such a serious wound on him. Mu Hui reveals he encountered the serial killer, shocking Ma Yonho, who asks if he means the old monster of 100 faces. Ma Yonho clarifies he's referring to the old monster's disciples, which surprises Mu Hui, who thought he was dead. Realizing the monster had hidden disciples, Ma Yonho asks Mu Hui if they were strong. Mu Hui, writhing in pain, confirms they were strong enough to kill first-generation disciples of the Zhongnan sect. Stunned, Ma Yonho realizes this means Mu Hui is powerful enough to defeat such a formidable killer. Mu Hui dismisses his strength, insisting he was only lucky and killed his opponent when her guard was down. Ma Yonho counters that taking such an opportunity requires immense skill and that Mu Hui is lucky to be alive. Looking at the injured disciple, Ma Yonho says he wants to help him somehow. Leaning over the surprised Mu Hui, Ma Yonho offers to teach him a bit. A flashback shows a silhouetted figure drawing a sword in a low stance. The vision turns sinister, showing a menacing, hooded figure with a massive blade. Back in the present, Mu Hui stands ready at night, reflecting that his past life's experience fueled his rapid growth. A memory flashes of a masked enemy wielding a strange purple energy. Vowing to not grow arrogant, Mu Hui admits he still needs to master the Mount Hua sword style. He faces Ma Yonho, seeing this training session as the perfect opportunity to improve. Ma Yonho questions his resolve, warning him that the sword phantom passed out after just one turn of this training. When Mu Hui confirms his decision, Ma Yonho correctly guesses he prefers learning through a duel over a simple lesson. Accepting his choice, Ma Yonho clenches his fist and agrees not to question him further. Ma Yonho assumes a fighting stance, promising to only use martial arts at Mu Hui's level. With a fierce grin, Ma Yonho challenges his young opponent. "Come at me." Mu Hui instantly lunges forward, aiming a swift sword strike at Ma Yonho. The blade stops just shy of Ma Yonho's throat as he stands his ground. Ma Yonho effortlessly catches the sword with his bare hand, halting the attack completely. He then sidesteps Mu Hui's lunge with startling speed. In a blur of motion, Ma Yonho lands a powerful chop, sending Mu Hui flying. With renewed determination, Ma Yonho continues the training duel against Mu Hui. Whoosh! Ma Yonho lunges forward in a powerful, blurred motion. He closes the distance, ready to unleash a powerful fist technique. Ma Yonho throws a devastating punch, his fist glowing with immense energy. Mu Hui meets the attack, redirecting its force with a swirling vortex of red energy. His hand deftly guides Ma Yonho's fist, skillfully neutralizing the powerful blow. Ma Yonho is shocked, realizing Mu Hui twisted the trajectory of his attack. With glowing eyes, Mu Hui prepares to counterattack, moving with blinding speed. He gracefully ducks under Ma Yonho's swing and unleashes a swift sword strike. A powerful wave of sword energy erupts from Mu Hui's blade, tearing through the air. Mu Hui's intense focus is reflected in his blade as he eyes Ma Yonho. With a determined glare, he prepares to unleash a more advanced technique. Mu Hui creates multiple afterimages of himself, all moving in for an attack. The spectral clones converge on Ma Yonho in a coordinated assault. RGH. Mu Hui Tsoi grunts, thinking that Ma Yonho is coming at him like a bull despite promising to hold back. The training session ends as Mu Hui wakes up in bed, realizing he almost died. Lying in his room, he recovers from the grueling duel with Ma Yonho. He jolts upright, the intensity of the training still fresh in his mind. Mu Hui sits quietly by the window, contemplating the morning after the duel. He turns his attention to the papers Ma Yonho left for him. A letter reveals Ma Yonho's apology for getting carried away and explains he treated Mu Hui's internal wounds. The letter continues, stating Ma Yonho had to leave to find another opponent for Wu Taikong. Ma Yonho praises Mu Hui's formless technique that scatters attacks like petals, correctly identifying it as a Mount Hua skill. In his letter, Ma Yonho notes the skill has flaws and has provided his analysis along with a new training regimen. Mu Hui examines the papers, which include a detailed diagram of a new training device. He finds Ma Yonho's analysis of his technique's flaws insightful, noting the training method is 9 pages long. With a slight smile, Mu Hui concludes that Ma Yonho must have taken a genuine liking to him. He reflects that Ma Yonho is generous with his teaching, but wouldn't do this much just for the Sword Saint's disciple. Mu Hui considers their meeting, and the help he's received, to be a fateful coincidence. Despite the detailed notes, he confidently decides to discard the suggested training method. Mu Hua enters, asking when he woke up. He tells her it was just now, and she's glad she didn't have to disturb him. When he asks what's wrong, she informs him that people from the Zhongnan sect have arrived. Realizing it must be about the murderers, Mu Hui agrees to meet them right away. The scene transitions to the lush green forest outside. A bright sun shines through the clouds over the mountain trees. Ma Yonho stands alone in the woods, looking up at the sky thoughtfully. Wu Taikang approaches, observing that his master has seemed lost in thought since their visit to the hot springs. Ma Yonho lightly dismisses his concern, but Wu Taikang insists he hasn't been his usual self. Deflecting, Ma Yonho correctly guesses that Wu Taikang is the one preoccupied, still thinking about his loss to Mu Hui. Ma Yonho chuckles, saying his long life makes it easy to read his disciples' thoughts. He advises Wu Taikang not to dwell on the loss, but to use it as motivation to train harder. Wu Taikang then turns the question back on his master, asking what he is thinking about. Ma Yonho looks away, simply stating that it's nothing much. The scene shifts once more, moving away from the forest path. Elsewhere, a wooden box is opened to reveal 3 swords laid upon blood-soaked uniforms. A man from the Zhongnan sect examines the clothing, identifying the Big Dipper embroidery of their fallen comrades. Kneeling solemnly, 2 sect members confirm the items belong to Il Mu, Il Sun, and Il Hun. A senior disciple with long hair observes the grim scene with a stoic expression. The senior disciple walks past a subordinate, who bows his head in respect. He clasps his hands together, his expression hardening with grim resolve. The senior disciple introduces himself as Il Hun and, on behalf of the sect leader, formally apologizes for their misfortunes. With a formal salute, Il Hun thanks Mu Hui and his companions for their help. He solemnly promises that the Zhongnan sect will never forget what they have done. Il Yun then performs a deep, respectful bow. Mu Hui and his fellow disciples return the formal gesture of respect. An open wooden box sits in a sunlit room, its contents now removed. Having retrieved their fallen comrades' belongings, the Zhongnan disciples prepare to depart, wishing each other safe travels. With their business concluded, Mu Hui's group decides to visit the hot springs one last time before heading back to Mount Hua. Mu Hui listens as the formal exchange of goodbyes continues. The Zhongnan disciple mentions the upcoming 6-fold combo sword competition, hoping his juniors will learn from Mu Hui's group. Mu Hui internally repeats the name of the competition, his expression thoughtful. With the other sect gone, Mu Hui states that everything is now taken care of. While Mu Hua eagerly suggests going to the hot springs, Mu Hui cuts her off, telling everyone to prepare to leave instead. Mu Hua questions his sudden change of heart, worried that he might be unwell. Mu Hui admits he agreed earlier, but the mention of the competition has changed his mind. He looks over his shoulder, firmly stating that they need to prepare for it. An explanation reveals the 6-fold combo sword competition is an event meant to strengthen the bond between the Zhongnan and Mount Hua Sects. It is so named because both sects use the 6-fold combo sword technique as their foundational martial art. The narration explains that a sect's basic martial arts are considered the essence of its values and philosophy. This shared foundation has led to much speculation about the 2 sects' origins. Theories suggest they were either once a single sect or founded by 2 disciples of the same master, but the truth remains unknown. Ultimately, the past doesn't matter, as the 2 sects maintain a strong, friendly relationship. Instead of becoming rivals over their shared history, their founders chose to cooperate and support one another. This spirit of cooperation has allowed the competition to thrive, expanding the influence of both sects. Back in the present, a bewildered Mu Hua repeatedly asks why Mu Hui has changed his mind. Their junior disciple chimes in, reminding Mu Hui that the hot springs are waiting for them. Mu Hui turns to his companions and declares simply, "Because I like to win." His answer leaves Mu Hua completely speechless. Conceding defeat, she says she has nothing more to say as the group leaves the village behind. The scene transitions to a path through a dense, verdant forest. As they travel, one of the junior disciples looks up at the sky with a thought. He excitedly reveals he overheard the Shining Radiance sect disciples mention that their group has a nickname. While one disciple is thrilled, the other warns him not to get excited, as a nickname means they've attracted unwanted attention. The 3 junior disciples look on with concern. Mu Hui walks ahead of the group, his hands clasped behind him in silent contemplation. Mu Hua calls out to her senior disciple, questioning his silence, but he doesn't respond. Mu Hui stands before a secluded path, noting its existence. He thinks to himself that he chose this secluded route to avoid attention, but now it feels too convenient, as if they are being lured. His expression hardens with suspicion. He notes that he can't sense any specific presence nearby. Mu Hui reflects on the nature of manipulation, realizing that people are bound to a given route when their choices are limited. He considers two possibilities. Either he is being oversensitive, or whoever is guiding them is unskilled. Remembering how they almost died, he resolves to trust his instincts and be as careful as possible. He abruptly stops walking, causing Manhwa to ask what's wrong now. Manhwa reminds him he was just rushing them, wondering if he's feeling unwell, but he simply says no. Manhwa announces they are turning back, urging them to hurry before sunset. Sighing, Manhwa relents, figuring there's nothing she can do to change his mind. Manhwa is pleased she gave in so easily as the group turns around. The scene shifts to the deep woods as night falls, bathed in a mysterious blue light. A campfire burns brightly, casting a warm glow in the darkness of the forest. While his companions sleep, Manhwa keeps watch by the campfire, his expression contemplative. Suddenly alert, Manhwa's eyes narrow as he senses an approaching presence. Hold! His head twitches slightly as his senses confirm a disturbance in the woods. A wild boar with glowing eyes emerges from the undergrowth, staring at the campsite. Manhwa thinks to himself that the boar's appearance feels sudden and out of place. Looking up, he spots a cloaked figure descending rapidly from the trees above. Whoosh! A masked assassin lunges downward, dagger drawn and ready to strike. The assassin plummets towards the seated Manhwa in a surprise attack. The ambush begins as an assassin kicks the campfire to create chaos, while another attacks Manhwa, who swiftly parries the blow. Startled awake by the clamor, Manhwa asks what the noise was. Manhwa rises, sternly telling everyone to get up, announcing they have business with assassins. Manhwa's eyes widen in shock as she repeats the word assassins. The disciples are on their feet as a dead assassin lies in the bushes, the quiet night now a battlefield. As a defeated assassin kneels, Manhwa begins to analyze the situation for his group. He explains through narration that assassins don't act randomly. This was a premeditated attack. Manhwa realizes her senior is using sound transmission as he warns them they are already surrounded. Manhwa instructs his juniors that he can't protect them all, ordering them to kill each assassin within 3 moves. Yes, senior disciple. The juniors respond in unison, drawing their swords with grim resolve. A volley of poison needles suddenly flies through the misty forest toward them. Manhwa shouts for Mucheol, who prepares to counter with his massive blade. With a powerful strike, Mucheol slams his sword into the earth, creating a defensive wall of dirt and debris. The cloud of dirt erupts, obscuring the view and intercepting the projectiles. The dust continues to billow, shielding the disciples from the attack. A watching assassin is stunned, wondering how Mucheol blocked the poison needles with such an unconventional move. The assassin realizes one of the disciples has vanished, just as another appears behind his hiding comrade. With a swift, silent slash, the disciple eliminates the hidden assassin from behind. Perched on a tree branch, the disciple looks down at his kill as the lead assassin watches in surprise. He leaps down, cutting through another assassin in midair with deadly grace. Elsewhere, Manhwa readies her blade, her eyes fixed on an approaching foe. She unleashes a clean strike, felling an assassin who charged her. Manhwa senses danger, spotting a bright glint streaking through the night sky. A poison needle flies directly towards her companion's face. The long-haired disciple calmly catches the needle between his fingers, just inches from his eye. With a flick of his wrist, he sends the needle flying back toward its owner. He immediately follows up with a powerful, forward sword thrust. The assassin who threw the needle is struck in the head by his own weapon and reels back. His body falls lifelessly to the forest floor. Mucheol stands firm, his massive sword gleaming in the moonlight. He swings his heavy blade in a devastating arc, slicing through another attacker. The masked assassin collapses, defeated by Mucheol's overwhelming power. Looking at the fallen enemies, Manhwa notes with concern that they all seem to be kids. The long-haired disciple acknowledges her observation, but states that their age doesn't matter. He stands over a slain assassin, coldly reminding her they would have died if they hadn't killed them first. He tells the others to accept the reality that wielding a sword means constantly being at risk of being killed. As the disciples stand amidst the aftermath, 2 cloaked figures watch from the shadows. An assassin reports that fewer than 20 of their own remain, asking if he should step in, but his long-haired leader seems surprised they've fallen so quickly. The leader remarks that the Mount Hua disciples are weaker than he expected, though he concedes the assassins were well trained. He callously dismisses the loss of his forces, stating, "It's fine, since they were only meant to be guards and can't succeed anyway." The leader turns to leave as his subordinates quietly accept his command. He pauses for a moment, silently contemplating the outcome of the failed ambush. The leader laments having to use first-class assassins on Mount Hua brats, admitting their skill justifies their nickname. He seethes, recalling how they ruined his plans with the Great Truth Sect, and vows their skill will bring them an early death. Determined to protect his position, he decides that eliminating the disciples is his only chance to save face. He smiles, justifying the attack by framing them as a future threat who interfered with the Great Truth Sect. As he concludes his thought, a hand suddenly grips his head from behind. An unseen person mockingly calls him a pervert for liking the grab, then confusingly adds that they like perverts. The attacker is revealed to be Mu Hui, whose sudden appearance leaves the assassin leader completely stunned. Wush Mu Yi unleashes the powerful falling flower palm technique. The strike slams into the ground, and the assassin leader groans in pain. Elsewhere in the forest, a group of cloaked assassins rushes forward. Bam! A loud impact stops one of the assassins in his tracks. The assassins halt, realizing the sound came from the direction of their leader, the Dark Flame Pavilion Master. A few assassins decide to check on their master, confident that dealing with a few kids won't be a problem for the main group. They agree to rejoin the group after checking, assuming it won't take long. A silhouette is engulfed in a menacing red aura. Mu Hui strikes a precise blow, hitting the assassin leader's paralysis point. He effortlessly holds up the immobilized leader by his robes. With another quick strike, Mu Hui hits the mute point, rendering the leader speechless. Heck. The completely disabled assassin leader collapses onto the forest floor. Mu Hui inspects a tag taken from the leader, identifying him as the Dark Flame Pavilion Master of the Overlord Fortress. His expression is grim as he processes the gravity of this new information. Lying helpless, the leader glares up as Mu Hui pieces together the Great Truth Sect's connections. Mu Hui slings the paralyzed leader over his shoulder and begins counting the approaching assassins. The captured leader looks on, baffled by Mu Hui's actions. Mu Hui calmly tells the leader to wait while he deals with all of his approaching minions. The leader silently fumes, wondering if Mu Hui is insane to challenge the Dark Emperor, a legendary assassin. He curses Mu Hui's arrogance for daring to confront them. Still immobilized, he cannot believe someone managed to successfully strike his pressure points. He consoles himself that this disgrace is temporary and vows to return to the fortress after Mu Hui is killed. Suddenly, an assassin is sent flying, impaled on a tree by a sword. The captured leader stares in disbelief at the sight of his fallen subordinate. He questions how a first-rate assassin could be skewered onto a tree so easily. Hearing a scream, he has a horrifying realization. The only screams he hears belong to his own assassins. Footsteps approach on the darkened forest floor. The paralyzed leader looks up in shock as Mu Hui stands over him once again. Mu Hui sits down calmly beside the defeated leader, holding a small box. A red streak flashes through the night, signifying a swift and deadly strike. One of the junior disciples sheathes his sword amidst the bodies of slain assassins. He silently rejoins Mu Hui, leaving a trail of defeated foes behind them. The disciples watch as Mu Hui returns from the battle. Mu Hua calls out to her senior disciple as the others stare in shock, asking who the dead people are. The long-haired disciple explains that they were ambushed first by young assassins, then by more experienced ones. Mu Hui reveals the attacker's identity. They are from the Overlord Fortress. His companions, especially Mu Hua, are stunned into silence by the revelation. The narration explains that powerful sects like the Sichuan Tang Clan Ma Sect and Qingqing Sect dominate Sichuan. It introduces the Overlord Fortress, a faction that sought to unify the Murim under its own rule. To stop them, the other prestigious sects formed the Sichuan Alliance, creating a tense power struggle. The long-haired disciple expresses his confusion, but Mu Hui clarifies that the two powers are merely keeping each other in check. Mu Hui speculates that a shift in the balance of power led the Overlord Fortress to expand its influence into Shanxi. He concludes that the Overlord Fortress is a thorough organization and that their attack was meticulously planned. The long-haired disciple concludes that the conflict was unavoidable and that it's better they learned of the threat now. Mu Hua asks what their next move is, but he replies that there is nothing they can do. He somberly states that the situation is completely out of their hands. Tisk annoyed, Mu Hua stomps past her companions. A firm step marks their return to the Mount Hua Sect. Mu Hui walks through the grounds, remarking on their quick return as Mu Cheo follows. Two disciples spot him and yell in excitement, welcoming their senior disciple back. Mu Hui greets them as Mu 1 and Mu 2, but they correct him. They are Mu San and Mu Ho. He orders them to prepare for training while he reports to the elders. A sect elder smiles warmly, expressing his pride in the disciples. The sect leader sits opposite Mu Hui and his companions, ready to hear their report. Mu Cheo stands stoically, his expression grim. The sect leader observes their worn uniforms and asks with concern if they are all right after their difficult journey. Mu Hui assures him they are fine, and the sect leader expresses his relief. When asked if there were any problems, Mu Hui hesitates before answering that there weren't really. He then reveals they encountered the Overlord Fortress, causing the sect leader to freeze mid-sip. A single drop of tea spills from the sect leader's cup in his shock. His hand trembles, spilling more tea onto the table. Setting down his cup with a newly grave expression, the sect leader commands them to explain everything from the beginning. The scene transitions as a gentle breeze blows through an open window. Now seated, the disciples begin to recount their ordeal to the sect leader. After hearing the story, the sect leader closes his eyes. Relieved, they all return safely despite the events. He tells them he will handle the Overlord Fortress and not to worry. Mui realizes with a jolt that this means the ending flower ceremony is near. The sect leader asks if they are all aware of the selection process. The Plum Blossom Sword is a prestigious award recognizing a disciple's skill. To receive it, a disciple must be acknowledged by Mount Hua's greatest swordsman during the ceremony. Mu Hui internally scoffs, recalling that he knew this even in his past life as Doko Hyun. He notes that the only thing that has changed is the identity of the strongest swordsman, Elder Baek Soon. Mu Hui suspects the sect leader is bringing this up out of concern for Mu Cheol. The sect leader admits that while he trusts them, he still worries and feels compelled to speak his mind. He points out a critical issue. The Great Sword is not traditionally part of the Mount Hua Sect's teachings. He warns that forging a new path is a rash decision that will be incredibly difficult to walk. The sect leader urges him to reflect on whether his decision was made impulsively. He looks directly at Mu Cheol, asking if he has truly considered the consequences of his choice. Mu Cheol stands firm and respectfully affirms his decision to the sect leader. Satisfied, the sect leader smiles and agrees to notify the blacksmiths of the request. He then informs them that Mount Hua's 4 flowers have become a popular topic in Shanxi. He explains that many children have been visiting, eager to join the sect after hearing of their fame. Furthermore, other clans are sending gifts and their own children as disciples to build alliances. The sect leader looks at them with immense pride, thanking them for bringing about this positive change. Hearing the news, Mu Hua excitedly rushes off, eager to find a young girl named Yung Yung. Mu Hui recalls the child who wanted to be a swordsman and dismissively tells Mu Hua to go alone. The long-haired disciple claims not to know the child and states he's going to focus on training. Mu Hui tells the others to go rest, and they obediently agree. Mu Cheol watches Mu Hui walk away, a thoughtful expression on his face. He realizes Mu Hui is not heading toward the dorms and wonders about his destination. Mu Hui is already instructing the new recruits, correcting their breathing and posture. Ha! A young, silver-haired disciple trains with intense focus and a powerful cry. Musan praises the perfect postures of Sanha and Yung Yung, telling the other children to observe them closely. He continues to lead the training session for the new generation of disciples. A narration notes that Musan and other second-generation disciples are in charge of training the new children. Mu Hui thinks with disappointment that while the young kids train hard, he sees no second-generation disciples doing the same. He internally fumes, certain they were slacking off while his group was fighting for their lives. With a grim expression, he tells Mu Cheol to start morning training earlier tomorrow to prepare for their upcoming trials. Mu Cheol agrees, but inwardly hopes no one gets injured from the intense new regimen. The next morning, a disciple formally greets the senior disciple. Mu Hui stands before the assembled second-generation disciples as they offer their greetings in unison. He calmly greets them back, asking how they have all been. As the disciples shout back that they've been well, the long-haired disciple acknowledges their answer. Mu Hui bluntly states that besides teaching the juniors, he saw no one else training yesterday. The long-haired disciple speaks up to Mu Hui, confessing that he lied about needing to rest. He explains that he was deep in thought about a serious matter. He recalls when Mu Hui offered to step down from his position to take responsibility for the murderer incident. He admits that he felt greedy at first, wanting the position of head disciple for himself. However, after much thought, he concluded that Mu Hui has to be the one to guide them. Lacking the courage to say it himself, he explains that he went to the sect leader to argue that, for the good of Mount Hua, Mu Hui must remain the senior disciple. Mu Hui raises a real sword, announcing that training will now be with live blades and he will not be taking any complaints.